All right, there we go. There we go. What's good, everyone? Join us live right now. How y'all doing today? What's up, everyone joining in? We're gonna start getting some debates up here very, very soon. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. What's up? What's up? What's up? Now it's working, Lamau. Wait, was there something like it was like probably not working before? Because I've been trying to get it my stream labs to work. It's been acting really weird. Happy Friday though, everyone. Happy Friday. Or is it Friday? That's what someone said in the chat. Yes, it is Friday. Jeez, I'm like so off on the day of the week. What's good, everyone? What's good, everyone? Do make sure to like the stream. Make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second, everybody. Why late? Why late? I've been doing stuff all day. I've been doing stuff all day. That's why you're lagging on YouTube. I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be. Is everything okay on YouTube and on TikTok? Is everything good? Yeah. No lag. All right, perfect. Just making sure. Just making sure. We're gonna start getting some people up here soon and get the debates going. But in the meantime, how's everyone doing? Is everyone having a good day so far? Hopefully, everyone is having a good day. What's up, everyone? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It should help get it out to more people. Interestingly enough, I do think that there's like a little bit of a glitch on the starting of the streams, but I think we'll be fine. We'll live through it. The one on TikTok, at least. I know it's definitely like acting a little bit weird. But we're gonna start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. So please only send a guest request if you support Donald Trump and you did vote for him. Otherwise, I will go on to the next person. What's up, everyone? Are you on YouTube right now? Yes, I am. I am. Dean was having a tough day today. Yeah, how was Dean's day today? Did he have a good live? I'm on a bit later, so like no one's on anymore. What's up, though, everyone? What's up, everyone? Do you give it a second? What's up, Courtney? Do make sure to tap the screen, share the live. It will help get it out to more people. Chat. I want to say yes to like a question that a lot of people are saying, but I also at the same time I don't want to like announce my anything that could be like related to like my location just to be safe. Does that make sense? But yes, I kind of say yes. I think people who are asking will know what I'm saying. Yeah, because that's also I'm not gonna be streaming like when I'm there. I'm gonna be make videos, so I'll have stuff for like after, but I'm not gonna stream or anything while I'm there. And I will be streaming later in the day after. Alrighty, everyone, we're gonna start getting some people up here pretty soon. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm in my 40s.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year? Or sorry, you're in your 40s. I don't even know why I just asked you that. That's just muscle
I'm
memory.
born
I
in the early
apologize.
80s, man.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't
Hey,
worry.
look, man, I support Trump because he calls the left exactly what they are, radical left lunatics. Go look up
Okay,
what a lunatic is in the dictionary, and that's what you are. When he
that's
brings
what
a
I am.
South African president into the Oval Office, what does he do? He calls him out for the white G right in front of his face.
Can I
He
ask you a
plays the
question?
videos.
You said that like I'm a radical left wing like Democrat lunatic. Can you tell me why?
That's right.
Can you tell me why you
because
think that?
Donald Trump said so. Because we know what the
What?
Democrats look like. They've had the entire West Coast from Seattle to San Diego for the last decade. San Francisco, that's Nancy Pelosi's district. That's Kamala Harris district,
Kamala.
DA. What does it look like there?
She's
I
currently
don't
not
do
working there.
Kamala. It's Kamala. Whatever I say. Shit is homeless encampments. It's open drug use.
Can I ask you a
It's
question?
targeted robbery.
Can I ask you a question?
It's essays.
Hold up,
It's
hold up. Can I ask
criminal
you-
out of control,
Hey,
man.
can I ask you a question? Can you name one Republican policy or Trump-supported policy that would reduce homelessness?
I don't know. You go on Agenda 47. We'll go on Agenda 47 on DonaldTrump.com and we'll go point by point.
No,
You want to do it the right way?
Can you just tell me anything that he's done? Can you tell me anything that he's done that is like, helpful to homeless people?
Well, he's done stuff for the veterans.
Like
but
cut,
this
like
is all stuff,
cut, like
that's
cut the
a state
VA.
issue.
He's also advocating to
This is
cut
issues
food
of the
stamps
state.
and
I don't
Medicaid.
think he done that.
He did.
No, there's a process to this, man. He's cutting fraud and waste and abuse.
That would be himself.
Is what's going on here.
That would be himself. But what fraud, waste, and abuse did he cut?
Well, I mean, there's you could go through any of the list on Doge or what they
Doge?
uncovered
Okay.
there with the millions
I have a question.
they're sending here and there, hither and thither.
Yeah. Do you know what's happened between Elon and Trump recently, where Donald Trump, explicitly through the big beautiful bill, Elon said Donald Trump went against everything that he did at Doge by supporting this bill. How do you feel about that?
Well, Elon tweeted. He tweeted 2 days after that the things he said about Trump was harsh, and he regretted it. So there was some regret
So
there.
it was just harsh, not that it was false, just that it was harsh.
Well, I don't know the ins and outs of that particular deal, but I mean, he's not a perfect guy, man. He's not, but he's better than what the Democrats
But the
have
big beautiful
produced for the
bill
last
clearly,
decade.
the big beautiful bill clearly has lots of like waste in it. You understand that, right? I can go over that.
Well, Trump's a little two-faced. He is, but he's doing the right thing overall, man. Overall, he's better than the Democrats have what to offer. We know what they look like. They've infiltrated every education, every health care, every HR, and what have they done to this country? They turned it into a unaffordable hellhole where people have problems living and surviving and finding the American dream. And it's just been all
Can I
turned
ask
to
you a
crap,
question?
man.
I'll ask you another one.
From Biden.
Can you tell me one housing affordability policy that Donald Trump was advocating for?
Well, I don't know these things off the thing. There's a process to this stuff, man. What he got to do, he got to fix the fraud, waste, and abuse.
Hold on, I just want to clarify to you. I just want to clarify to you. There is no housing affordability policy that Donald Trump supports. And that's honestly the issue. If he's not willing to even support any policies specifically that are going to address the concerns in terms of the housing crisis, well, then why would you think he's a better candidate as it relates to this problem that's existing? Kamala Harris had a policy for it and she even talked about it and wanted to address it. But Donald Trump didn't even address it.
I mean, go to Agenda 47 on his website, man. One of his points right here. Ending the nightmare of the homeless, drug addicts, and dangerously deranged. That is a number one point right on his website.
Yeah.
It says it right here.
I understand. I've read through the Agenda 47. None of them are specific policies. They're general platitudes. And a lot of the things in Agenda 47 he's not even advocating for or trying to do. Like in Agenda 47, it says that he wants to get rid of homelessness for veterans. When, since he's been in office, has he once advocated for that? When? Seriously, I genuinely, I would love to hear it.
This is the outline. This is the stuff he said. No Democrat, nobody else would even say these types of things that he on his website here.
Christian, what's up? By the way, did you hear this recently? He wanted to put people...
A new quantum leap to revolutionize the American standard of living. He got a framework for this stuff.
How so?
He's only been in for 100 days,
the concepts of a plan?
Yeah, this stuff takes time. Reversing...
He's had 9 years for running for president for a concept.
Biden's disastrous trade deficit, preventing new
trade deficits aren't bad.
Protect American workers.
And it's not created by
Biden
Biden
with the
either.
American workers?
He didn't protect American workers at all.
He brought back the steel. He brought
No, he
back
didn't.
the auto industry.
Just wrong.
Yeah, he
Wrong,
did.
wrong,
He did.
wrong.
He cutting out Canada. He cut.
So both sides support the auto tariffs that you're specifically referencing. That's not unique to Donald Trump. If you want to reference specifically manufacturing in the United States, manufacturing and investment didn't increase in this country until Biden came in office and like invested in it through like the Chips and Science Act and other sorts of policies like the bipartisan infrastructure bill that then lead to investment specifically in manufacturing. It was stagnant under the Trump administration. This idea that Donald Trump is bringing back jobs to the country is ridiculous. Like, give me a single policy, like genuinely a single policy that Trump passed that has done that. Lindsay, thank you for the $10. And SKO, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Democrats.
This stuff is all starting
Also,
to
thank you
roll
so much for
together,
the
man. He's only
$5.
been in office for 100 days.
I'm something pretty similar to that. And then
And look at
obviously
all the
trying
money.
to get better.
Look at all the
Always.
money that the state.
Cloud, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much, Cloud.
Homeless problem.
What'd you say? You just cut out.
Yeah, they give it, all that money got squandered, and none of it made it to the homeless. It all goes to bureaucrats and corrupt, deranged liberal leftists who are in charge of these HR departments, who taken over the government, taken over the education, taken over the police, taken over the mayorship, and by hook or by crook, they try and destroy the whole thing by illegal immigration.
Can you tell me?
These are blue zones for eternity.
Yeah. Just let me know what specific radical left Democrat lunatic did that. Can you give me a specific person? Unmute yourself and tell me which radical left Democrat lunatic did that.
The mayor of LA? Newscup? They're all in it. It's a big cabal, man.
Who you said who?
It's a
You cut
big
out.
cabal. They're all in it.
So
why is Nancy Pelosi's district?
That word that you just used is associated, especially with like right wing conspiracy theories, particularly about like under the ground like group of people that control like the whole world. So is that really the argument you're trying to provide here? Because that's kind of fucked.
Like, in on it, man, and you a part of that cabal.
Okay.
This is your job. You profit off TDS, man. You put out a constant stream of Trump derangement syndrome as your job, collecting tens of thousands of dollars and doing this crap that ends up where they go and sit in a barrel on the 6th hole and poo-poo Donald Trump. That's the kind of crap you setting the stage for, man. And anything you say, even when he does something good, that don't go along good with your paycheck. So there's nothing anybody can say or do to get you to believe what your paycheck tells you otherwise.
Who's paying me?
And that's what you doing.
Who's paying me?
All
Mina, thank you for the $2
the
Australian. Thank you.
All these
Love you. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
In the comments. Yo, thank you.
I might make one myself. I don't know if I will.
Send me coin.
And then Christian, thank you so much for the $200 on PayPal. Thank you so much thank you for saying hi to me and thank you for supporting gay rights. Happy Pride Month, Christian. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? And as always, to everyone, happy Pride Month. W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Seriously, as always, we always appreciate you, Christian. Always good to see you. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I don't know. I just started my stream today. I haven't done anything yet. Coral, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Like, I seriously, I don't know what happened. Like, I genuinely just started the stream. I'm 13 minutes into the stream today. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, another agenda for protecting students from the radical left Marxist maniacs infecting educational institutions.
Can you define Marxism?
Straight up. And that's 100% the truth. These people at the educational institutions have done
I have a question.
To these kids.
I have a question.
Kids like you.
I have a question. Can you define Marxism?
Oh, it's basically Marxist feminist. The modern day Marxism is you going along with all the woke bullcrap.
Can you define woke?
It's wokeness.
So he can't define Marxism. What does woke mean?
Woke is like all these batshit crazy lunatic fringe ideas for society, like pride, like you say in pride, which appeals to what?
Pride is not a fringe or extremist view. It's literally just acceptance of gay people and trans people. Like, it's not some radical position. It shouldn't be considered some radical position.
Well, it's turned into corporate pride. Corporate pride were the best.
Wait, businesses right, not upholding pride in a value sense is only reflective of those businesses' values, not the people in society that
No, this
specifically
is
are
corporate perverts, is
are
what it
engaging
is.
are engaging in pride. Pride has nothing to do specifically with how corporations respond to it. Charles, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I got you. You have 2 lives on YouTube? What do you mean I have 2 lives on YouTube? Really? What? What's the other live on YouTube? Oh. Delete forever. Okay. I see. Thank you for telling me. That's crazy. I didn't even know. Thank you for letting me know. I just see that now. All right. Well, we'll get him back. What was he saying? Tyler, thank you for the $5. Thank you so
Yeah,
much
so I mean, who else
for
is doing?
Happy Friday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tyler. Elle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Darcel, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Can you come back here and define woke for me, please? You just said like crazy views, because then like Donald Trump is woke too, because he thinks the climate's gonna start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He believes he won the 2020 election. I mean, like there's plenty of things. Ari, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for supporting the Parker administration. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I know. Literally, like woke. So he was just using Marxism as like and woke in the same interchangeable way. There, that's essentially what he was just saying. So it's buzzwords for him, left wing buzzword. That's all it is. It's a buzzword for left wing people that he doesn't like. Marvelous, come back. You got to defend your views. You got a lot to defend here.
Yo, thanks for the 22 coins. Thanks for this. Thanks for that. Thanks for another 22 coins, man. This is what you're doing. You up here collecting tens of thousands of dollars on the back of Donald Trump and creating this infection of DJT, Marx.
Real question. Would you like a tissue? Just make sure.
Come on, now you're gaslighting me, man. Let's have a serious discussion.
What gaslighting?
Let's go down. Agenda 47.
What
addressing
gaslighting?
the rise of chronic childhood illnesses. Number one. Who else is going to say that?
If you want to wait, hold up. Can you
you
tell me?
wait.
Hold up. What was his policy to address that?
Well, he got RFK up in there now.
RFK is not addressing that. That's you saying RFK. RFK didn't. No.
RFK just took out the whole.
RFK doesn't believe in science.
ASIP.
RFK doesn't believe in science. RFK just put someone specifically like in the administration. Put Robert Malone in the administration. The guy that literally is like batshit insane, that denies science. That guy. That was denying the scientific consensus of vaccines being safe and effective, which there's a bibliography of over 25 pages of just straight peer-reviewed evidence in my bio that you can look at that shows like evidence that they're safe and effective. And
no,
that guy denied that consensus.
That's exactly what it is. Dogma. Safe and effective religiosity. That's your religion. Your vaccine religion.
You mean studies? You mean facts and evidence?
All your fake crap. Bought off by people like
bought off.
Paul
no, it was internationally. You think internationally it was bought off?
They're all corrupt. We know they're corrupt.
Every study's corrupt.
And we challenge them to debate.
Every study's corrupt. What evidence do you wait? What evidence do you have that every study's corrupt? And how do you know that information isn't corrupt?
Especially.
Wait. So here's
Corona hoax. That was another hoax. Boogeyman hoax.
How do you know? Wait. Actually, let me clarify my question. Right? How do you know the information that you're receiving and saying that it's unreliable is even reliable in of itself?
By my empirical speculation, discrimination.
Speculation and empirics aren't the same thing.
Scrutiny.
Wait.
No, I've been godly imbibed with scrutiny and discrimination, and
if you looked at empirics, you would be looking at the studies.
I know a huckster.
Wait, to clarify.
When I see one.
Wait. What did you just say? I don't even know what you just said. So again, if you said you look at empirics, well then you'd look at studies, right? That would be empirics. Nick, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I don't know. I literally just got on the live. I don't know why.
Yo, thanks for the 14 coins, man, so I can spam around. Thanks for the 14 coins, man. Come on, man. Yeah,
Wait,
no, I got a whole list of studies. I got dozens of studies, and every time I produce them, and it hits a leftist, a person like you just try and gaslight it away. That's all you do. Try and
can
falsify it out
wait.
of existence. Try and rearrange it.
Can you define gaslight real quick? I just want to know if you know if you're. I just want to make sure you're using the term correctly. Can you define gaslighting?
Yeah, people who have valid concerns about the way things are being governed, or valid concerns about the way things are in a relationship, or they produce their problems. They tell you explicitly what their problems are, and then you say, "Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, you're overthinking it. Oh, it's no big deal." That's what gaslighting
Okay,
is.
so then you
When
so
you
then
take somebody's
so okay.
concerns and you minimize them, you
Uh,
minimize them, and you take them not seriously, and you ridicule them, you call them conspiracy theory, you call them all this other crap,
you don't.
when
Okay,
this has real world harm.
you know what? Let's use your definition there. You don't have a valid concern because it's not based on evidence. So, but based on your own definition, I'm not gaslighting because you don't have a valid concern. I mean your
Yeah,
microphone.
you wouldn't know what evidence was, Parker, if it tapped on your shoulder, man.
Really?
That's it.
I cited you
Yeah,
a bibliography of peer reviewed evidence, and you didn't
anytime
say
you
that's
get
evidence.
proof, you're going to say, "Oh, it's not evidence. It's not proof."
Isn't that what
That's
you
what you
just
do.
did?
You rearrange,
Isn't that
you
what you just
twist
did?
it, you
Would
demoralize it. You
what did I
do anything you
demoralize?
can to try and water it down and make it
What are you referencing?
confusing for people.
What are you referencing? I didn't make anything confusing. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. If you need any
That's
clarification,
just your
just
playbook,
ask me.
man. Yo, thanks for the what's up. That's just your playbook.
Thanks for
That's
the
the
what's up.
leftist playbook of delusion. By you guys all go by. You just zoom in on one little pedantic fact or detail instead of looking at the whole picture, and you try and just confuse the crap out of that and make the whole thing about some little irrelevant pedantic point
Isn't that what you're doing
instead
right
of
now?
looking
I
at
think
the
you're
whole
being pretty
picture.
confusing, and you're talking about some irrelevant point. Would you like to instead address like what we're here to talk about in general? Because right now that's exactly what
Yeah,
you're doing. You need to
Donald
look into a
Trump
mirror.
is a game changer.
What?
Agenda.
Well, you just got a misinformation ban, so that's very unfortunate. I'm really confused. That was my first guest of today, chat. I haven't done anything yet. That was my first guest of the day. Like, why was he? I don't know, man. He was not liking me. He did not like me. He really didn't like me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
05.
Really? Oh, you're
Yep.
05 and you're 18? Really? Dang, dude. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, everyone. As well as in the description of the YouTube. Or you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And Nick, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
How you doing? I'm 23.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, there's a lot of reasons. His economic policy. I really agree with him on his policy about
Come
the
on.
trend.
I already know who you are.
What, buddy? I've never been on here before.
Really? Never? Because I can remember a hell of a lot of times that you've been on my live before.
Look, buddy, there's many people in the United States with the same voice. Like, it's a lot of people,
Really?
300 million people.
Really? Because I feel like I feel like I just know your voice too well.
Look, buddy. Fuck. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite trolls on the live. I'm not gonna lie. One of my favorite trolls on the live. Crystal, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Crystal. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Crystal in the comment section right now. Gina, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it, Gina. Thank you. Get some W's for Gina. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5 for slapping Zygotes, as always. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Can I get a birthday shout out? I'm bummed. Yes, absolutely. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I got you. Absolutely. Happy birthday, Lindsay. All right. Mary, thank you for the $20 for Friday the 13th. The crazies are out. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Emma, thank you for the $4. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, happy birthday yesterday, Emma. Happy birthday. Happy, a little bit late birthday. Claire, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right. Let's get another person up here. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was on. 45.
Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to make a statement. I do.
I appreciate you so much. I seriously appreciate you. I am just looking for some debates right now. I appreciate you so much, though. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Too legit. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Yes, or sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I support you.
I think you're pretty far away from your mic. Is there any way you can get a little bit closer to your microphone?
Yeah, I support him.
Okay. Are you driving?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's probably why it sounded like they were far away. But you can't drive on the live. It's TikTok terms of service. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Travis, thank you for the $10. And Adam, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone's so nice. So nice. Let's get to the next person real quick. Alrighty. Is MAGA really this scared to debate? Do I have to? No, I have to rage bait like Dean. That's what I gotta do. I gotta rage bait like Dean. Absolutely diabolical. Let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? John, are you there? Okay. All right. Give it a second, everyone. I think someone's gonna be here in a second. Kayla, think of the $5 for when do we get to hear the Pup Cup story? You know what? If we get the live on TikTok to 500K likes, which is completely doable, by the way, and if we get the YouTube live to 1,500 likes, right? Within the next hour, I'll give an hour, then I will tell the Pup Cup story. I think that's pretty fair. I think that's actually pretty fair. I think that's pretty fair. The Pup Cup story. If you don't know the lore, then you don't know it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? 500K on
26.
On TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You said 26?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah? Did you vote for
Yeah.
him?
I did.
Okay. All right. So why do you vote? Why do you support him?
Because he's the greatest president to ever exist.
Troll. You're totally trolling. There's no way.
That's the truth.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Because he does nothing wrong.
There you go. You sold yourself there. KJ, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Would I target? I would target their opinions on like who should be allowed in the country. I think that's like probably the strongest argument. Is like the same restrictions they think that you should have for like restricting people from the country are things that you could restrict Donald Trump for, becoming president for. John, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Absolutely, absolutely. Keon, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote and support Donald Trump. We're going to get someone up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump and you still support him. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know what my favorite comments are? My favorite comments are people saying, "Is this the wannabe dean?" Those are my favorite comments, bro. Those are like the best. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I love him.
You love him?
Yeah.
Okay. George, do you support Trump? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
You're a little bit far from your mic. Is there a way you can get closer to your microphone?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah, it's not. I'm sorry. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You brother. Get some.
I don't know. That just the loud noise just made me instant kick him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. I just want to say that
Whoa, quick. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And you said you're how old?
19.
19. What month?
July.
Okay. And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Did you vote for him?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you support him?
Okay, well, I support him. Well, I mean, honestly, I've always like grown up with my parents talking about how he give my parents money throughout work and how immigrants took my parents' jobs. At least that's what my parents always tell me. And then the fact that like the immigrant is like that his stance on immigration is good. How they're like taking immigrants out.
Okay. So, how did immigrants take your parents' jobs?
So my parents work in the transportation business, so it would be via like 18 wheelers and stuff like that. And so mainly there's just been a lot of more people getting into the business because of the immigration, and therefore it causes the fact that there's like less money in the job.
Okay. So you're saying that like more people immigrating to the country doesn't increase the demand for the service?
No, so more people
No.
coming into the country take away the jobs from actual Americans and the people that are
Actual
like citizens.
immigrants are
Or
actual
citizens,
immigrants.
not actual.
Immigrants are actual Americans. One.
Yeah,
Two
it's
is
my
it,
apologies.
two as it relates to this. Not only do they provide supply in terms of like working a job, but they also demand goods and services, meaning that it is the case that there is a balancing sort of mechanism within the economy. So it's not that people are taking jobs; they're adding to the economy because they add a demand for new jobs to be created as well. Grace, thank you for the
Okay.
membership subscription. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, that was just my parents' stance. Let me go more or less into my stance. Mainly the bill I leave is the fact that he focuses on America first and he puts America first, and the fact that like he Trump wants the U.S. to stop getting involved in like other countries' problems. So basically, he made new trade deals and told NATO countries to pay more for their own defenses. So like more or less, he put America's interest before anything else.
Okay, so you said his America First policy would be getting NATO to pay more. Did that give us
getting
any more money?
NATO countries to pay more for their own defense rather than the United States sending more money towards
Okay,
the defense.
and is that just you cutting off funding to Ukraine? Because that's not NATO.
I'm not talking about NATO. I'm talking about other different types of
Okay,
countries.
so then what funding did we put back into America that specifically we got from that?
Since we cut off the funding for the defenses that we're giving away,
Funny, thank you,
like,
Big Galaxy. Thank you, Funny. Yeah. What did we put that money into?
the money that we put it into was back into America. Basically, just talking about, so just basically just arguing that the NATO, so basically that they needed the other countries needed to spend more on their own defense and like now more or less stop relying on the
I understand, but the money we saved specifically from that, where did we put it?
They just put it back into America.
How so? In what way?
I mean, he brought back jobs to the U.S. I guess.
Through what policy?
I think there was like
Through what policy?
the NAFTA.
NAFTA?
He were like
Yeah.
he replaced it
To-
with
The USMCA?
yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that he actually like went against the USMCA by increasing tariffs on Canada? So he thinks it's a bad trade deal now. That's why he was putting tariffs on them. So why did he
Okay,
put
well,
in a why didn't he put in a bad trade deal?
Well, we can look at the tariffs argument too. He focused on American manufacturing via like on foreign goods, especially from China, and he made American-made products more competitive.
Really? Then why wasn't there an increase in manufacturing investment under his administration?
Well, it was more or less for the fact that he helped protect the U.S. industries via the manufacturing.
Really? So then why was there not an increase in manufacturing investment under Trump? And there was under Biden.
There was no. So you believe that there's like no. There were. I don't know the exact facts, but there wasn't any like increase. The fact that he put the tariffs on it and
manufacturing investment was stagnant under Trump, and it increased under the Biden-Harris administration. Danielle, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy.
Okay, here's the main part of it. Like, he protected American workers and stopped factories from
Danielle,
closing.
I'm going to stop saying specifically 103 times in one day. 37 for it is the case. All right, go ahead. Sorry, you were saying?
Oh yeah. So basically just protecting the American workers and stopping factories from closing. You talked about how manufacturing, how it was like higher jobs and stuff. I'm more or less focusing on the fact that he saved many types of industries from closing. So like stop factories from closing.
Wait, okay, so you said they were going to close otherwise. Then why was there an increase in manufacturing investment under Biden?
Manufacturing investment, you mean how?
I mean, increase in real private fixed investment in manufacturing. From the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Stagnant under Trump, increased under Biden. Why?
Okay, well, yeah, that isn't because like there was new laws that were passed under Biden administration, like the chips and like I don't know, I think it was chips or something like the Science Act or something. They gave like a bunch of money for semiconductor manufacturing. There was a bunch of new laws under Biden rather than Trump, and therefore it boosted it higher because that's what the SAT says because of different types of acts and stuff.
So you're saying that all the stuff Trump did didn't have an effect until Biden became president?
It did have an effect, but the main reason that you're making is that Biden had a higher effect. But the reason he had a higher effect.
Then what was the effect if there was no increase in investment in manufacturing under Trump?
So there was zero?
Yeah, there was not an increase.
Okay, yeah, I'll put it to you this way. So, instead of a decrease, he just made it be stable, right? Because since he made it be stable, there wouldn't go negatives. So it's like he prevented it from going into
He made it be stable. What? It
He made it be
went
okay,
up
so-
under Biden.
So since he relied, Okay, so then oh, wait.
Oh, okay. Did you find
Okay,
anything
wait.
yet?
Okay, wait. So isn't it like okay? In the fact, okay, I also believe that like Trump like laid the groundwork for it as well. So like most of his policies, more or less focusing
Hmm.
on the tariffs.
He laid the groundwork for it, so it's because of him, right?
Okay, well here, look at it this way. He sent like a stronger message that the U.S. would no longer accept like unfair trade practices, and many companies reconsidered moving factories overseas because of that. And it set the phrase like the stage for like more future investments, therefore causing it to have like more. That's why he was like laying down the groundwork.
One second. Hold up. Watch this. We're going to open up this graph. We're going to show you this
Okay.
graph real quick. Oh shit, I can't really show you the graph. That's kind of unfortunate. Well, my
I'll just read
my YouTube can see the graph, but you can't see the graph. That's very unfortunate. Let me see if I can do something here for that real quick. Let me do this. Oh, no.
You can just tell me what's on it. I'll believe you. Don't worry about it.
Okay, well, you can see it on YouTube if I could show you that.
Okay,
But there is an increase. Oh, hold up. Oh,
I can kind of see it. Yeah.
I fucking hate this, dude. Actually,
It's okay, you just
I got you. I can just do this. I'm so stupid. This is my fault. I'm so dumb. I could just do this.
Oh.
Okay, well. You
So
see
is that
this?
under Trump or Biden? That was under Biden.
Okay, so yeah. So right here, you see this?
Mm-hmm.
You see how 2016,
Mm-hmm.
2017. This is when Trump got in office. Here.
2016 was when Trump got in office.
2017 was when Trump got in office. So you see right here.
Yeah.
This is by the time he got out of office.
Right.
So it was
And
a bit lower, and then this is Biden.
Yeah.
Do you see this? That's a pretty big distinction.
Making imports more expensive, and that's what encouraged the companies. And so, I guess that basically means he just preserved the jobs of people since they stayed in the United States.
What? What do you mean?
I can't hear you. You might have cut off. But
What do you mean? What were you saying? Say that again. Hello?
I think you're.
Hello. I'm fine. Can people hear me? Hello?
Sorry. Right. I think it connected to like a Bluetooth thing, but I disconnected my Bluetooth. Don't worry about it. That's my bad. So what were you saying?
No, what were you saying? I kind of lost where I was.
You're good. You're good. So basically, another thing moving into the tariffs part of it, how he set the groundwork of it was because since he made imports more expensive throughout his tariffs, that encouraged companies to stay back and keep the production in the United States, therefore preserving different types of jobs, therefore setting the groundwork, and that also boosts the manufacturing.
It doesn't. It didn't. And okay, so under his administration, first administration, there was a net loss in jobs. Did you know that?
Okay, well, let me explain it to you this way. Without like thinking of like really, you have to understand that like he made companies stay, right? Which preserves the jobs.
What did he do to make the company stay?
He making imports more expensive, right? And the tariffs.
The tariffs are on pause.
I know, but we're talking about before back in 2017, how he laid the groundwork for the Biden administration to have that boost in the manufacturing.
The tariffs are not the reason. It's because of the Chips and Science Act. And because of the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
I'm not pretty sure what the bipartisan bill is. What is it? You know? Sorry, I'm just not.
Bipartisan infrastructure bill?
Yeah, isn't it just
investment in roads and bridges, investment in high speed rail, investment specifically in EV development for infrastructure for cars, for charging of vehicles, getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water, There's putting high-speed internet into rural communities, high-speed broadband. So there's plenty of things which will increase investment in manufacturing in the United States.
Okay. So I get where you're coming from, but I feel like he still laid the groundwork due to the fact that like he did all these things leading up towards it. Since like the main point that I was making was that he put the tariffs on the companies to stay here. So the main reason why he put the tariffs and the main reason why it benefited it is because the companies that like were supposed to move overseas stayed here now, and therefore the tariffs prevented it from that. Since I think you like, are you like true on that or not true? I'm not sure exactly.
True on. Say that one more time.
Tariffs are causing the companies to stay.
No, especially because there's no reason why you can attribute it to just tariffs. Also, like the tariffs will likely get taken away by the future president, so the companies have not very much of an incentive to like change their entire supply chain to a different country.
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't tariffs just make imported products more expensive? And so, like, wouldn't it be cheaper for companies to make those products in America?
Comparative, no, cheaper comparative to the goods that are now more expensive from other countries around the world because of the tariff. So they're still going to be like more expensive, and
Okay. So what do
and
you?
goods that are made by American businesses will also cost more because many of the aspects of the production process for those American firms that still manufacture products in the United States come from countries around the world, and not every single aspect of production is in the United States. So since not every aspect of production is in the United States, you're going to cause massive inflation because it's cost push.
Okay, okay, that makes sense now. Okay, then I'll go into the next reason. Okay, but okay, wait, I get where you're coming from, but like, so what? So what did the Biden administration do to like boost it more than manufacturing? The fact that like he put tariffs on it. I mean, tariffs was a reason, correct?
For increased domestic manufacturing.
For increased American manufacturing. So like
Not,
make
very minimally.
minimally. Okay. So what was
It's
the main
not
reason
very
that like
much.
okay, well what was the main reason why like the Biden and Harris administration did have that American manufacturing? Like why did they manufacturing go like skyrocket? Or like more or less they why
The
did they
bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act.
right. And so those acts were passed under Biden's administration. So what if the fact that they were passed under Trump's administration, right? It's just okay, never mind. Sorry, I just read something in chat. Okay, okay, I get where you're coming from. Anyways, we'll go into the next thing, which is like the main thing that I really wanted to talk about was like cutting immigration. So, or wait, no, not cutting immigration. Because I like saw, Dean Withers. I saw his thing, and he like kind of convinced me. But, anyways, yeah,
W. Dean.
yeah, no, okay. Anyways, pulling out of global agreements. So more or less like how he took the international deals, like I think it was the Paris Climate Agreement, saying that they like hurt American interests or they like cost too much for us.
Yeah, yeah. What I'm confused. Your point is the Paris Climate Accords is good for us because it gets us to engage globally with countries around the world to fight climate change. Donald Trump pulled us out of international organizations to fight climate change, right? And like the international community in general, right? He's cut funding for the U.S. funding in terms of the World Health Organization, right? He's cut the CDC, right? He's cut plenty of international funding. So he pulled us out of the Paris Climate Accords. He's been very problematic in terms of that. He believes the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. So he actively denies science.
No, more or less of the fact focusing on that, like he said the deal that America paid a lot more than other countries. Therefore, I know like okay, reduced pollution is a great thing, and like it's not like it's a bad thing that the U.S. shouldn't be helping, but it's the fact that America does so much more than all the other countries that are involved in the Paris Climate Agreement, therefore causing it for the U.S. to pull out of the global agreement. Therefore, saving.
What do they have to do more than other countries?
Well, more or less, I'd be like, okay, so making the deal or like the deal in general, the Paris Climate Agreement, it basically made America pay more and like lose jobs because it forced the U.S. to reduce pollution while like other countries didn't have to do as much.
Yeah, they. So what specifically did other countries not have to reduce in terms of pollution that wasn't as much comparative to the United States in proportions?
Well, I'm not sure the exact numbers, but I feel like I'm not sure the exact, but I'm pretty sure that okay,
You don't know anything about the Paris Climate Accords. You're just saying that because you heard a talking point from Trump.
it wouldn't just hurt the economy since the amount of money that we're putting into this climate agreement
Do you want me to
isn't as
explain to you why it's actually beneficial for our economy? It's
yeah.
beneficial
Go
for the
ahead.
net social benefits of our society because regulations allow for us to produce an efficient amount of distribution of right a polluting good. Because pollution creates something what's called a negative externality, right? Which means people who have nothing to do with the pollution, right, are going to be negatively impacted and detrimented in terms of their health, right? Which is going to be a cost to them. So the overwhelming costs to society are greater if you do nothing about climate change comparative to you imposing these particular types of regulations. Do you want me to give you examples specifically with like fuel efficiency with vehicles? Because air pollution kills lots of people around the world, right? And
Okay, wait,
especially did
stop.
in the United States prior to regulation.
Wait, for the actual Paris Climate Agreement, didn't it have to like have like a bunch of industries cut emissions, therefore like lowering the amount of the fat or lowering like their like sorry. Okay, yeah, yeah. Then the Paris Agreement say that it's like you have to lower your carbon emissions and your like natural gas emissions and like oil and like coal and stuff, therefore losing their like the economy there. Wouldn't that like hurt or worsen the economy?
Losing the economy there, it would worsen the economy in a certain sense, but just for big companies, right? But for the overall benefit for society, their overall benefit for society would be higher. Does it make sense? So I'm
Okay, but
saying
then
net social benefit for society will be better off. But for
right, I
particular
understand.
individuals, right, that would have profited off of pollution, well, it's going to be worse off for them. But that's
Right,
better
right.
for society because we want them to internalize those costs so that it doesn't harm society. That's the point
Okay,
of
wait.
these regulations is to get polluters to internalize the social costs from society that they would not
Okay,
have
yeah.
otherwise, internalized.
Okay, so basically more or less focusing on like the higher energy prices, wouldn't it boost energy prices, therefore like making it more expensive for families and businesses to like heat their homes and like run factories?
No, because the Department of Energy indicates that renewable energy is heavily decreasing in cost per kilowatt of production over time. So like
Okay,
over time, due to the increase in technology specifically related to solar, wind, and other sorts of renewables, right, we're going to be producing them at lower cost in the long run. So if we invest in it now, we can sell our technology that's less costly to the rest of the world and not only do something that's better for the environment, but also make a hell of a lot of money doing it.
oh, so more or less like investing now and then getting the bigger outcome later.
Yeah, yeah, it's an investment for our country, for the
Oh,
new the future in terms of how energy production and distribution is inevitably going to shift to. It's reality.
okay.
And for people who say in the chat, I saw someone say nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is an aspect of that transition.
Okay, and then I have one more deal I want to talk about. Are you the Iran nuclear deal? I don't know. I think it was like
Iran nuclear deal.
yeah, 2018. I think like he thought the deal was like dangerous because it let Iran keep some like nuclear weapons and stuff, and it really didn't stop their influence in the Middle East.
So the Iran nuclear deal was actually limiting them from developing nuclear weapons. But I mean, none of that is, I guess, as relevant now, given that like there's literally a direct conflict between Iran and Israel based on Israel's particular claims of they have quote unquote weapons of mass destruction, which he's been claiming since the 90s.
Oh, so it's irrelevant.
I'm just saying that like it's like this is like a bullshit thing that Netanyahu's claiming.
So okay, I get it.
All right. Is there anything
Okay,
else you'd like to
so
talk about, Arad?
uh, honestly, no. I just have like very like one last thing. Um, so basically, like the last thing that I believe in was like he pressured allies to do more. The fact that like with NATO, he made other countries take on more responsibility. So the U.S. wasn't like always paying or like leading the group, and therefore like ending unfair relationships with
So yeah, he says that he's ending unfair relationships. No, he just completely destroyed our relationship with our allies. That's what he did. Like they were already increasing how much they were giving to NATO under the Biden-Harris administration, right? Just based upon peaceful negotiation with our allies. But Donald Trump decides to threaten them and destroy our relationship with our allies, which inevitably on the long run just leaves Europe alone and gives and cedes more power to Putin.
But wouldn't this take away the fact that we're like either like losing like a lot of money, therefore like putting in so much money into other countries' defense, or like it's like a way of thing.
I don't think that he's actually taking that money and then bringing it back here at home. Like specifically, tell me, where did that money go? Did it come back here at home? Can you tell me the policy that he invested in?
Uh, I mean, I think he like upgraded military equipment, right? Like, to
Thank
make
you for the
like
500K likes on TikTok. I appreciate it, everyone.
then he funded like a lot more back into the military, like having more troops and like
More
more
funding
military.
into the military isn't exactly what we need. We need more funding back here at home for people's health care, child care, housing affordability. But wait, oh, Donald Trump's cutting Medicaid and Donald Trump's cutting food stamps through the big, beautiful bill. The only beautiful aspect of it is for people who are already rich, not for the rest of the country. That bill is horrible for the rest of the country.
Well, I mean, isn't it essential to protect like the country from threats like coming from other countries?
No.
Depending on based on the status of the world, you can have the Ukraine and Russian thing. You have the Israeli and Iran thing. There's like a lot of things that could be like that could snowball into a bigger effect, causing the United States to have like more influence. Therefore, having needs like have a bigger military and having more invested in military.
I don't know what you're trying to say here.
Okay, so basically, just like a stronger a stronger military is more like better to protect the country from external threats. So like
We have the strongest military in the world by far. We spend more on the military than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies. Shannon, think of the meerkat. We could cut our military budget in half, have the largest military budget in the world by over $100 billion a year, $1 trillion over a decade.
okay, well that just proves the point that
That proves the point that we are spending unnecessarily on the military when we could be spending money here on people who need it at home, right? Specifically, that are lacking the ability to be able to afford basic health care, child care, housing affordability, or none or all of the such, because Donald Trump's gutting their fucking social programs that provide that for them.
Well, that brings up two things. The first thing, which is global influence, basically saying that military strength allows the country to influence like more worldly things, and then can indirectly support the
Wait,
economy.
so do you want this influence around the world? Because you were just claiming before that you didn't want the U.S. to be involved on that basis.
Well, it also supports the economy and creates jobs, which is one of the things that you're arguing for.
What
The
what
economic.
what creates jobs?
Well, the military sending supports like millions of jobs in like manufacturing, tech, and like a bunch of research.
So then you support the funding for Ukraine, right? Because that was all invested specifically into U.S. manufacturers.
Well, more or less, like this goes back to the argument of putting America first.
Wait, hold up. I'm asking, do you support that?
Not in a way. Wait, so putting money into Ukraine causes more jobs and a better economy for the United States?
Yeah, because it was they had to invest the money specifically into American manufacturing and defense contractors. That's essentially what you were arguing was good. So I was just asking
Yeah.
you if, under your standard, you consider that to be good. Ed, think of
Well,
the $5. Thank you.
Well, if it's creating
That's
these
true.
jobs and creating these different types of things, wouldn't it benefit the United States, therefore making Trump better?
Ukraine funding? Austin, think of the membership subscription. Are you saying Ukraine funding was good? That he got rid of?
Well, if he gets rid of Ukraine funding, he can put that back into the American via military, therefore causing a greater outcome rather than it would in the United.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
I mean, honestly, I feel like it's a debate between balancing like security and social welfare. Like supporting the military.
Hold up 1 second.
Okay, sorry.
Katie, why do you join my lives every day and spam in the chat that I'm getting fake donations? Where the fuck are you? Are you in public spamming in my comment section that I'm getting fake donations? You are like, bro, touch grass, engage with other people instead of going into my comment section and saying that I'm getting fake donations. Are you okay?
Yeah, I think you are.
What makes you think that they're fake?
Who can actually afford to pay donations in this economy?
Yeah, Donald Trump's horrible economy. Yeah, exactly. So are you saying Donald Trump
I
has
just
made
think
the
you are.
economy horrible?
I just think they're fake. I just think they're fake.
You doing this right next to people? You doing
I'm
this?
sorry. Say
You
it.
doing this at a party is unhinged. It's unhinged. You doing this at a party is unhinged. There are other people around you, and you decide to go on your phone and tell a fucking 23-year-old on TikTok that's a liberal that he's getting fake donations instead of engaging with the other people at the party. Hello? Ed, thank you for the $10 for the totally real donation. Thank you so much for the $10. Valentine, thank you for the 20 Australian. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it for the fake donation. Thank you. Mike, thank you for the $5 for I'm not fake. I just feel fake on the inside.
I'll
Parker,
request
Parker,
backup
thank you
after
so
I
much.
go
I appreciate the
out and get done.
$20. Thank you so much. Parker, I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Tyler with the $15 for a fake donation. Thank you. Parker and Tyler with the fake donations. Thank you. Love you. Thank you for the $5 for in this economy. I can only afford to donate about $5, but I promise I'm real, Katie. Sid, thank you for the $150. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sid. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section for the $150 on PayPal? Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Sid said, hi Parker, I just really appreciate you and the space. Being queer right now, it can kind of feel really scary, but this community has felt like a safe place for me, and your kindness has a lot to do with that, so thank you. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? They're so they're so kind, literally. Fucking W's for Sid in the comment section right now. We really appreciate Sid. We really appreciate Sid. Claire, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the fake donation. Katie, now do you want to are you really doing this at a party?
Say that again.
Are you really going to do this at a party?
Out of what?
While you're at a party?
No, I'm out to eat.
You're doing this while out to eat. Why don't you like enjoy yourself while you're out to eat instead of going on my live and saying that I'm getting fake donations?
Because I can.
Wait, you know what it is? Are you saying that you right now the most enjoyable thing that you could be doing is watching my live and telling me that I'm getting fake donations? Okay. Coral, thank you for the $20 for taking my imaginary money. Thank you so much, Coral. I appreciate it. Thank you. Toms, thank you for the £5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Zin, thank you so much for the £2.50. Thank you. Julia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For Katie's friends are ignoring her at dinner. This is a fake donation. Thank you so much. Meredith, thank you for the $15 for the real donation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Edward, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much, Edward. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Or for the the $20. Thank you so much. Katie, is that all you got? Or are you gonna just stay on mute? Ari, thank you for the $2 Monopoly money and nothing. Thank you for the $20 for a fake donation. Thank you so much. Well, she's ignoring me now. She must actually be engaging with the people there. You know, there we go. All right. So Sigma male. Wait, why is that your name?
I just thought it was funny. So.
Do you actually think you're a Sigma male?
No. My like friends like all have like random usernames like Master Muir, like random stuff like that.
So to clarify, you are not a Sigma male.
I believe I'm a Sigma male. Like as like a joke, Sigma male, not like
Uh,
oh yeah.
but so
Okay,
then,
anyways.
so then you're not actually a Sigma male.
Yes, I believe I'm Sigma in a way.
Not actually.
Semi. 50-50, you know.
50. So like you just dip your toes in. Justin, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Anyways, yeah, I just have like one last thing. So honestly, it was a great conversation. Thank you for like having me up here. Like I genuinely like think you like somewhat changed my views on it. I just have one thing. Out of both of the candidates, why do you believe Trump is the worst one? Or like why do you believe they're better?
He was held civilly liable, forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He
No, no, no.
undermines our
Not
rule
bringing
of
up the
law or
past.
democracy. What's up?
Not bringing up the past. More or less, just like what do you
Everything
believe?
I talk about in relation to either of the candidates is going to be something from the past. If you genuinely think critically about it, every
Okay, yeah.
single thing that I bring up will be in the past.
Okay. Well, why do you think the Kamala Biden Harris administration is better?
Do you want me to actually answer that question, or am I not allowed to bring up the
Yeah.
past? Apparently.
No, you're good. I was just like, every time I hear an argument, it's always about like Trump's rapes allegations, and I was just like, I was like,
Then why don't you address them as real?
well, I mean, when did it happen?
1996.
And do you
Justin,
believe
thank you
that
for the
people
membership
change?
subscription. Thank you, Justin. What's up?
Do you believe that people change?
I don't think that rapists can become better people.
What? So you don't believe? Okay, so
What do you
you
mean,
don't believe.
what? Martin,
So
thank
if
you for
you
the
okay, if
$3.
you don't
Thank
believe
you.
a person can become a better person, that takes away the entire moral.
Let me clarify, or
Change, right?
let me clarify. I don't think that rapists, right, can ever become redeemable. I don't think
Why?
rapists are redeemable
What? Why not?
because I think that rape is such a horribly disgusting action that it's not something that you can like come back from.
Well, okay, I understand where you're coming from. Like that's like a horrible thing to do, but you just don't believe in like changing people in general, or just like
I do
just
believe in changing people in general.
what are like a murder?
Like for example, I'll give you no, not with murder. When it comes to like for example, like someone who's cheated on one of their partners in the past, if they can acknowledge that it's bad that they did that, and it is the case that they acknowledge that today and they don't do that, well then it is the case that I would think that they can change. I think that someone can become better after being a cheater. I don't believe that someone is always going to be that way
So why can't you do it the same in this situation?
because I think that we treat things differently in certain circumstances based upon the impacts that it has.
Well, that's just a society view. What about your view?
What,
Do you not believe that people can change in general? Like, okay, but you think
I just gave you an example.
yeah,
I gave you an example of something that I actually genuinely think is incredibly horrible. Like I think cheating is incredibly horrible, but it's still something, even though I believe it's incredibly horrible, that I believe that someone can come back from and redeem themselves, right?
right,
As a person.
right, yeah, I understand that. But in the fact that like you like okay, so like let's put it this way, like oh wait, I think I just lost my train of thought. That's okay, wait, but like still change.
I don't think that's true with grape, right? I don't think that you could redeem yourself after grape. Like that's just like what? Marianne,
Okay,
thank you so
I'm
much
not
for the $20 for the fake donation. Thank you.
I'm not trying to like defend rapists or like anything. Like I'm not trying to defend bad people.
I mean, you are voting for a grape. You did vote for a rapist, and you're defending him right now.
No, I like I understand. You know, you changed my more the facts that I like stood on, but I'm just like talking more or less about change now. Like you don't believe that people can change in the fact that like a person that's could run the country can't change because like as of right now, Trump is changing different types of policies via the fact that he's trying to make it better for the United States, and that's a change in general. I understand that like being a rapist is a horrible thing that you can't do, and I'm not trying to like defend him in any point of way because I understand that's a super bad thing
Do
to
you
do.
think Hitler could have become a good person?
He could become better. Yeah, anybody can become better.
I'm asking you, could he be redeemable? Courtney, thank you for the
From a societal view or from
thank
just
you
like
for
a view in
the
general?
subscription. Thank you so much, Courtney. Because sure, like in a certain sense, someone could obviously always become a better person, but
Right.
never to a point that we would say is redeemable or within our threshold of acceptance. Does that make sense? It's still
Yeah,
that he's a
okay, I
horrible,
get it.
disgusting person.
But let me ask you this question. I understand where you're coming from,
Do you
but
think
I just like
Hitler
I
can become redeemable?
no, I was wondering like, is there a point of way that you believe that Trump can outweigh his past with his future?
No.
No, okay, that makes sense. Well, thank you for like that. Like that was actually a great conversation. I feel like that did change my mind in some ways, but thank you for having me up here.
Okay, for
It
sure.
was really
for
good.
sure, for sure. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get the next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Also, everyone, I would recommend liking the stream on YouTube. People have been asking for the Pup Cup story. I told everyone I would do the Pup Cup story at 500K likes on TikTok and 1.5K likes on YouTube. We still need to get a bit of likes on YouTube within the next 20 minutes, actually. We have 20 more minutes to get, let me see how many likes that we need to get. We have 20 minutes to get, we have 20 minutes to get like 900 likes. Good luck. Government, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. He passed today. He passed an executive action. Well, technically, that is the past. To halt energy gain from windmills, pulling people from those jobs and preventing the U.S. from leasing the windmills on and offshore. That's crazy. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Jose, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Essentially, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rhonda, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rhonda. Kristen, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for the $20 fake donation. Tiersha, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Laura with the $5. Raven with the $2. Thank you. Simran, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. John, thank you for the $10 for the fake donation. Martin, thank you for the $3 for the fake dono. Thank you. And then Eliana, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much, Eliana. Give me some W's for Eliana in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. You're totally trolling. Thank you so much, Eliana. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Eliana in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's a better president, obviously.
How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
05.
Okay. What month?
October.
I just, for some reason, don't believe you. I don't believe them. I need to go turn on my AC. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna die of. I'm gonna die. I need to turn on the AC. We're good. We're good. We're back. It's so hot. It's so hot. All right, let's go on to the next person. No, Chad, I just turned the AC. See, the thing is, like, it's just I turned the AC off because this room gets really hot, so I need the AC on. But like when I'm outside of this room, because we have the AC on like that, it like literally makes every other room cold. So then I turn the AC off, or especially if I'm sitting on my couch, because the AC hits me hits the position where you are on the couch. Ellis, think of the $2. Thank you. Many W's for Sid A based. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You can type MAGA in the comment section right now. Type MAGA and your age, and I will add you up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh wait, no, that's actually a good way to get people to do that, but I should have known that it was the same troll from earlier. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
What's your birth year?
July 9th, 2002.
Okay. So do you support Trump?
I do.
And why do you do that?
Because I am a woman and I believe in, like, I feel like he believes in my rights, and like I don't believe in abortion, and I love guns.
Are you trolling? Okay, they left, by the way. Okay. See, this is why I like that both TikTok and YouTube see the same thing. And that, like, when I do that YouTube also sees it. Because I used to do that on the iPad, and YouTube wouldn't see it. It looks so different on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, it's not so much that I support Trump, but I have a few things that I'm looking on clarity on to potentially sway my vote coming next election.
Okay.
And I want to
but
hear your thoughts on it.
so like, if you could go back in time, would you vote for Trump?
As of right now, probably not.
Okay. Hey, I would recommend to get your questions answered just by watching the live. I am just looking for people who specifically are debating, but I appreciate you coming up. I do recommend to just watch the live for anyone who is in the middle, who just genuinely like might go one way or the other one. I probably will answer the questions you have in the debates that I engage in. You know, it's how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
And you said you're how old?
18.
Okay, what month?
September.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because of his immigration policy and his stance on conservatism.
His immigration policy and stance on conservatism?
Yep.
Okay. What stance on conservatism and what immigration policies?
Well, his lack of support for the LGBTQ, which I support.
Oh, okay. What's wrong with the LGBTQ plus community?
It's against literally all religions.
It's against all religions? How so?
Well, as a Muslim, LGBTQ is literally the enemy of Islam. So I would support literally any president who doesn't support it.
I don't even think most Muslims believe that. Like, I don't think it's uniquely evil to Islam than practically most of the other sins
It
under
literally is.
Islam.
It's
Secondly,
especially under Islam.
okay. Secondly, wait, I have a question. What do you think if you know that someone's gay, like, do you think that they should receive the death penalty?
Yes.
You're advocating for the death penalty for gay people?
Well, yeah. It comes in our religion.
Okay. I don't think everyone who holds to your religious views would say that, and that's insane. That's crazy. That is not acceptable by any fucking means. By any fucking means. That's literally advocating for the genocide of gay people. Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Miss Sinester, thank you so much for pushing the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Garrett, thank you for the $2. I don't know if I'll be able to. I can try. Set that up. But yeah, that last person is crazy. Like, that's genocidal. As fuck. That's so genocidal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Yo, what's up? Did you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I just thought it was a better option than Kamala.
Kamala, why so?
I actually wanted, if it would be okay with you, since this is your live, I kind of wanted to see why you thought Kamala was a better
Kamala. Mike, thank you for the $5.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Do you want to
I wanted to
know
know-
policies
Yeah,
or just in
yeah.
general?
Well, just kind of in general. That's if that's okay with you.
Yeah, well, there's two main things.
Yeah.
She has better character and she has better policy. Which one would you
I'm
like me to
sorry.
address first?
Well, before you get into that, I just want to make sure that you understand. I have an open mind. I'm not here to be like a troll like you've been, like the folks that I've seen on here. I'm not trying to be that. I'm actually trying to understand and learn. That's all it is. You seem to know a lot more than I do. So if you'd explain a little bit more in depth, that would help me out.
For sure. So,
Thank
yeah,
you.
I was saying there are two main reasons I support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, and it's because her character is better and because her policy is
That's all.
better. Which would you like me to refer to first? Her character or her policy?
You can start with which honestly it doesn't matter. Whichever one you feel comfortable, doing.
Okay.
Either way.
So-
Honestly, you could do both. It'd help me out.
Yeah, so in terms of policy, Kamala Harris was advocating for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, which when implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, reduced childhood poverty by 45%. Right, that's one thing. She also advocated for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to help stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live, to help with the housing crisis. She also advocated for a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin per month, right, for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare, like they did through the Inflation Reduction Act, which was better than what we had prior. Those are just a few examples. And then she also, her tax policy in general would have given a tax cut to working class people and middle class people, and would have only increased taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
I think that's all great. I'm not arguing with that at all. Is there anything else that
Yeah.
you would want to put on there?
Yeah, Donald Trump's policy is disastrous. His big, beautiful bill will increase taxes net for the bottom 80% of the country, while decreasing taxes for the top 20%, disproportionately the highest income you get, and disproportionately paying more proportional to your income, the lower income you get in terms of the taxes. Also, it's going to cut Medicaid by $880 billion over the next 10 years, and food stamps by over $300 billion.
Right.
And add trillions to the
that's
debt.
all right. Those are all facts, right? That's facts.
Yeah.
I just know from a law enforcement family like myself, I've only benefited from Trump. I'm sorry, where'd he go? He disappeared. Oh, there he is. My bad. I'm sorry. Just coming from my perspective, right? As law enforcement that works on the border of Texas, I've only seen benefits when Trump is active, you know? So maybe, I don't know, could you explain a little bit or elaborate me on how that would be a negative of when he's been in office with taking a perspective that my family's all in law enforcement, same as myself. Could you kind of elaborate on that?
Yeah, how you are going to be benefited. Do you make?
Well,
do
I
you,
mean, I know
are
I'm
you
getting
in the
benefited.
top
I'm
20?
getting-
Are you in the
I'm-
top 20% of income earners?
No, probably not. I don't think so.
So you'll be negatively impacted by Donald Trump's tax policy.
Well, I've just received more money.
Yeah,
The only thing is,
what do you
the
mean you just
gas.
received?
The gas was
You received
like the
more
gas
money
at
for
first.
that's cost
Yeah.
of living increase for.
Well, I got more money for it. My bills didn't increase though, but I got more money from it. My 401k went up $5,000.
You know that like generally like the 401k would be typically lower if you look at index funds than what we had
Well, it
prior
went up
under
though.
Biden.
But it went up though.
Of five
That's
grand
the
of
thing though.
five grand in comparison to what?
Yeah. Compared to when Biden was in office, is that what you're asking?
You're saying that you made $1,000 per month since Biden left?
Yeah, I mean, I could send you the screenshot on here or on I don't know what social media you want. I can send it to you. Yeah, I have. I mean, I screenshot it. I post it all the time on social media. It's crazy. I don't know how it happened, but it happened.
You know the index funds literally. What did you invest in? In an index?
Not a thing, Parker. Not a thing at all. And I'm not like pulling chains or anything, but like I looked at my 401k and it went up $5,000. So my question is, I guess, I'm not trying to put that. Don't look at me.
It
like
went
I'm
up
putting it all on
$5,000,
Trump.
and he's not invested
Yeah.
in anything, and he attributes that
No,
to an
not at all.
investment.
Not at all. Well, you got to think like that's 401k is something I don't touch. I don't look at often, right? So when I looked at it, it was up $5,000, right? And Biden was in office, and I've heard a lot of folks tell me like that could have happened because of Biden, right? And I'm not here to say it was or it didn't, but just I'm asking you. You're the guy that knows. I don't know. You seem to have a lot more knowledge in this stuff than I do. So I'm asking you as a question.
If you're not invested in anything, it must be related to
No,
something
not
else.
at all. No, I'm not investing in anything. It was just strictly a 401k, but it went up that much.
Yeah, then it must be the case that you have something else that is leading to it increasing. Like it sounds like maybe you're putting into it.
No, not at all. Parker, I literally
Then it has to be invested in something.
It's not. I increased my 401k to I think 18% in the past year. But I mean that's not gonna be the difference of why I'm making 5+ more. You know what I'm saying?
You don't think the 401k is invested in anything?
I don't know what it's invested in. That's what I'm asking.
So it is invested in things.
Well, that's again. You're holding the microphone like you're struggling.
I'm
asking.
I'm really struggling right now. Yeah.
Well, teach me then. You just taught the guy for 45 minutes that was invested in Trump. Can you not help me out?
Sometimes certain things are harder than others. When it comes to this,
No,
though,
it's not.
Yeah, it is.
You can explain it really well, and I listened to the whole 45 minute.
In order for there to be an increase in the level of assets that you have, Either it
Right.
would have to be invested in something,
Right.
or you would have had to contribute.
I don't
Those
know.
are the
I mean,
only ways that it could
Parker,
have
listen,
increased.
you sign up for a 401k when you go into a new job, man. I just want to know why it went up 5K when Trump went into office. That's all I'm asking.
I understand. So
Okay.
if it relates to a particular investment, it'd be dependent on the investment you had. It wouldn't have made sense for you to have made $5,000 because
Right.
overall markets, right, went
Yeah.
heavily down since Trump got in office and are barely back to what they originally were.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, what would
Vanity,
you?
think of it $2. Thank
Again,
you.
I don't. You're all good. I don't know what it was invested in. I don't know. I just know when I went to the job, right? I put in. I transferred my 401k because I've already had issues in the past before where I didn't transfer my 401k. I got taxed heavily for the 401k. It was half of what I put in there. That's what they sent me in the mail, right? So I transferred this, and I've been working there for about 3.5 years. And then it shot up. I went to go check it out, and it shot up by 5K. There was a huge rise in the market of what I was looking at. And I'm just curious if that was because of Trump or if that was because of Biden's administration.
Has nothing to do with Trump. Is that good enough?
Yeah, well, of course. Well, I mean, that's one question. So are you able to kind of explain of what happened?
Yeah, Donald Trump imposed tariffs, right? That caused the stock market to go down because of
Right.
uncertainty in the market. And then when he
100%.
paused
I agree
them,
with you.
they went back
Yeah.
up.
But I mean, this didn't happen this week or last week. I mean, this happened like maybe a month or two ago. I'd say maybe 2 months ago.
That wouldn't have made sense because all the gains specifically have been recently. Like
So what would have affected that
but back
5K
then,
change?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Parker, you do know. Don't tell me you don't. You argue with Charlie Kirk on YouTube. You do know. Come on. Give yourself more credit. You know.
I'm sorry, I don't know specifically what it is in this unique circumstance. I have no clue.
I'm not bad, bro.
I genuinely have no clue.
No, it's all good. Well, I thought that was a big issue. I thought it was crazy myself, and I figured you were the guy to kind of, you might know. You 100%. I'll give you all the credit in the world. You know a lot more than probably 50% of America, and that sounds bad, but it is what it is. Just because I feel like you know what you're talking about. That was one thing, but I wanted to ask you if that's okay. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why did you think? Pronounce your name one more time because I don't want to be rude.
Pronounce my name?
No, not your name. Kamala or
Kamala.
Kamala. That's it. See, that's why. I just wanted to see why you thought Kamala was a better fit. Kamala.
Yeah, didn't I answer that already? I gave you policies specifically. I can also mention all the horrible things about Trump.
No, you don't have to list anything horrible about Trump because you can find anything horrible about anyone. I mean, let's look at when she was running California. Yeah, you can. I lived in California when she was there. There was a lot of things that did that went wrong. Anything goes wrong when you're in office and you have that many eyes on you. But I just wanted to see why you thought that was a better fit for America as a whole.
I kind of already gave you an explanation in terms
Well,
of the
not
policies.
just policies. I'm talking, not just policies. Beside policies, what made you feel comfortable going? I'm gonna go and vote for her because I think that that would be the future of America for the next 4 years. What can you explain that?
You can't say beside policy when policy is the main aspect of answering that question.
Right, but it's not always the whole thing, though. It can be the main thing. But it's
So
not
then
always
you
the
want
whole
me to tell you character? Because you just said not
Sure,
to reference.
yeah.
You just told me not to reference those things.
Well, you can include policy too, but I mean, try to stay away, as much.
Stay away from.
policy as you
Okay,
can.
so you know what? Tell me why you don't like Donald Trump, but don't mention the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing
I
a
don't
woman.
really- no,
Don't
I
mention
don't
the
like
fact
Donald
that
Trump
he
because
literally
of
called
that.
for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Don't mention the fact that he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Don't mention the fact
No,
that he sent
that's
false
not-
slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to try to steal the election when he didn't win, with no evidence indicating that he won. And
Right.
seriously.
No, I'm being serious. I just don't. I don't like the fact that there's people coming into the country that aren't being counted. right? That's not a good thing for any country. You can't have people that are undocumented coming into the country. That's not good for anything. It's never happened. It's never worked. It literally has never worked.
I'm sorry.
You
I
have
have a
to have
question.
people
I have a
documented.
question. Do you think that
Yeah, yes, sir.
do you think we had harsher or stricter immigration standards in the early 1900s comparative to now?
Harder.
You think we had harsher?
Yeah.
I just want to let you know.
Did we not?
In order,
Did we or did we not?
in order to get through Ellis Island, it took 3 to 7 hours.
What were they doing though? What was the paperwork like? You know what I'm saying?
Does
Were they asking to
I'm
no? Were
wait,
they asking
do
to
you want to
recite the
acknowledge
preamble?
that?
Were they
Do
asking
you want to
them to
acknowledge
recite the
that it
preamble?
took 3 to 7 hours?
Parker, give me a come on, man. Give me something. Were they asking them to recite the preamble back then? No, they weren't. Were they
Well,
asking
is
them
that
to
a relevant thing to
know?
ask someone now?
It is. It's on the immigration test. What are you talking about? Yes, it is right now. It's on the immigration test.
Bob, I
You have to
actually
recite
don't know
that.
what you're referencing, Bob. Go for it, though. You're saying?
No, I'm just saying, like that wasn't. I mean, that's something that's on the immigration test right now that you have to be able to put on there. It's the preamble. You also have to put on the at least in Texas, you have to put on this the Texas what do you call it? Whatever, you know. Keith, slow down. I'm sorry, man. Parker, your comments are wild. They don't like me. I'm so sorry. I hope you don't think I'm being like disrespectful in any way at all. I'm really not trying to. I'm genuinely just asking questions, and if you think I am, I'm sorry.
Then,
But your comment section is eating me up alive.
truly,
Like
I
they're
appreciate
killing me
the
right now.
subscription. Thank you so much. Focus on me.
I'm listening. I'm listening. Well, again, like I said, you were talking about it took 3 to 7 hours, right? But they weren't reciting the preamble. They weren't, you know, the.
Why is that irrelevant? Can you recite the preamble?
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
I'm from Texas, East Texas.
Go ahead. You swipe out of the app. I can't hear you. When you swipe out of the app to go look it up on your phone, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, my mom was texting me. She asked me if I could bring groceries to the house. Hold on.
Yeah, just getting a notification doesn't do that. But
Well, I have to swipe down for my mother. She's in a wheelchair and she can't move.
that's a valid reason.
It is valid, but I know it seems like it's not. But I get it. Off the top of the head, no,
seems totally valid.
No, that's fine. I appreciate you saying that, though. That means a lot to me. No, I'm just giving you. That's cool that you think that. There's not a lot of folks that would say that, so I appreciate the fact that you said that. Do you mind? I don't want to waste your time by answering that, but at the same time, I need to answer that.
Is it possible you could tell me the preamble of the Constitution?
No, not off the top of my head. Well, I know, you know, we the people, blah blah blah, right? But I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
I can't.
So to clarify, you think that someone should have to know that off the top of their head to get into the country, but you don't know it yourself?
In the United States of America? Yeah, absolutely. Not only was because I was taught, just because I have ADD and ADHD, and I was taught it in 3rd and 4th grade and maybe 5th grade.
Wait, no, this just this just relates to long-term memory, and like, what are you talking about? I'm confused.
I'm saying we got taught that in 4th and 5th grade, maybe 3rd. I don't think 3rd, maybe 4th and 5th grade. I know for a fact we got taught it in 4th grade because I had to go out there in front of the smart board and recite it in front of the class.
Nancy, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Okay, so then are you saying that like people who have ADHD, right, then who can't answer the question specifically, who are trying to immigrate to the country, shouldn't be allowed into the country?
No, not at all.
Okay, so then clearly so clearly, given that you said that someone who can have ADHD would be restricted from coming to the country based on that particular standard, and given that it would restrict you from the country if it was the case that you were trying to immigrate here, why would you then say that someone else should have to meet that standard, given that it would restrict you from the country?
Because if you're that desperate to come into a country that is that great, I would think it would be a much bigger priority, right? But if I'm already here, living here, and I was born and raised here, it's not that much of an issue, right? I'm already here. I'm good. Born and raised in Texas. I'm fine, right? But if someone is begging to come here because they think this is the promised land, which it should be, right? I don't think it is now, but that's the idea of what I think
because
America
of
should
Trump.
be. It's not just because of Trump. If you're blaming everything on Trump because of that you're in the wrong mindset. It's just politics.
It's not because of Trump, but right now it's being influenced even worse because of Trump.
There you go. I would say that it has some influence, but I'm glad you said it wasn't just because of Trump. You know how you take over a country, Parker? You divide its people by two, right? You keep its people divided. That's why we have only two parties that run ever for president, right? You don't see a libertarian going up there and winning presidency. You don't, right? And how many parties do we have, Parker?
We can have a multi-party democracy if we want. Right?
How many parties?
We have to get that in.
Yeah,
We have to actually
of
vote
course,
for that.
100%, and I agree with you. But though, how many parties do we have? Do you know?
2 that are actually able to win.
No, not just 2. There's more than 2. How many parties do we actually have that are able to go in there?
To be honest with you, I don't know. Every other party is irrelevant.
Parker, don't lie to me like that.
I genuinely don't know the entire number
Me neither,
of parties
but
in the
I know
country.
it's more than 2. You know it's more than 2, though, right?
I do know it's more than 2, but like
Okay,
none of
so
those
how do you
parties are
keep-
able to win
Why?
because they don't have the winning share.
Do you see what I'm saying? So how do you keep it? How do you, if you were to take over a country, how do you take it over? You keep people divided. That's all it is. I just wish for, even though Trump
Who controls
might
our
not be
country?
the best- What do you mean?
Who controls our country?
The chief, the president. What do you mean? Well, I say that, but it's not really that. I mean, it's Congress too. Congress has the right to pass or not pass a bill. So it's the government, I would think, right?
So I'm confused what your point is.
Well, you're asking me who
Originally.
runs the country. Who runs the country?
Yeah, I know, but like what you're bringing up makes no sense to bring up in the original point.
What do you mean? Parker, my bad, bro. I didn't mean for you to just tense up like that. My fault. Pimp. Look, relax for a little bit. Come back to reality. Take a minute. Speak with me, bro. What's on your mind? He's gone. All right, people. Parker left. How y'all feeling in the comments? Is he flirting? Hell no. My fault. Parker, there you are. He's gone again. All right. There he's back. All right. Parker, you're tripping me out, bro. I need you here. What are you doing?
There's certain things I have to do to like be able to stay sane.
What? Stay sane. You got to walk away to stay sane. You can't sit in one. You sat with Charlie Kirk and you stayed sane, and he was eating you up. What's wrong with you? What are you talking about?
Can you name one point he beat me on?
Dude, hold on. You were there face to face, right? Tell me about his teeth.
And
Don't lie to me. Don't.
Just it's horrible.
Well, he's a very diehard conservative, right? And in some points I agree with him, but yeah, I kind of thought the same thing. I thought it was just on YouTube. I thought his teeth were a bit. Maybe it's his whole mouth. I don't know. The top row freaks me out a little bit.
It's not just like the way his face looks or just his teeth or whatever. It's his energy and his vibe as a person.
What's his vibe? Parker? Tell me the honest truth. Let's hear it live right here. This is like when Kanye got busted up in his garage, right? By TMZ. Tell me what was it like? Was it weird?
Yeah, it is really weird.
How awkward was he in person?
He thinks he's above everyone. Like I talked to other people after the thing. Out of everyone, he thinks that like everyone in there was gonna be stupid, and then he got caught off guard, and then he felt really caught off guard at the end. And
so you get to talk to him before?
I talked to him slightly at the end, and he was like, you could tell he felt like a little bit like angry, or like there was animosity between me and him based upon like the way I debated him.
No, he called you a TikTok. He said something like stupid. He was like, "You're a TikTok debater," something like that. I think that's what he claimed you as. You're a TikTok debater, right? I just was like, "That's a grown ass man, right? You can't just say that You can't say that. You're a TikTok debater. That's your defense."
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm like, he also acts like I'm someone that you can't have a genuine conversation with.
Dude, you're his enemy.
Just genuinely think about that for a second. He thinks that you can't have a productive dialogue with me in a situation where there's zero interruptions and it's just a debate between me and him. with a moderator. He thinks
Well,
that's
I
too much.
mean, you haven't cut me off. You haven't been rude at all. I just thought listening to this versus watching the video that was happening, two completely different energy. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just different vibes all the way. I don't know if it was just because of the way he was coming at
No, do
you.
you want to know why? That's one
Yeah,
part of it, but the
absolutely.
other part of it is the fact that the time constraints on it. Here, you're sitting down, you can have a long form dialogue, right? So
No,
the
I
format of
appreciate it
this
too.
live is just a better format for constructive dialogue than the Jubilee surrounded
So
like
how many
format.
folks were out there with you when you were doing that? Was it 20? 20 against one? Is that what I watched?
It's like 20 people around, yeah. But like, I mean, a lot of the people who were there, I talked to
Yeah.
them after. Oftentimes, like just like there was someone I talked to that like they never have debated before, and it was like their first time, and they were just trying to like learn how to debate. I'm like,
Oh shit.
like
Yeah. Well, I
like
can't say. I can't
I
say.
appreciate like going in and like trying to
Yeah.
learn to debate, but like that's
100%.
just not the setting to go like learn to debate because Charlie Kirk is using it as political misinformation.
As
So
a
like
as a
think about what the episode would have looked like if I wasn't in the episode, right? Like
well,
it would have.
it wasn't just you in there. I thought that both sides had a good point of view. I mean, I thought
I wasn't saying that there was no one else there that made a great point. There were multiple other people there
no.
that
I'm
made
not.
great
No, no.
points.
I'm not saying no.
I'm just giving an
Yeah,
example. I'm like, what would that have
100%.
changed in terms of the way that he approached things?
No, I'm saying that not that the other folks didn't have a good point of view of what they were saying. I'm saying that you and Charlie's debate I thought was good. I thought y'all both had good point of views about everything. I thought you combated a lot of stuff a lot of well. I thought I feel like he's really aggressive when it comes to having a conversation like that. You would say something right, and he would combat it right, and then you would not show, right, not in a physical form, but you would tell him by showing him the facts of what actually happened or what could happen or whatever it was, and he would go into like defensive mode. When a person goes in defensive mode, they put up all the walls they can not to fall. Does that make sense? That's how I felt watching that. I don't know if that made sense to you or not, but I mean, you were there, so.
Yeah, and I've seen a similar trend in terms of how he responds. Essentially, anytime there's someone that can clearly like question
Right.
his beliefs to a manner in
Yeah.
which he's not comfortable with, and the same thing
Yeah.
happened at
Yeah.
Cambridge. Like I saw a few of the students at
I felt like he
Cambridge
was
get
really,
him in that
really.
same type of way.
I think he was nervous. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not
I
gonna lie.
I did think I uniquely caught him off guard.
You did. You did 100%. And
Especially with the argument in terms of like God the Father, right?
he
Like
blamed.
he
He was
was
like, "This guy's a TikTok
he
debater."
was so
Yeah.
lost. I could tell he was lost. The thing
I
is he
just
had never once like questioned that in his head at all.
right. No, I get that, and I think seeing that, if anyone's ever watched that video, you should, just because I thought it was a really good debate on your end and on his end too. I thought, you came with the facts that needed to be answered. He came with his stuff too, and I'm not here to like degrade Charlie Kirk at all. I mean, he does his own thing. I'm sure he's a lot more successful than I am, right? He knows a lot more.
No, we are here. We are here to do that.
No, don't do that, Parker.
No,
You're good. You had a good influence on that video. Don't do that. You had a
no,
really good influence.
the thing is Charlie like purposefully won't debate me because he knows like the impact that
Are you
it's gonna have.
serious?
He's like genuinely scared.
Well,
I caught him off guard at a college and he kicked
yeah.
me out in 6 minutes.
No kidding. Are you serious?
Yeah, he kicked me out in 6 minutes.
Can you tell me what college
He
would
had
that
me
be
escorted
against?
out. California State University Northridge. He had me escorted
Oh,
out
shoot,
of like the
man.
area.
I'm waiting for him to come down to TCU. If he can come down to TCU, that'd be great. I just want to hear it. That's all it is.
All
I'm
right.
not really here to like tell someone they're wrong from right. But I really appreciated the fact that you stuck up an argument and you had the facts to back it up. And I just it seemed like he was really combative, and it kept like it sounded like he kept repeating himself. That's all it was. I'm not sure. I mean, you were there. Is that true or false?
Yeah, he just like yaps about things that are irrelevant. But yeah, I'm gonna go back on the topic. I appreciate you coming on, man.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, everyone. I'm trying to get to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do give it a second, everybody. Do tap that screen on TikTok and on YouTube. We passed the time where we could have hit 1,500 likes, so apparently I'm not going to be telling the story now, I guess. Because we technically didn't hit the like goal. You know what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? 28.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
So there's a few things. I guess I'll just name one, then we'll go from there. So for one, I like the idea of kind of like rolling back the ideas on like trans and like LGBT stuff. I'm not like the other guy. I'm not saying they should die or anything like that. I have gay friends and whatnot. I just don't think.
Hold up, before you do the chat. I need to address the chat. Chat. It's 16 minutes after the hour, and we are also from the like goal that I was trying to get to. We were like a bit away. I can set a new one. Should I set a new one, chat? I'll set a new one. Let me look back at it. Hold up. The chat needs to chat. If we can get to 1,500 in the next 20 minutes, in the next, or actually by 7:20 my time.
Holy shit! Does
Then
everyone
I'll
say
do
that?
it. We need around 415 likes. That's really something that we could do. There's already 1,100. 1,500. All right. All right. Go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, so I was saying that I don't like the idea of normalizing, something like being transgender as like okay, that's something we could do feasibly, like turn a person into a different gender. Like I know from my
Hold up.
perspective,
What's
I
wrong?
think
What's wrong with being trans?
what's wrong. I think what's wrong is the idea around it is more like to actually affirm someone's belief that they can become a different gender. I think that's kind of
Can I ask you a
harmful.
question? Are you Christian?
No.
Okay. Harmful based on what standards?
I think it's harmful because it's just not a fact of reality that you can change someone's gender. I think there's a lot of people saying
No
that
one's
you
necessarily
can
making a
do
claim
X,
that
Y, Z.
let me clarify. We're not. No one's making a claim
Can I
that.
finish my point real quick?
Yeah, but you're misunderstanding what's going on when someone's trans. There's not a
Well,
claim that someone changes their
you
gender.
gotta let
That's
me
only.
explain that first.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to actually explain that. From my perspective, on the outside looking in, I think that the idea around it is, even if you don't actually believe someone can change their gender or their sex, I think that it's just about respecting someone and having compassion for that individual because that's how they see themselves. However, even though I want to be compassionate, I know that someone's brain may be, I don't know, like misaligned, or maybe they got too much estrogen or whatever. No, there's no like consensus necessarily on what makes someone's trans or gay or straight yet, although there's kind of like talks about it. I think that the narrative that everyone else who isn't trans or even other trans people who are affirming someone's idea that they can
Is there a point that I
excuse
can
me,
engage in conversation, or am I just supposed to let you yap?
that's a bit rude. I'm not going to, yeah, that was a bit long-winded. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, like, I'm confused. You're essentially arguing that there's no basis for you to accept it, right? What's the reason for that?
Because your sex slash gender, they used to be interchangeable. Now people are making it like two different things. But okay, we'll talk about that on a separate point. But
That's
let's say
because you're talking about two separate terms. You're talking about how someone used a term in one circumstance and how they used it in a different circumstance. So you're equivocating between the usage of terms. You understand
well, I
that
won't.
a specific term, can have multiple meanings depending on the context.
Fair enough. That's true. So I'll try to say sex because I mean someone's biological makeup rather than the idea of gender. So, yeah, part of what you are, like your DNA determines your sex, your chromosomes, your cells, your bone density. If I dug you up in 500 years, we could do tests on your DNA.
Hold up. Can I just clarify to you? We're not making a claim specifically, right, about biology. We're making a claim that gender in this context is socially determined based on certain commitments towards, right, the particular norms associated
Mhm.
with the sex with an express purpose of identity.
Okay, so you say that, but the actual everyday interaction with people who express themselves as transgender is supposed to be affirming them as, whatever sex they choose to be. It's like people argue about the bathroom situation. It's like, okay, if you're saying what you're saying, if it's not necessarily about the biology, then why do we have to give a pass up? We're worried about
Wait.
biology.
If you want to talk about in the bathrooms, okay, then I'll ask you this question. Do you think that trans men should go into the women's restroom?
I don't.
Trans
That's
men are
not fair.
biologically female.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, I didn't understand what you're saying. Yeah, I think you should go into the bathroom your biology aligns with for sure.
So trans men who are masculine presenting should go into the women's restroom. Wouldn't that be harmful to them? Or wouldn't that be dangerous to them?
I think that there's nothing much. Well, I'm not gonna say there's nothing much more. I think the damage is kind of done because if you are so deluded that you're gonna change up your body through surgery and thinking
Well,
that's actually
wait. Do you think that
biological.
do you think everyone that gets surgery relating to their body and how it looks is delusional?
No, I'm not talking about that. Just specifically when you're talking about
Then why are you
changing,
associating it to be delusional?
because that would be like saying I'll change myself to a dolphin. I'll take the
What? No. What
hormones.
do you mean a dolphin? Dolphins are not. Are what? That's what are you talking about? Dolphin
You
isn't
can't
isn't
use the
socially determined. It's biologically determined.
right, and exactly so is sex, and that's what I'm
We're
saying. You
not talking.
cannot.
No one's saying that there's a change of sex. What we're talking about specifically is referencing like the commitment that someone has, right, to certain social and cultural norms that are associated with the sexes as a prescription of
Right.
identity. That's what
Why
we're
do we
referencing.
have to? Why are we attributing all those identity talking points to someone who does not biologically align with that? So what I'm saying is, okay, you're a man about, almost about to complete your last surgery. You're
Adam,
about to
thank you
get your,
description. Okay,
your phalloplasty.
hold up.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna let Eli speak. I don't think that Bobby's even like saying anything meaningful right now. But go ahead.
Hey, man.
That's good.
Hey, chat. And hello, Bobby. Yeah, I figured I'd come up since you're so interested in speaking about us. And since it seems to be driving, I don't know. I wasn't even here for the beginning of the conversation. Can't lie. I just woke up from a nap, and here's Bobby talking about trans people. Bobby, I'm a 32-year-old. I'm a trans guy. Pretty early on, I would say, in the medical transition process because, wow, for most of my life, I've been fucking terrified to even tell anybody who I was. For this reason, right here. But anyways, yeah. So I've been on TLIT. What is it now? Today is week 11. I've got a mustache. I've got decent amount of hair growing in on my jaw. You can see from my profile, I've got a pretty short haircut. I've got all these features that people in society like to claim are masculine. And if I were to go into the women's bathroom, I would be promptly removed, especially right now. And not only that, there are like masculine cis women that have been removed violently from bathrooms. Like, this has been going on, and I don't know if you've seen it or if you ignore it when you do see it. But there was like a 17-year-old cisgender girl who was, I think it was like North Carolina, who was, I don't know how much I can even talk about because it's so brutal, but nearly unconscious by 3 cisgender men because they thought that she was a trans guy. And you want me and people like me to go into the women's bathroom. I ought to also say this because of you and people like you. People like me are losing our job. Because I've been in the military, active duty, for just about 13 years now. We weren't bothering you. You had no idea. Until suddenly now. Well, I just want you to know that trans people have existed for as long as human beings have. I'd love if you would respond to anything that I just said.
Yeah, so first of all, yeah, I don't hate you. I don't hate trans people. I wish you the best. However,
You don't need to do any of that.
no, I'm not saying it because I need to. I'm saying it because that's how I genuinely feel. It's not coming from a place of hate. Where it's coming from is, for one, I think that when you allow, I can see this. Maybe you guys need like a third bathroom or something or whatever. But I'm just saying, when you allow someone to take an inch in this direction, you kind of give them like a mile. So okay, you go from women can be men, men can be women. You know, what's next? I feel like it's a slippery slope.
Wait. I have a question. Given that there is quote unquote no third bathroom, right? Which bathroom should people go into?
I still think it's the one you're biologically supposed to use. I guess your anatomy, like convenience wise, your anatomy is gonna have to line up with it. But you know, if you already got that,
are you saying that we have genital checks at the front of the bathrooms?
No, that'd be absurd. I mean, there's no way to do it. See, I feel like you're kind of touching on the sort of the issue of this whole thing is like you're going to affirm someone to the point where you say, yes, get the surgery. Yes, I'll call you whatever, pronoun you want. And then now we have these problems. The reason why we have these problems is because there's like an imbalance. You think you're one thing, I see you as another. When I start to talk to you, I start thinking of you the way that you probably biologically are, because you can tell normally, almost all the time I can tell. And then we get
I don't think so. You want to
you might not be able to tell. I can tell.
Should we test that? Should we test that?
Wait, I do. Let me say one thing. I do want to respond to the military comment.
Can we test this real quick?
One thing at a time, man.
Yeah, I think I would rather respond to military things. I feel like this is
I know you would rather that, but maybe one thing at a time.
I feel like you're kind of being rude right now.
I have a question.
I don't care.
I have a question. Is he biologically male or female?
I'd have to talk to that person. I can tell by voice. I can tell by mannerisms. It's not always just in the looks. I can Photoshop you.
You don't know?
It's again, I can't tell you, but just by
so
looking.
he can't tell. He can't tell.
Meet you.
So now he can't tell. By the way, I just typed in man. I literally just typed in man.
But Parker, you're making it seem as though I made the claim that I can just look. I'm not saying that. I said that I can tell. That means there's a multitude.
You just said you just said you can tell. I literally just typed in man. I asked which bathroom should he go into, and you were not sure.
But I didn't necessarily say that I can look and tell. I can tell a lot of things, but I have to use the rest of my five senses to be able to figure
Bobby,
the rest of your five senses. What other five senses do you have to use?
Right.
Dude,
said interviews before bathrooms.
You can hear, like I said, you can hear.
You have to smell. Do you have to taste?
Like Eli, I can definitely tell
what do you have to do? Tell me what other sense.
I'm telling you now. You're talking over me. I'm telling you, Eli, I can definitely tell your voice.
I don't care. Hey, Bobby.
I'm not saying it as an insult. I'm not saying it as an insult.
I don't care, but it is an insult. But listen here.
Okay, I apologize
Bobby,
if you feel
because there's
insulted.
there's no reason for you to say that other than to try to prove the point that you're losing at right now.
I don't think I'm losing. I think I'm surrounded by people with the opposite opinion. I'm not being allowed to speak all the way. That's why I wanted to pivot to the military question because it gets into semantics.
We're gonna get there. I brought it up. We're gonna talk about it.
Okay. Whoa.
So
Parker's thing. Can we talk about it?
Stop. Slow down. Take a deep breath for a second. Drink some water.
Okay. Now you're doing a little too much. Calm down.
Because here, you know what we're talking about right now? My rights.
I'm talking about not your rights.
Right now,
I'm talking about
while you sit in the comfort of your fucking privileged ass home and talk on the internet about this, you get to hang up or you get to fucking end and disconnect and then never have to worry about whether or not these particular things you're saying affect you because you're not fucking trans. So I don't really care if I'm being too much or if you're getting upset, if you're getting in your emotion. I don't give a shit at all. But yeah, you wanted to talk about whether or not you can tell with me. I said specifically, I have been on T for 11. Today would be, I haven't even done my dose today, but 11 weeks. I'm going to continue to grow and change. You think trans people, we don't understand what we look like? You think we don't own mirrors? You think we don't hear our voices? You don't think I'm perfectly fucking aware that I, could potentially not pass if I open my voice? Open my mouth and let people hear my voice. I'm fully aware of that. Trans people, I used this example, I think yesterday. There are people that are afraid of snakes, that are afraid of spiders and whatever, right? That they genuinely are afraid of them. But if they left them the fuck alone, they have nothing to be afraid of. Because if you haven't heard the phrase, they're more afraid of you than you're afraid of them. Where are those fucking snakes and spiders, man? I am not wanting any confrontation. I just want to go into the bathroom, piss, and leave. And I don't really get where that all is coming from. But you telling me that you can tell, it's not doing anything, dude. Because up until I started growing facial hair, up until I started getting called sir consistently in public, consistently by everybody, until that occurred, I wouldn't fucking dare walk into a men's bathroom. And I sure as shit am not going into the woman's. So I would hold it, and I wouldn't pee at all in public, which is fucking gross to ask of people. Go ahead and respond to that. We'll get to the military, I promise.
Well, I mean, for one, that sucks. You have to go through that. I'm sorry you have to, feel like that. However, I do want to touch back on that, but I guess I already asked about the military thing, so I'm gonna tackle that first, and then we'll go back. So I guess what I'm saying is as far as the military thing, right? So the reason why I don't necessarily support trans people in the military, I'm also a veteran of the military for 10 years.
That's awesome.
And also, you call me privileged. You don't really know anything about my life. That's kind of condescending. I'm not calling you privileged.
You're privileged in your cisgender, you being cisgender.
Okay, but what? Okay, well,
you have privilege.
I'm half black. What if I'm a mulatto and people treat me differently because of that?
I'm not.
So we can play the
privilege, Bobby.
No, we can play the privilege game. That doesn't get us anywhere. That's why.
Wait. You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding intersectionality.
I'm not misunderstanding. I'm not misunderstanding at all.
Yeah. Hello?
Parker's having audio connection issues.
Okay, I'll hold it for a second.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. Yeah, my mic.
You got us?
Yeah, I hear now.
Okay. Cool. So, what I was saying is, I actually witnessed how people going through that transition, so to speak. I guess I don't want to say last or whatever. Pretty much what happens to them once they do that. So essentially, we had a soldier in my unit. I mean, not that you would know him, but I just won't say names just because it's a general thing.
No, yeah, you definitely shouldn't say names ever.
For sure.
Speaking about somebody else, and also even just speaking about this person, you don't necessarily have their consent to be sharing their story in the first place.
Well, I can share the story because it's anonymous. So what I'm saying is, they started going through transitioning. They got their own bathrooms. Their strength level started to change. They weren't able to help us out a lot. I had a job. I was CBRN, and so technically we're light infantry, but also chemo, bio, nuclear, radiological specialists. So we have a lot of physical aspects to our job. The military is physical in general. There's a standard we have to be at.
Are you trying to mansplain the military to me right now, man?
then in your view, I would be mansplaining to another man. So I don't think that works. That cancels
Yeah,
out.
yeah, like you are
Okay.
able.
So
You know,
let's
women
go
can
ahead and
even.
move past that.
Do you know that women can even mansplain? So like that, I don't understand what the fuck me being a man has to do with that.
So, anyways, there's a lot of things that that individual just wasn't able to do physically. I saw it take a toll on them, and then when
I have a question.
I was
I have a question.
when I,
Do you think
well, I'd
this
like to
sounds like
finish my point, and then I promise I'll get to your question. I just want to finish my point.
Okay.
No, I mute him.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to know because you're like backing yourself into a corner right now. Because in order to say that this person, who I'm assuming was on estrogen, because testosterone has the opposite effect, like I'm getting stronger and like I'm gaining bone density, I'm gaining muscle mass, and all the things that come along with testosterone, right? And so estrogen, in individuals that start out with higher levels of testosterone and they continue to take estrogen, typically, it sounds like you're talking about a trans woman. In order to sit here and say like all the things that you're saying, which okay, so somebody their strength decreased, their hand strength, like their grip and all that, like that's fine. There are male standards and female standards in the military, which for the civilians out there, that's what we call it in the military. You would have to concede that when like trans women in sports, right, don't have the fucking advantage that everybody thinks that they have, because you would have to concede that estrogen actually works, does its job. Do you see where I'm going right now? Get it? So I'm just gonna let you know that we can get there, we can talk about that, but I'm gonna hold you to that. And for everybody telling me to shut your bitch ass up, I won't be doing that. Bobby, can you respond to that, please?
You know, when I saw that in the comment section, I actually originally thought that people were like saying they liked me.
I didn't know what it meant at all at first.
I didn't know what it meant. I thought people were saying that they liked me. I thought it was like a nice comment, and then I looked it up one day and I was like,
oh. Yeah. Bobby, are you like having like a crash out behind the mute? Like, do you know that you're muted right now?
hello, is he gonna unmute?
Oh, he said in comments, I know.
You can click the microphone in the bottom right. Okay. I might just kick him and go to the next person.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Oh, hello?
Hey, yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I couldn't unmute myself, man. You keep muting me.
You can click the button no matter what, even if I mute you. But Eliana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good some W's right now for Eliana in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
So the person that I was referring to, they, like I was saying, significant difference in strength going through the surgeries and the hormones together definitely will decrease your strength because you have to recover. You can't just shock your body with chemicals and stuff and expect you to like gain strength, quote unquote. But even though you're going to gain strength with a little testosterone, I'm quite sure I'm probably still stronger than you. And that's not like a diss. I'm just saying I'm probably stronger than you.
Hey, buddy, even before testosterone, I ran circles around most of the cis guys around me.
That's fine. I'm still saying I'm probably still stronger than you. I'm stronger than that trans person. And also on top of that, when we went into the field, we had to make all types of different like accommodations for that individual. Like the bathroom situation is one thing, then sleeping quarters was one thing, because what tent do you go to, male, female?
I'm sorry, Bobby. How strong you are, is that depending on like whether or not you're a man? Because I'm not very strong, right? Does that mean that like I'm not a man?
You're probably stronger than most females.
Most women?
Right. Females, women, same thing. So what I'm saying is, see, this is the whole thing right here. You're saying no, but yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm calling it a delusion, because what I'm saying is scientifically accurate.
No,
what you're saying is ideologically accurate. but
Wait. What
ideologically
he's saying is
accurate doesn't mean
scientifically accurate. You know what's kind of funny? He
what I'm saying is
cares about
scientifically
being
accurate.
scientifically accurate until it means supporting Donald Trump, who literally believes the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. But he's not going to talk about not believing in science there.
There's plenty of things that Donald Trump says or does that I can disagree with, but he's the president.
Well,
And there's things
I
I'm
thought you
gonna-
really cared about being scientifically accurate.
I do. And
Okay,
if he says something
if you care about that, then why do you support a candidate that doesn't believe in science?
I think Donald Trump does believe in science. I think that if you pick one thing, I think you can definitely harp on that. I'll say as a general thing, I'm not.
That's not just
believer
one
in
thing.
any-
We can talk about others. Him saying that we need to look into like using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Specifically, we can talk about him saying that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before.
Why are people commenting, calling me the N word, or saying they hope
Yeah.
I get attacked by a pack of N words?
Yeah, that's people come in the lives and they spam those types of things, and mods have to block and mute them right away.
Okay.
I think that is horrible that they do that. That's just
Yeah,
That's crazy.
That
fucking
shit's vile.
terrible.
No, well, at least we can all agree on that. That's nuts. I'm just gonna ignore that. But yeah, so like for one, I do want to say I think you're probably pivoting because I think maybe we ran out of space
No,
for your argument,
absolutely
but
not, because
but
you're,
I,
no,
we
we're
can
not
talk about
pivoting.
other stuff. We can definitely talk
You
about other
pivoted
stuff.
because you started talking about the military and you wouldn't even finish the first point.
You told me to respond to that. You brought that up first.
I
didn't
told
bring
you
that
I
up.
wanted you to respond to the other point.
Respectfully, you said, "Can you respond to anything?" I did respond to one and two of the things so far. But if we keep
okay.
responding to everything you said, a lot of what you said was emotional, not factual.
So Bobby, hey, these lives are recorded every single time, just so you're aware. Parker uploads these videos,
That's cool.
so you can go back and actually prove yourself wrong later.
Okay.
But also here, yeah, like I don't fuck with gaslighting. It's weird. But listen, I understand that you think that I'm speaking from feelings, and that's fine. I've given firsthand anecdotal experience, so let me
Anecdotes don't matter.
yeah, that's great, cool. It doesn't matter to you.
Well, they don't matter most
But
of the
listen,
time.
listen,
They do
listen.
matter in
Bud.
some cases.
Here, listen, bud, because you don't have anything to support your argument. I promise.
I did. I
and
just
would
spoiled
ask
it a
that you
bunch.
and I would ask that you provide it because I have sources to back everything that I'm saying.
What do you want me to
For
provide?
instance, before I came up, you said that science determines who we are.
No, I didn't say that. I said biology does.
Yeah,
Biology
so-
is a
did you-
science.
Did you hear what happens if you let me finish my fucking sentence? It's weird.
You're speaking with a little bit of incoherence.
Okay. Yep. So you were talking about how science determines who we are biologically, but you can't explain. Like, do you know what Swyer syndrome is? Like, do you know that there are people who present phenotypically, meaning like outwardly as societally deemed
I know about
men
phenotypes.
that have XX chromosomes, and then there are the other syndromes where people have XY chromosomes, but present phenotypically as societally deemed like women.
Like
Right.
a hermaphrodite?
Chromosomes would be the opposite of what you would anticipate them to be.
Are-
Yes.
Is that
Different
but
sexual-
intersex meaning like you're saying like a hermaphrodite, like somebody who
Intersex.
what's the difference? Educate me.
So someone who's intersex, it's the specific term you should use. Intersex.
Yeah, that's
But when I say hermaphrodite, you know what I mean, right? They are the same thing, right?
yeah, and we're saying
I'm just
don't-
making
yeah.
I'm just indicating to you like what's preferable language to use.
Yeah, and it's like for those of you who don't know, thank you for doing that, Parker. And the like intersex is an okay term. DSD and like differences in sexual development is okay, but that specific word was intentionally used to harm the like intersex community and is considered a slur. So we don't use that term, and all Parker was trying to do was correct you on that. So instead of continuing to use it, listen first.
Yeah.
I don't know if Katie came up to.
Oh,
talk about-
Katie's related to something else. It was a random other comment.
Okay, cool. Well, anyways, thank you, Parker, and also everybody in the chat. I love y'all. You're awesome. Anyways,
Appreciate you as always.
I'll talk to you later. I'm sure there's going to be somebody else who brings this back up at some point, so I'll be around.
I appreciate you as always. Good to see you, man.
I'll see you later, Eli. All right, I just said Eli.
Eli, that's like me with muscle memory. Don't worry. I've
That's so funny.
when answering a call. I think my sister called. I was like, how old are you? And I was like, oh, geez, oops, that was muscle memory.
Yeah, chronically online, man.
That is
All right.
chronically online, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good seeing you. Susan, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Susan. Give me some W's for Susan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Susan. I really appreciate it. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I was about to. Megan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's crazy. It's crazy that this is the culture right now, like in terms of bathrooms. Megan, thank you for the $1 again. Thank you. Megan, thank you for the $5. Thank you, of course. Thank you. Thank you. And then Pierre Day, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4.20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W for you. W for you. Thank you. That's amazing to hear. Katie, are you there? Hello? Katie, you there? Katie, hello? You're in the live right now, Katie. Stormy, thank you so much for the Rainbow Monster. I can't hear you when you're not in the live. I think you're swiped out of the app, Katie. Katie, you got to swipe back in. Is this a different Katie or is this the other Katie? Is it the same Katie that came up earlier? Valentine, thank you so much for the 10 Australian. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you. Did we reach 1.5 thousand? So, chat. I didn't even have to tell everyone, but I don't think we did. I don't think we've hit it. I think we're close. Yeah, we have 1375. Okay. Should we like we have to give a new one because we still didn't hit that one? Jeez. Tell us the story anyways. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's like wow. I couldn't even get like a small portion of the live to go over, dude. I was like, fuck. Damn. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Let's get another person here. They left anyway. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Sid, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. We have 2,000 people on the YouTube stream. If you'd like the stream, we can get to 1.5 thousand. I'd really appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here. Marty, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you. I know, it's rough. Yo, and Christian, thank you for the flying jets. Thank you so much, Christian. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section? Thank you, Christian. George, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just want to say thank you for everything you do, and thank you for showing the people that are on the other side why they're wrong. That's all I want to say.
Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we get some W's for George in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. W's for George. W's for George. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
No, and
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I am just looking for people right now who do support Donald J. Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And you said you're 18?
Yes.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
When you were 17?
Yep.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get the next person up here, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everybody.
Katie? Hello?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
You're in the live right now, Katie.
That was from like literally like 5 minutes ago. That's diabolical. What the hell? Why are they 5 minutes behind? Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
All right.
How old? 8? Did they say 8? Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up, how do you?
Hello. Could you tell us the Pope Cup story, please?
Kylie, thank you so much for the $5 for Happy Pride Month, Parker. Appreciate it. W's Happy Pride Month in the comment section. Happy Pride Month. I know a lot of people want to hear the story, but no one wants to go like the stream. Yo, what's up, how do you? You know, maybe I will tell the chat. Maybe I won't. Hello, how old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I support him because of his abortion policy. We've talked before.
Oh, you're the person you threatened me.
Okay, no, we never got to finish our conversation though.
Daniel, thank you so much for purchasing the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Tell us the story. I'm so surprised how many people don't know. Damn. It's kind of like, damn, that's crazy. There's so many new people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
Yeah, Parker's a faggot.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I was the one who wanted to put a women's perspective on anybody wanting to talk about abortion, women's rights, or trans rights.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Ellis, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Tell us to do the story. Oh my gosh. Okay. Chat, I will tell the story here in a little bit. I do want to get up to at least 1,500 likes though. Like I genuinely do. I think we're pretty close. Oh, we're already there. We already hit 1,500. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay. Just make sure to your mic is like it's really hard to hear you because there's a lot of background noise. So I'm gonna just thank some people real quick and then we'll get into the debate. Yeah. So chat, a lot of people have been wanting to hear the Pup Cup story, and it is pretty wild. I will tell you. Dean didn't want this information to get out there, and now I'm exposing you, Dean. I'm exposing you. The Pup Cup story, okay? The Pup Cup story. So actually, there was this one time where Dean, on the live, literally ate a Pup Cup on the live like a dog. Like a good boy, like a little good boy he is. I'm serious. I'm genuinely not joking. There are literally videos of this, okay? There are probably some people that have these videos of him on live literally eating out of a Pup Cup because he lost, right, a live battle. So that's why there's like so much nostalgia in these like live battles. Is like there's so much lore. Okay, there's a lot of lore, and this is some of it. This is the Pup Cup lore. Okay, I'm telling you. And Dean's been exposed. Dean Withers. He ate a fucking whipped cream out of a Pup Cup like a dog. Like a dog, I tell you, like a dog. Little good boy, I tell you. Good boy. Good boy. Crazy. That's crazy. Garrett, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dean did not want that story getting out, chat. That is the Pup Cup story. And people are now going to be scouring the internet for those videos. That's it? Yeah, that's literally it. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. It's nothing else than that. A lot of people were like, "Oh, I was looking for more." Yeah, that's all it was. It was like a thing he had to do because he lost the battle. Lori, do you support Trump? How old are you? Lori? Oh, I completely forgot. Hello? Are you there? The person who's already on the live? I literally forgot that you were there.
Hey.
Yeah, so why do you support Trump?
First of all, I want to say that I'm not supporting what he's doing on.
What state do you live in?
Sorry?
What state do you live in?
I'm in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? That's a state?
Like Pennsylvania, but you know.
Okay, can you name 3 cities within Pennsylvania?
Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Gettysburg.
What time is it right now?
It's about.
Hey, he actually did he I don't I think he actually got the cities right. He's probably been in the area. That was like a solid try. That was a real solid try. That was like a really solid try. He was prepared. When I have a few questions, it's really hard to prepare for it though. So it's like let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Someone said, Lamau, I found the video. Are you serious? Are you serious? You found the video? That's diabolical. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Yo,
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do. I voted for him.
And what's your birth year?
2005,
What month?
January.
Okay, why do you support him?
Why do I support him? I don't know, bro. I got in here so fast, but no, I mean, yeah, I voted for him because of his 4 years prior, and then I just saw Biden's 4 years, and I like Trump's 4 years better. That's why I voted for him.
Okay. What can you name one policy the Biden-Harris administration passed that you dislike, and one policy the Trump administration passed that you like?
The Trump tax cuts and the what's it called, the Jobs Act. That was a good one. I mean, I fucked with it. So, but and then I mean, I'm mostly like wanted to talk about. So like I be hearing people say like talking about the immigration and all the ICE stuff right now. Like
I asked for a policy the
I just kind of want.
I asked for a policy the Biden-Harris administration passed that you disagree with.
I didn't like all the just like the spending, like all the spending that we found.
What spending?
Like we found a lot of spending for dumb shit. I feel.
What spending?
Government. Like why are you spending all that money? But
what spending?
Yeah. I can't name like maybe like.
He doesn't know.
Hello?
Okay. Can you tell me what provision in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that you like?
What provision? I mean, I don't have the bill laying in front of me, so.
So you just can't tell
Nah,
me.
I couldn't,
You can't
no.
tell me anything about what you like that Trump passed,
not hear what I
and you
said?
can't tell me anything that you dislike that the Biden-Harris administration passed. So it sounds like you're just not.
Did you not
qualified.
hear me? I said it.
What?
Did you not hear me?
What was the provision?
No, not the provision. I said the bill that I didn't like about the Biden Harris. You didn't hear me
And
say
that was what?
That was the Chips and Science Act.
And what in the Chips and Science Act do you dislike?
It's just a lot of spending. There's just a lot of. I mean, I don't know like what's in the bill. Like I don't research that much. But
I
I'm
just okay.
saying,
If
like,
you want to say there's a lot of spending, Donald Trump signed off on Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. Did you know that? 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion
I'm talking
non-COVID
about the
related.
spending that was
Comparative to the Biden-Harris administration,
Doge.
4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Actually, Donald Trump's big beautiful bill will sign off on more debt-related spending than the entirety of the non-COVID related debt spending from the Biden-Harris administration.
What? But can you not hear me or nah?
Did you hear what I just said at all?
Hello? Hello?
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Gabby, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Jason, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you. I'm not going to recreate. Gabriella, thank you for the $10. I am not going to recreate the pup cup. Like, I seriously, like, I genuinely, I don't want that. I don't want that being a video forever. That's literally a video forever for Dean. Like, I'm sorry, that video is gonna make rounds on the internet. I'm serious. Like, that video might go viral on Twitter. Like, I'm serious. Like, it genuinely could go viral. Like, where conservatives are just gonna be like super mad at Dean and like think he's crazy. They're literally gonna be like, they're literally gonna be spamming on the internet these videos of Dean being like, oh, this dumb liberal. Look at how so he is. Garrett, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. You're a faggot. You're a faggot. You're a faggot. You're a faggot. You're.
Hey, Colton, you're an absolute idiot. You're a horrible fucking person. Absolute fucking idiot. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people, dude? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm a troll! You're a troll!
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go on to the next person. Didn't I just debate this guy? Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Susan, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Susan, on YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 11.
Fetus. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump, and I have to say, I came on here because I actually was a Trump supporter, and I talked to you a couple times a while back, and I watched you and Dean. I don't know how I got into it. I don't even have much time for it. But I have to say, you guys flipped me. So, came on here to say thanks, because I do realize how uninformed, and I feel dumb, but, you know, I'm man enough to admit it. I got 2 daughters, and I just can't see how I didn't know all that about him, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Joey. Thank you so much. Can we get some fucking W's for Joey in the comment section right now? Joey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Hell yeah. We fucking love that. We fucking love that. W's for Joey in the comment section right now. We fucking love seeing that. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2002, December 14th.
Okay. Journey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I was just going to ask you about the border policies when Biden was in office and Trump's. What your thoughts are about them giving illegals money
Undocumented
to
immigrants? No
Yeah.
federal legislation gave any undocumented immigrants money.
So that's where I have like an argument with you because as a game warden, whenever they come across the border and from Mexico into Texas, they get $1,500 and a cell phone and a court date, and they're free to go. What's your response? That's actually happening. It's proof. You can look it up.
You're referencing an illegal asylum process. Shrill, thank you for the 20 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good to see you, Parker.
Right. So
I hope you're having a good
but
day. Stay safe,
under
Mom.
the
Thank you
Trump
so much.
administration, we're not doing that anymore.
Go ahead. You were saying?
Correct. Under the Trump administration, we're not doing that anymore.
Doing what?
Giving illegals money to come into our
Undocumented
country.
immigrants, and
Yeah.
we weren't under the Biden-Harris administration.
But we were. That's where you're uninformed. I've listened to you talk about it, but
I think undocumented immigrants should. I think undocumented immigrants should get a pathway to citizenship and receive benefits.
yeah, but if they're undocumented, they should do it the right way, not break the law, and then we give them money for doing so. They could do it the right way before swimming across the river and coming over, however they come across. Whether that's walk, hike, whatever. But they're coming over illegally, and then we're giving them money, court dates, and phones and housing.
Hey,
to
I just
give
want to.
them
I just
the
want to let you know.
pathway
Can you give me a source for that?
Sorry?
Can you give me a source for that?
Man, I can't, but I live down there and I've lived with like it's happened. That's very true, but like you won't want to believe it. The Biden administration was giving illegals money when they came across the border and housing them.
What's your source?
Sorry?
What's your source?
My personal experiences, and like day-to-day life. You're not gonna find it in the book.
Yeah, because
It's like
there's
being
no
on the
fucking
ground.
source. There's no source. You just made that up. Jazz, thank you for the
No, no.
$5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Not at all.
It's crazy.
But y'all lefties don't believe anything because y'all
I don't believe
just
anything.
wanna
What are you
be-
talking about? I don't believe anything.
because y'all sit behind the screen and Google everything and want a source, but y'all aren't like on the
Wait,
ground.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you gonna ask me for a standard of evidence whenever we're talking about E. Jean Carroll being sexually assaulted, but you can't establish any ounce of standard of evidence for any typical claim, even though she
Well, who
held
said she was
her
actually
abuser
sexually assaulted?
accountable in a civil court with a unanimous decision from a jury and had significantly greater levels of evidence than we.
But how long did it take her to come out, and who paid her to come out to make it out?
Wait. So she didn't get paid to come out, right? And it is the case that she came out decades after, like many victims who take decades to come out. So don't sit there and fucking demean a victim who was assaulted because it took them decades to come out when it's typical that it takes decades for victims to
I
come
don't know,
out.
man.
Jazz,
I
thank
don't
you for the
know.
$5.
People- I mean,
Thank
like,
you. Again.
Like,
And then
mass
Kristen, thank you so much for the
murder stuff,
$5.
people
Chris,
create
thank you for the
witnesses,
Chris, thank you for the
witnesses.
$20. Thank you so much. Christy, thank you for the $2. Gabby, thank you for the $1. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. I also think I saw the $10. Is that Gabby? Is that you? Go ahead. You were saying?
People like in all different types of trials create sources. They buy witnesses and whatnot. So why could that not be the case?
Create sources and buy witnesses. You think that E. Jean Carroll
That's
literally bought
exactly-
witnesses?
It's happened since the beginning of time. Someone could have bought her witnesses.
Dude,
or
what are you
paid her to
doing?
do so. I'm just asking. Like,
What are
it
you
happens
doing? What are you doing?
all the time.
You're
I'm just asking you. It just depends on what you want to believe, right?
What do you mean? It depends on what you want to believe.
Well, it depends if you're, a Democrat or, I don't know, a normal person.
No, a Democrat or a normal person.
Yeah, not psycho.
I'm sorry. You think all Democrats are psycho?
You gotta be fucking crazy
How am I fucking crazy?
to think that if you brought that up because you don't want to talk about the border, but
How am I crazy?
you're
Can
saying
you tell
she
me how I'm
came
crazy?
out- you're saying you're saying she came out 20 years later and said whatever, but like where's like back in the paperwork that no one paid her to do so, or she came out like that because it would be better. The Biden administration was trying to help
She
her
told
out.
multiple of her
The
friends.
Biden
The Biden
administration-
administration
what?
didn't help her out at all. What are you talking about? The Biden administration helped her out.
Well, how do you know? How do you know?
Evelyn, think of the
Like the Biden
$10.
administration.
There's no
What about
evidence
all the
indicating that.
concerts
There's
they
absolutely
had?
nothing. You just whipped that right out of your ass.
What about all the concerts they paid for out of the like literally for no reason, wasting all the campaign money for
What
people to come
concerts?
play
What concerts are you referencing?
at Kamala's rally
Kamala.
that are pointless?
Wait,
That they
I'm sorry. You
paid.
don't think that Donald Trump paid for any concerts at his rally?
No, he did, but
So
they
then why is
paid
this unique
people.
to Kamala
They
Harris?
paid because they paid people enough money to switch sides and play.
Nope, that's actually not true. Give me a single case where that's true.
I'll go look it up.
Yeah, go ahead. Provide me the source. You should easily be able to find it if you just told me to look it up.
No, I just on my phone. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like
And
Googling it.
why don't you scroll out and go look it up?
All right then. All right.
A lot of trust me bros here, chat. Everyone, do make sure to tap the screen, share the live. It will help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to keep liking that stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes for the stream, everyone. We're already at 1,500, which is based. 1,600, actually. Let's get to 2K. We can easily do that. Yeah, we should do this every day. We should do this every day. We already have a lot of likes. We already have 1,600 on YouTube. In 2.5 hours? What? At that rate, we literally could get to like 4K likes. I don't think we will, but that's crazy. That'd be incredible. If we get 4K likes on a YouTube stream, that's nuts. Someone said, Parker, bait the story again for more likes. I would just hope people would like the stream because they like me, you know? We're gonna get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Ember, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Boo, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Lovey, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. I actually don't know if I would carry around a sign the whole time. But I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Autumn, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $5. Lance, thank you for the $5. That's because I think I have to carry stuff. And I have to record, so I don't want to accidentally lose anything. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 42.
Appreciate that mustache. Do you support Trump?
I did, but after watching you and Dean's lives, I've kind of changed my mind on it.
Hey, base. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? We fucking really appreciate that. We love to see that. That's what we love to see right there. By the way, the guy left. The other guy. Let's get the next person up here. W's. We love to see that. We love to see the progression. We love to see that. And Ember, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you, by the way. Ember, I really appreciate it. W Ember's in the chat. Allison, thank you for the $1. Fake drink your water. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I got you. Daniel, thank you for the $5. Kay, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Said, thank you, Parker. Can you remind everyone to stay safe tomorrow and protest peacefully? Absolutely. Absolutely. Stay safe tomorrow. Protest peacefully. We fucking love that. That's what we do. And also, right, everyone, make sure to, go with a friend. I'm going to try to find, okay, I don't want to say anything because, yeah, I've already said early in the live. Sid, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. First, stay safe tomorrow, guys. I wish I could go to mine. Sending you all so much love. Good vibes tomorrow. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate the $50. Put some W's for Sid in the comment section right now, as well as KH. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, KH. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 32.
Do you support Trump?
No. Could I have 30 seconds to explain why I think I should talk to you anyways?
No, because I am just looking for some debates. I appreciate you coming up, though. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Are you driving?
No.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
No, I'm outside though. Sorry if that's distracting. Yes, I do support Trump.
Why so?
I mean, a big part was national security.
Have I talked to you before?
We spoke last night. We spoke on terror.
I am just looking for people who haven't been up before. I appreciate you coming up. I'm just looking for people who I haven't talked to before so I can get new people up here who I haven't talked to. Otherwise, I'd be talking to the same people I've always talked to. So I am just looking for some new debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I did, yes, yeah.
Do you right now?
Like, no, I do. I still kind of do, yeah.
So, like, if you could go back in time, you'd still vote for him?
What was that?
So, if you could go back in time, you'd still vote for him?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Join.
You're on.
Hello.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Is that Tristan?
Yes, I am Tristan.
And how old are you?
I'm 27.
And you support Trump. So why do you support Trump?
I absolutely think he's a great leader. I think he's brilliant. I think he has absolutely good policies that reflect my conservative values. And I just graduated from law school this year.
Okay. What specific values, conservative values, do you have that he lives in accordance with?
I would say freedom of speech, absolutely.
Did you know that recently, right, he just said that he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which the Supreme Court has determined is protected by the First Amendment?
Yes, I know that case. It's a Texas case law. And I understand that burning the flag is considered symbolic speech, but at the same time, I do think that it is disrespectful. So I can see, there's different standards for constitutional law. It depends on if they're trying to depends on if they're trying to protect a certain legitimate government interest or a compelling government interest. There's rational baseless, all those things.
I have a question.
But
Do you think it should be illegal to burn any other country's flag?
Any other country's flag?
Yeah.
In the United States?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess my opinion's nuanced on that. Like, I don't want to say my whole basis for supporting Trump is based on his opinion on flag burning. But I do think that personally, I think that burning anything is not really acceptable in a civilized society.
Really? Like campfires?
Of course, I think that is acceptable. That's for a specific purpose, and that's
So
for.
so if you burn the American flag in a campfire, right?
I don't think
so
that
like if
anybody
you're making
should be burning-
s'mores, if you make s'mores out of the out of
You're-
the
okay,
American
you're
flag.
I understand you're pinning me down on one thing about Trump that he said that's not okay.
Well,
I don't think
you
that's
brought
okay.
up free speech.
Okay, but I do value free speech, and I understand that there's
The only one threatening your free speech specifically is Donald Trump. Not only within that respect, but also because he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because he thinks that he won the 2020 election with no evidence in the courts to indicate that.
Wait, okay, so that is going into a whole different topic. I think your first question was why I support him, so I'm just gonna stick with that question if it's okay. And we can go into the flag burning, sure, but I think I support freedom of speech. I support secure borders, and I do think that there's not a problem currently with the fact that we are deporting people that came here illegally. I think based on the fact that my own father was born in Cuba and came here legally, and my family is here legally, I think that it should not be a shock that people now are being deported based on the fact that they are here illegally. And that is something that I support. I think as for safety reasons in a nation, that we should understand who is here, and we should not have any question marks as to who's here. If a crime is committed, we should at least have an idea of who are the people potentially that committed this crime. Like, where do you stand on that?
Okay. I think that your position is totally incoherent, and I think your position is totally incoherent because you support Donald Trump. And I can get through this. So, you want to?
Oh wait, can I stop you there really quick?
Yeah.
Just based on a logical reasoning analysis, how is it incoherent? How is it incoherent to think that if a crime was committed, we at least want to know the potential people that committed that crime? So if it was a rape or if it was a murder, wouldn't we want to know, okay, at least we know that this country has X amount of citizens in this country and X amount of visitors, but we're aware of who those visitors are, whether they have visas or this or that, and we're aware of who our citizens are based on citizenship. But if we have, thousands or tens of thousands or millions of people, I don't know the amount, I don't. But if we have X amount of people that we don't even know are here, but they are here, and we don't know who they are, we don't know their names, we don't know anything about them, and we're trying to figure out who committed this rape, who committed this murder. And now we have to try to decide, was it someone that we're aware of, or is it someone that we're not aware of? We have no basis to know they exist here. Don't you think that is a problem? Like, if your family member or someone that you care about was raped or murdered or, severely assaulted or whatever the crime is, wouldn't we want to at least be able to pick from a database or from a list of names, okay, we know that these people are here and this is who we can investigate to figure out who did this?
Okay. So undocumented immigrants are in the country are going to have documentation if you give them a pathway to citizenship, and they won't have documentation if you don't give them a pathway to citizenship. So there unironically will be no database.
You think that everybody that breaks...
Wait, hold up. I just let you speak for so long. Can you please be quiet?
Okay, fine.
Okay. So, unironically, there will be no database if it is the case that we support your legislation in terms of mass deportation, because people are going to stay undocumented and they're not going to identify themselves. And if they do not identify themselves, well, then it's going to be the case that plenty of undocumented immigrants that would witness crimes wouldn't specifically, come up with the fact that they've witnessed these crimes. So you're less likely to also be able to hold people accountable in the country who have committed crimes, right? In comparison to the people who won't come up and be a witness, because then they would be deported. And then in terms of you trying to determine who committed a grape, I have a question.
Wait, can I just pause you really quick? I just want to understand.
So then why should I let you finish everything you have to say if I am not able to address it?
Okay, sorry.
Tyler, thank you for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Tyler. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because I could have cut you off easily.
No, you're right. Okay, I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, if you're going to reference who committed this grape, right, I would ask you a simple question related to that, right? If it was the case that someone coming to the country who has committed, who's trying to, legally immigrate here, you're determining whether or not they can legally immigrate to the country. If they were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you let them legally immigrate to the country?
I just want to understand. You're asking me a question, right? So I can respond. Okay, so you're saying if they penetrated a woman's vagina against her will, would I want them to be able to legally become a citizen?
If someone trying to legally immigrate to the country was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you let them legally enter the country if you had the ability to determine, based upon that information, whether or not they get legal access?
I would say no, they are not worthy of legal access to becoming a citizen in this country, no.
Do you think there should be harsher qualifications for becoming a citizen of the country or for becoming president of the United States?
I think what you're alluding to is the fact that Donald Trump was found civilly
Without
liable.
alluding, can you address what I just said?
Without alluding? Do I think that someone who... Okay, so I think that question is kind of trying to put me in a pigeonhole, but I think that nobody should be here who is not supposed to be here. That is my stance. If you did not come here the right way, then I don't think that you should be here.
Okay. What was my question?
Your question was if someone raped somebody, or is that not allowed on TikTok?
I said if someone was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, you wouldn't let them legally enter the country. So then my next question was, should there be harsher qualifications for who's allowed to legally enter the country and become a citizen, or becoming president of the United States?
I think you're trying to ask me if I think that Donald Trump illegally penetrated a woman, and I don't think that is what the information showed.
I'm sorry. What words just came out of my mouth?
I heard you, but I think you're trying to
repeat what I just said.
No, I see what you're saying, but
Just repeat it. Just repeat it.
Okay, can you just hear me out? I don't think that anybody who is not legally in this country should be here. That has nothing to do with who should have the qualifications or the background to become a president. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Hey,
I'm saying
I understand that, and I asked you a very specific question. If you'd like to answer
but I
that
feel
question,
like you are trying to pigeonhole me, and I recognize that.
I'm asking you a very simple question so that it's very clear and I can explain it to you. Should there be harsher qualifications on becoming a U.S. citizen or becoming president of the United States? Would you like me to answer the question so that I can provide more clarification to what I'm looking for?
Can I say, to be honest, I don't really care about how hard it is to become an American citizen. I don't care how hard it is. My dad was born in Cuba, and he came here when he was 4 years old, legally, with his mother and with his sister. So I am.
Do you hope that it was hard? Well, I have a question. I have a question. Do you hope that it took longer for him to get to the country legally?
Do I hope that it took him longer?
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm blessed and I'm grateful that he came here legally, but I don't necessarily care how long it took, because that's beside the point.
So to clarify, you wouldn't have cared if it took your dad 5 years to get into the country?
No.
You know that means that you might not exist, right?
Sure. That's circumstantial. I mean, I'm blessed to exist.
Can I go back to the question I was asking?
Well, no. Can I answer your question as
Yeah,
somebody that
yeah.
actually is the daughter of an immigrant?
Go ahead.
Like, I'm very grateful and I'm very blessed that he came here legally and that the process went smoothly for him. 50 years ago? But that doesn't mean I support illegal immigration now. And I think now, I don't think it should be a shock that people are being deported because they came here illegally. They're not here legally. I mean, that's the part where I'm not understanding, like, where the confusion is. Like, I get it, having empathy for somebody and they had their life here and now they're getting kicked out. But you have to understand that if you come here illegally and you're running the risk of being an undocumented immigrant every single day, there is the chance that you get caught and that you get displaced. I mean, that would be the case for if you were an undocumented immigrant in any other country on the earth. Do you disagree with that? That we're not the only country that would handle it like this? We're not just, we're not, yeah, it'd be worse, in fact. I mean, do you agree with the fact that this is not an unprecedented, inhumane treatment of immigrants?
It is.
Hey, Parker. Let me ask you a question.
Can I respond? I just let her speak. I would please like to respond. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Thank you. So, it is inhumane, right? Just because other countries do this process doesn't mean that it's not inhumane. And then can I repeat my question? And then can you please respond to it now? Because I let you, not engage with it for so long. Tyler, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What should have harsher qualifications? Coming to the country legally and becoming a citizen, or being president of the United States?
I've heard you ask her that.
I'm not even asking
for her
because
because
I'm not
no,
even
listen, I'm
asking.
answer for her. I think it should be
Sir, I'm not asking you the question. I'm not talking to you. Hannah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I would love to finish my conversation with her, and then you can come in and have a conversation. At this point, I'm not having a conversation with you. If you continue to try to have a conversation with me without letting her finish the conversation, I'm just going to kick you out of the live. Is that fair? I would just like to be able to clarify this question. Like, I had a specific set of questions I wanted to ask, and I haven't been able to ask those questions yet. Hello? Did people just like leave?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Oh, sorry. So can I ask the basis of, I heard your question. Can I ask the basis, is it because you're basically insinuating that Donald Trump is a rapist?
That's not within the question I'm asking. No, but I do believe that.
He's asking you. Just answer what he's asking.
Okay, so my answer is,
What is more?
I don't think there is a valid comparison between what the qualifications should be for being a president versus what the qualifications should be for being a United States citizen. I don't even think that is on the same playing field of validity.
Exactly. Like, clearly there should be higher levels of qualifications, harsher qualifications for becoming president comparative to just becoming a citizen, correct?
Sure. Yeah, I'll agree with you there. Sure.
Okay.
But I don't agree. If you're insinuating that Donald Trump is a rapist, then I do not.
I understand. Now I'd like to be able to address this. So, if you wouldn't let someone legally enter the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, why would you let someone become president of the United States if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? If it is the case that you believe there should be harsher qualifications for becoming president of the United States comparative to becoming a citizen of this country through immigration.
I don't think so. I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying, but I don't think that letting somebody into the country, I get it. I said, okay, yeah, like there should be harsher qualifications, but I also don't think that letting someone into the country should be totally based on that. And I also don't think that finding somebody civilly liable for sexual assault means that they cannot be a president.
Okay, so then what part of the argument do you dispute? Because it's clearly just demonstrating that if there are harsher qualifications for becoming president comparative to becoming a citizen, then it is going to be the case that if you have a qualification for immigrants that you wouldn't let them into the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that would entail that you at least have that set of qualifications for, becoming president of the United States, as you have harsher qualifications for one comparative to the other. Like, that's at least what it would run into.
Well, I think that
Amy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Reagan, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Reagan. Give me some W's for Reagan in the comment section right now. Thank you.
Well, so can I just say, that a civil standard is much less than a criminal standard, right?
Do you accept the criminal case against Donald Trump?
Well, he was not criminally found liable for that.
Yeah, I know.
He was not found guilty on a criminal proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard.
It was a preponderance of evidence.
Yeah, that's the preponderance of evidence standard.
Yeah, I understand. But you said that was enough of evidence to believe it when it comes to an immigrant, insofar as that you wouldn't let them legally enter the country. But for some reason, that standard doesn't apply to U.S. citizens who are running for president who are orange.
Well, that's where I think that the argument is getting misconstrued, because whether or not an undocumented immigrant, to use the language that you prefer, whether or not they have been found liable for sexual assault beyond a preponderance of the evidence, or whether or not they have done nothing other than come into the country illegally, I find the problem with, I do not feel this level of compassion that they deserve a place here because they came here illegally, whether or not they have a criminal background or whether or not they are the cleanest, squeakiest person on the planet.
So we can address this point, and I'd love to address that point. If we, could at least get to the point where we can acknowledge that like it doesn't make sense for you to say that someone shouldn't be allowed in the country who's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
I didn't say I
But
didn't
then
know, but I
someone
never
who is
said
held
that.
civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman should be allowed to be president. Like that just
No, but
seemingly makes no sense to me.
okay, I see what you're saying, but I never really like stipulated to that.
You did.
But okay.
You literally said that
No,
you
I
wouldn't.
didn't necessarily
You said you.
stipulate.
So then to clarify, you would let someone into the country legally immigrating here if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
If they were legally coming here and that's what they were civilly held liable for?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I guess my answer is I'm not sure.
She's not sure. Really?
Is that okay? I mean, I'm
Right,
being
to
honest.
clarify, you're worried about undocumented immigrants in the country who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, but you don't know whether or not you'd let someone in the country if they were held civilly liable of literally sexually abusing a woman unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. You need to get your priorities straight. People who are in the country who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, right, shouldn't be kicked out of the country. They're not bad people. The whole reason why
Well,
we
just
have
because someone has been
Hold up.
civilly held. Okay.
The whole reason why we have an immigration process in the first place is to ensure the safety and security of the country. You deporting people who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime is not ensuring the safety and security of the country. It's not good for the economy. It's not good for our culture. It's not good for our general values in terms of us in this context. Like you're literally talking about ICE going into, in the context of LA, into graduations, ceremonies, into schools, into workplaces, into, you know, typical intramural sports areas, and literally stripping people from their families and communities without due process. That is incredibly immoral and disgusting behavior because he doesn't want to go through the context of the court system because he thinks he's above the rule of law. You don't think that goes against the like core fundamental values that you were taught growing up of like rule of law, democracy, the court system, and he undermines every single one of those things and gets a pass by you every single time?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Did you find this behavior morally abhorrent when the prior Democratic administrations were doing the same thing?
So in terms of the deportations, I definitely disagree with a bunch of the deportations that Democrats have engaged in historically, but this is with due process. You understand the distinction,
Which one was
right?
with due process?
Under Obama and Biden, that was with due process.
How do you know?
Because we have court processes for that. That they
And
went
you
through.
saw them, and you saw that they went through them.
We have legal specific. We have all of it like on databases, so you can verify the information by looking at the database.
So can I ask, if they were responsible for deporting millions more of people than Donald Trump currently is, his administration is deporting.
That's only
Why is
because
it
Donald Trump's
so-
like 5 months in.
Okay, so why is it such an issue to you when the Democrats never had a problem?
Do you know what due process is? Do you understand what due
absolutely-
process
yeah,
is?
I graduated from law school this year. I absolutely do understand what due process
I
is.
am confused as someone who graduated from law school doesn't understand that.
I know, I do understand what due process is.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can you tell me the 5 freedoms protected by the First Amendment?
Absolutely. Freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom to assemble, and freedom. There's one more. I'm still studying for the bar exam. I'm taking it this next month.
Freedom to assemble. Interesting. Donald
That
Trump.
is-
Donald Trump sending in the National Guard against the will of the governor of California.
Have you
in order
seen
to suppress
what the
a
people
in
in
order to suppress
California
in order to suppress a peaceful assembly?
Okay, if you are gonna call that peaceful assembly when they are throwing bricks,
Wait, are you really saying that?
cops?
Are you really saying that everyone who's at the protest is throwing bricks at cops?
no, not every person, absolutely not. But some of them are, and that is attempted murder.
Okay, I have a question. If someone beats a police officer at one of these particular protests, how long should they go to prison for?
If they beat a police officer
Yeah, if they beat a police officer, yeah.
for a very long time,
Like how long?
I mean, whatever the sentencing requirements are for.
Evelyn, thank you for the $10. Thank you. You
For-
said
for-
a very long time. So then, how do you
Okay,
feel?
okay.
How,
So
then here's
depending
my
on
question.
the laws of the state. Okay, let me answer your
Go ahead.
question, please.
Officer
If
to death,
it's
that's murder.
if they beat the officer to death, obviously murder. If they attempt to kill an officer, that is attempted murder.
I understand. I'm asking you if they
Assault,
beat.
there's battery.
If they assault.
I mean, those are all. I don't.
if they
I'm not
violently.
from California.
To clarify, if they.
Hold on, can I just answer your question? I'm not from California. I'm not studying the law for California law. But whatever the sentencing suggestions are or requirements are for that particular state, if you are trying to batter someone or kill them,
Yeah,
then
we're
that
talking.
is the crime that you should be convicted of and sentenced depending on the sentencing requirements of that state.
Okay, so so if it's it's federal jurisdiction, I'm asking you based upon what you think it should be. How long should someone be in prison if they beat a police officer?
That's not up to me. That's up to the law. I mean, are you asking
I
based
understand.
on my opinion?
I'm asking you based on your opinion. What should the law be?
If they try to what? Beat a police officer.
Yes, if they beat a police
Is that your
officer.
question?
Yes, if they beat a police officer.
If they do beat a police officer, I mean, I don't create the sentencing laws, but to me, that should be at least 20 years.
Okay, to clarify, 20 years. Okay. So then, how do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
How do I feel that he tried to pardon people that
No, not
admitted
tried.
to-
He did pardon people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. Hell, for a hell of a lot of the people, we have videos of them doing it. Okay? How do you feel that Donald Trump pardoned them?
Okay. Can I respond? And I'm not the type of person that's going to act like I know everything and I've heard everything because that would be disingenuous. But I have not ever seen a video of any January 6th Capitol officer harmed, let alone brutally harmed, by a January 6th protester. Actually,
now they're
the only
protesters.
vid-
By the
Actually,
way, she said protesters when we're referencing people who admitted to violently assaulting police officers. But then when I called the protests in LA peaceful protests, then
So,
she was like
are the
out of her
people-
mind about it. She was out of her mind about it. Can you believe that
Where
that
did
just
you get
happened on the
this?
live? Can you believe that just happened on the live?
Do you have to make everything so big?
I'm sorry. You feel uncomfortable with the fact that I addressed what
No, I don't
you
feel
said as what it
comfortable.
is.
Have you seen the videos of people in California throwing bricks through the police officers'
Yeah. Oh, hold up. And
windows
and
of
by the
their
way,
cars?
I
That
just
is
want to.
attempted murder. If you think anything of that capacity even
Hey,
happened
hey.
on January 6th, I have a right to think that
listen,
you are
listen.
clinically out of your mind.
I understand
There
you.
are no
hey,
videos
yes,
of
there
any
are.
such. There are no such
There are
videos
literally
of anything
videos of police
remotely
officers
as
getting beat.
violent on January 6th.
You're lying. You're
you are-
lying.
Okay,
There's
so please
there's
send me
like
the link.
160 people that were literally pardoned by Donald Trump who violently beat police officers and engaged in violence. Yes. Yes.
The only victims of January 6th were one police officer who had a heart attack and this one
You're just talking about
woman.
who died. You're talking about who died.
Actually, that woman who died as a protester because she got shot.
You're referencing just people who died, not people who were assaulted and beat, who had to go to the hospital because they were beat. Okay? So you were talking about people throwing bricks at each other, right? Not people dying when you're referencing
all
that.
the Black Lives
Hey,
Matter
listen to what I'm saying. Listen. You're when you
And listen to me as well.
I am listening to you every
So
single time you
respectfully,
speak.
don't yell at me.
Every single time you speak, because you're cutting me off and I can't mute you because there's a
Okay,
glitch right
I'm
now.
hearing you. I'm hearing you.
The only reason I'm increasing the volume of my voice is because I can't mute you. I genuinely can't because it's a glitch and it says invite to unmute. Otherwise, I would have just muted you, and I wouldn't have had to do that.
Babe, you are interrupting.
Okay, well, hopefully we can have a respectful conversation. I'm hearing you out. Please continue.
Yeah, let him talk. You are interrupting. Let him talk.
Okay. What was I just saying? Because I kind of forgot, to be honest.
You said something about
It was
the January 6th. You were saying that people were violently hurt.
Yeah. There was 160 people that violently assaulted police officers on January 6th that were pardoned by Donald Trump. There are videos of this. They admitted to it, right? They were convicted of doing this. and you don't accept any of these things, these are criminal courts that determined the convictions of people with their admission, with them admitting it, and there being video, and you're acting like there wasn't violence on January 6th. I'm giving you explicit examples of Donald Trump intentionally pardoning people who did this. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, can I respond?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm actually not totally aware of what you're talking about. To be honest, I'm being honest. I'm not totally aware. But I don't think that my lack of awareness about the January 6th situation means that I cannot have an opinion on what is currently going on in response to ICE. I think I can still validly have an opinion and disagree with the way that people are demonstrating their resistance or disagreements with ICE currently, despite me not having full-blown knowledge about January 6th. I understand what happened on January 6th, but that doesn't mean that I cannot have a strong opinion about what is currently happening.
Okay. So I'm not saying you have to have knowledge on it, even though you just said you had knowledge on it and that you didn't know at the same time. That was a little bit
No, I
confusing,
do. I
but
do have some knowledge on it. Please don't like completely twist.
I didn't twist
I do have
anything. I was
some
just
knowledge.
repeating back what you were saying to me.
I hear you.
Yeah. So I don't see. I'm confused what your point is with this because, like, genuinely, like, I'm giving you an explicit example where someone admitted to it, was convicted of it, and there is video of them doing it, and you're like, I don't have enough reason to believe it to be true.
No, I never said that.
Do you agree with me then that in those circumstances where that evidence is present, Candle, think of the galaxy, thank you so much. Are you saying in that circumstance, then you will then be able to respond to this? Why did Donald Trump pardon people who committed this violence, and why do you support him, given that you're condemning all of the violence specifically relating to the protests we're talking about? Because I condemn any of the violence, but it seems like under your position, you can't say that.
Wait, so you condemn? Can you be more clear about what you condemn? Because you just said you condemn any of the violence. Can you be more clear about that?
Yeah, I condemn violence.
In which circumstances? In January 6th, in the LA riots,
Any
in
of them.
both,
Any of
either.
Any of them.
So you condemn any political violence.
Yeah, for protesting and stuff like that. Right? Like we're talking about these are planned peaceful protests. Right? I think there actually are conditions on a world stage for like a violent response to like certain like oppression, especially on a global stage. We're talking like specifically planned peaceful protests and then people going to those planned peaceful protests and then doing acts of violence. Does it make sense?
Yes. So just to be clear, so you were saying that you condemn any violence that happened on January 6th, and you also condemn any violence that is currently happening in the Los Angeles and worldwide riots.
like the peaceful protests, right? Because they're peaceful protests and people are going there and they're committing acts of violence at a planned peaceful protest, which is distracting away. Hold on, I just want to clarify this point, which is distracting away from the main message of the peaceful protest. I think in my eyes.
But you realize that when we just umbrella term refer to them as peaceful protests, and there actually is a good portion of the protest that is not peaceful, you realize that it loses its...
Wait. If you're going to use that standard, then you can't say that January 6th had any level of peaceful protest.
I will say, okay, do you want to hear my true opinion?
Yeah.
I do think that January 6th was not intended to be violent. I think that it got a little bit out of hand. I think that the Capitol Police allowed some of it to occur. I do think they did. I mean, whether or not you want to agree with me, that's okay. I think that they were a little bit, what's the word? I can't think of the word. When you're complicit. There we are. They were a little bit complicit. And they allowed people to go, and then eventually it got a little bit chaotic, it got a little bit dangerous.
Did Trump allow any of the violence?
Did Trump allow it? Trump wasn't there. I would not say he'd allowed it. I mean, that's a whole nother debate. That's a whole nother freedom of speech and whether or not he incited it. No, hold on. Just hear me out real quick. That's a whole nother...
I need to make this point. Trump took hours in order to be able to tweet on Twitter to not engage violently, right? And to like stop people from going there. because it is the case that like there were hours where he didn't do that and he knew that this was happening. That's a huge issue.
Okay, so I don't want to. So actually, like I told you, I just graduated from law school. That was actually a prominent, not a prominent, but it was somewhat of a topic that we touched upon in my class that I took called media law. And that was it's a whole topic in and of itself, whether or not he incited, right? Incitement, that's a whole topic on its own. But I will say, January 6th, and then the protests that are currently happening and the protests that were happening in 2020, I would say there's a strong difference in those protests.
Yeah, one of them was predicated off of like bullshit and lies, and the other one's predicated off of people literally being kidnapped from their communities without due process, right?
So do you think that violence is okay?
One of them was literally people thought that their candidate won the election with zero fucking evidence. And the other one was literally us having evidence that ICE agents going in without identification are ripping people out of their communities, right? Without due process, out of graduation ceremonies, out of schools, out of their workplaces, out of just typical public areas. People are being ripped out of their families, away from their families and away from their communities without due process. That's what people are protesting specifically in the context of LA and the government's response to that, right? Whereas specifically what you're bringing up with January 6th, people were literally just protesting the fact that they thought that their candidate won with no fucking evidence. Tyler, thank you for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Tyler.
Do you think that the basis of, let me form this properly. Do you think that the reason behind a protest makes certain behavior more justifiable than other behavior? Or do you think that no matter what the reason is behind a protest, that maybe some behavior is absolutely unacceptable?
So there are some things where no matter what, some behavior is absolutely unacceptable. But yes, some things are more acceptable given the fact that there is, like something greater happening. Would these types of protests make sense if we were protesting specifically like something that doesn't have an impact on people's lives? No, these types of protests wouldn't make sense. The reason why they make sense is because it is the case that we're protesting things that affect people's lives. If these protests were planned specifically for like something that just it doesn't relate to anything that impacts people, right? Then you would agree in that circumstance they would be without purpose.
Okay, so that kind of answers my question. Do you think that depending on the purpose, certain behavior is more acceptable than other behavior?
Yeah.
Because my opinion.
Yeah, like let me give you an example.
Well, can I explain my opinion?
No, because genuinely, if someone is just screaming on the side of the street, right, for something that genuinely is a valid concern, it makes sense. If they're screaming on the side of the street because they can't play Pokemon Go, that doesn't make as much sense. Does that make sense? Do you understand the distinction between someone screaming on the side of the street for valid concerns and someone screaming on the side of the street because they can't play Pokemon Go?
I understand what you're saying, but can I say why that is a false comparison?
Go ahead.
So, not that I agree with what happened on January 6th, but that was a valid concern for people. The valid concern was that COVID allowed the elections to be rigged. Whether or not you or I or our mom or our dad or anybody in America agrees or disagrees with that fact is irrelevant. The bottom line is people disagreed with the outcome of the election because there was evidence of some sketchy things going on.
There wasn't.
Due to COVID.
There was fucking nothing.
Okay.
You are making that up, and you are fucking lying to people on my live right now. No, you just went in front of a room of almost 8,000 people, and you just stood in front of the room of almost 8,000 people, and you spread lies that have been debunked for almost half a fucking decade that disprove these fucking lies that you just perpetuated in terms of saying that, oh, the election, there were actually like a lot of irregularities that existed. No, there was the lowest level proportionally of fraud in this election compared to any previous election. 2016 had higher proportional levels of fraud. What the fuck are you talking about?
So people believed that there was fraud then, right?
Okay, I don't care. We look at the
Okay,
evidence.
maybe they falsely believed it.
You said
maybe they falsely
you said that there was evidence. And yes,
I
and
mean,
I
there
was
was
I
dead
was bringing
people-
up that they falsely
There
believed
were
it.
dead people voting, but okay.
What? There were
So-
there were dead people vote in every election, proportionally less in this election.
Okay.
And you want to know why? You want to know why?
Because
Because they vote prior to themselves dying. You know that, right? You can know people can early vote. You know, people can mail in their vote and then die after they mailed in the vote.
Okay, so can I just finish what I was saying? So
No. Let me thank some people real quick. NM, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you, NM. Thank you. Give me some W's for NM. Evelyn, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Evelyn. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know it's literally so important to know that. Tori, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Johnny, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I want to go back to
Hold on,
As whether or
I
not-
have a few more people.
Okay.
Taylor, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Devin with the $10. Thank you. Bridget, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Haley with the $2. Thank you. Andrew, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Probably. Kayla, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Linda with the $10. I really appreciate that. Linda, can we get some W's for Linda in the comment section right now? And then lastly, thank you so much. Oh, actually, Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Tori, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And I'm caught up. All right, go for it.
Okay, so I just want to say
Oh, actually, wait, no, there's one more. Sorry. Lovey, thank you for the $20. For Parker, please let her know that I have a photo evidence of warnings that about MAGA and Proud Boys inciting violence, and I personally experienced LAPD pointing their weapons at children ages 12 through 17 during a peaceful protest.
You talking about thanking people? Hang the fuck up.
Okay, so
Evelyn, thank you for $10. Oh, is he mad? Is he mad? Do you want a tissue, bro?
He's being disrespectful.
what I'm gonna say
He's
is
being disrespectful. Turn the camera
you
off,
can
bro.
argue
I'm
that
being disrespectful for thanking
Yeah,
people.
I gotta thank this person. Thank this person. Fuck him. Turn this shit off.
Okay.
Do you want a
So what I'm
tissue,
gonna
bro?
say-
Do you want a tissue? Why are you so
Let me
mad?
stop. What I'm gonna say
Yeah,
is
after I
that
come on your face, you might need it, pussy.
you're okay.
Oh,
so
he's
let me
so
answer
mad.
you.
He's so mad.
Let me answer you.
He needs a
so
tissue.
what you're saying is that you don't.
Oh, he's
you
so
don't
mad. You need a
agree with the
Kleenex, bro? You need a Kleenex?
You don't
He's
agree
so
with
mad.
the reasons. You don't agree with the reasons that
He's a little
people
emotional, man.
protested.
Sorry,
Can you
he's
answer
just so
me?
emotional. He's just so emotional. I
Please,
have to
no,
call it
just
out.
chill out. So you don't
You're telling
agree
me
with
to
the
you're
reasons
telling me
that
to chill out. Look at
people-
him.
You don't agree with the reasons that people protested on January 6th. And some of us don't agree with the reasons that people are protesting over the ICE raids.
He's still
But
screaming, bro.
regardless, can you hear me?
No, he's
Regardless
screaming.
of whether people disagree with the reason that January 6th protesters protested or the reason that these anti-ICE raid protesters protest, regardless of if we agree or disagree with the purpose behind their protest, that doesn't mean that the way they go about the protest is acceptable. Whether that be the way they protested on January 6th, hold on, I'm not done, or the way that they are currently going and opposing against the ICE raids. There's a way to say, I don't agree, or I don't really care if you're upset about this or that, but the way you're doing it is wrong. And the way that people are going against these ICE raids are wrong.
Okay.
You cannot throw a brick at a moving vehicle, which can easily kill someone. You cannot do that and righteously stand by it and say, you know what, I'm doing it because I believe in people's right to live.
Hey, no one said that. I never
Yes, they have.
Hey,
And that is what those
hey,
people
hey,
throwing
hey, you're having a conversation with me. Hello. I never said shit like that. So can you please reference particularly what I'm saying? I'd love to do that. I never said that it was okay to throw a brick at someone. I never once said that. So please address what I had to say, because what I had to say had nothing to do with fucking throwing bricks at people. She got removed for community guidelines. Jesus Christ. What do you mean? Why is she portraying me like I'm holding that position? Cause, thank you so much for the $5. Wacky, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Evelyn, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Literally, and by the way, like, they wouldn't acknowledge that. They'd be like, I haven't looked into it, even though they admitted to doing it. Like, what? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. As well, I would really appreciate if you go like the stream on YouTube and you like the stream here on TikTok. Let's try to get to 2 million likes real quick. Mike, thank you for the $5. Also, follow me here if you haven't already. We have 630 people that have followed new today. If you follow me and we're on the main account, you know, it helps push out the live more. You know, new followers really helps. Jeanette, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Taylor, thank you so much for the $2 or the $5. Ken with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What is the likelihood she actually did go through law school? And Megan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Andrew, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Self-love, thank you for the $2. And then Heidi, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. And then Kayla, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Linda, thank you for the 10. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. For the 6,000 people on TikTok, do tap that screen and share the live. Helps get it out to more people. Jazz, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I just don't understand how there are people out there that still are like perpetuating the lie that like, oh, you know what? There was some level of evidence indicating that it was shady. Like what? What evidence are you referencing? There's actually nothing. There's like literally nothing. Megan, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Any advice? I don't know. It depends on the area. I would just say go with friends, go with people you know. That's what I would say in terms of advice. Sophie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much, Sophie. Let's get the next person up here. Let's get a debate. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll add you up. Yo, what's up, Paul?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yup. Yup, baby.
What's your birth year?
Trump.
You sent nudes to my 8-year-old sister.
Why'd you send nudes to a 14-year-old girl, dude? You sent nudes to a...
Bro just made that up. Lovey, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lovey. The break video. What about the videos of LAPD shooting a journalist? Literally aiming at them and then shooting with a rubber bullet. It's insane. Shooting at a girl trying to get back in her apartment. I saw that one as well on TikTok. I literally saw that. And then Cheryl, thank you so much for the 10 Australian. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Aubrey, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Aubrey. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everybody. Sinister, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sinister. W Sinister. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And you said you're how old?
19.
Okay. 19, you said 2005?
No, 6.
2006? Oh, what month?
February.
Okay. And did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Well, one, I like his border policy a lot better.
Actually, here, hold up. One second. Gracie, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yes.
And do you still support him?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. All right. So, why do you support Trump?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I feel that me and Trump, just compared, because we do have a bipartisan system, like compared to Kamala and Biden, that I share more values with Trump, if that makes sense.
Which values?
Personally, I'm a Christian, and I know you've actually debated Charlie Kirk a lot on that, and so like I respect your position for sure, and I think that's really interesting, just y'all's conversation.
I got you. I'll argue from within your position. I'll argue from within your position. Do you think that someone can be Christian if they have never repented?
I think repenting is one of the biggest things being that is required, like being a Christian.
Okay.
Me personally.
Okay, sure. So then if you, in order to be able to be a Christian, you have to repent. Is in order to repent, do you have to ask God for forgiveness?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Trump in an interview in Ames, Iowa, when he was first running for the election, said that he never asked God for forgiveness. So doesn't that indicate that he's not Christian?
I will be the first to say that a lot of what Trump says I do disagree with. Like I'll be the first one to say that. And I don't believe that Trump always represents Christian values and is maybe the best Christian example. However, I do believe, and like for instance, I don't believe that giving abortion up to the states, like I would support a ban on abortion. That's just me again. And he doesn't believe that. So like there are certain things that I don't agree with Trump on. It's just again kind of, and I don't know if this makes sense, but out of the two, it's almost like a lesser of two evils, and that's just kind of a play on words, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, Kamala Harris is a Christian, and so I'd love to see specifically what you're referencing in terms of the quote-unquote Trump being the lesser of two evils. But Lovey, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for two protesters. If you're part of a minority community, find someone who openly representing your community and stick with them. Honestly, that's your best, safest bet. Be safe, be peaceful, show kindness, and show love. Thank you so much, Lovey. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you for the $2. Thank you, Allie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's, Allie, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Tell your chat to add the date to their signs for the protest tomorrow, so people can't lie about date later in photos/videos. Lauren, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. And then yeah, go ahead. You were saying.
I truly like that is the first time I've ever heard anybody say that Kamala Harris is a Christian.
Kamala.
And Kamala, I'm sorry. And this is again, like, I don't know enough about a lot of stuff. Like, I just kind of wanted to have a respectful dialogue with you, which I appreciate. I don't know if how true this is, but have you seen the rally where somebody said like, Jesus is Lord, and Kamala was like, she was like, go to you're at the wrong rally or whatever.
Think of the Galaxy too legit. So that's actually like cut out of context, because it is the case that she was referring to them being a Trump supporter and heckling the crowd, because it is the case that there was a Trump rally close. So she was saying essentially you're at the wrong rally because there was a Trump rally near.
Okay. See, like I didn't know that, and I thought maybe it could have been taken out of context, but that's definitely something I'll look into. I really didn't know that she was a Christian, or like that she had said that. So I'll look into that for sure.
All right,
Thank you.
Sure. Appreciate you coming up. Oscar, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Oscar.
Could I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like just, what is something that you like that Trump has done? Like just policy-wise or anything?
Operation Warp Speed. And thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It is the fast tracking for the development of the COVID vaccine.
Okay. I didn't even know he did that. So thank you.
Anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
What is your take, and like, what is like the latest news on like the Israel-Iran stuff?
So Israel attacked Iran, and that was they said quote unquote preemptive strike because they think that Iran is close to nuclear weapons. One, Donald Trump would be the reason for that, because it is the case that he pulled out of the Iran nuclear peace agreement. And then, secondly, it is the case that Netanyahu's been saying this since the 90s. So it's like their own. This country has weapons of mass destruction as a justification to go in and invade, and they don't.
Okay.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. There's no evidence that they have nuclear weapons. Caitlin, thank you for the $3.33. Thank you. Go ahead.
No. Thank you, Barker. I just wanted to get on here, have respectful dialogue, but I appreciate what you're doing, despite whether we differ in opinions and whatnot.
Appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Yep.
Jack, so why'd you support Trump?
There's a couple of reasons. The first reason with the border. I support the thing he's doing with the mass deportation and ICE. That's one of the reasons that I guess we could talk about.
Yeah, so that's something I really disagree with, because I think that mass deportation is harmful to our economy. I think that mass deportation is harmful to our culture. I think it's immoral and inhumane. There are plenty of reasons why I think that it's a bad policy to support. Why do you support mass deportation?
Just for the safety of our country, really. I just feel like some of these people are like really bad people, and just letting them in our country just could be really dangerous for us. And there's some rapists or some killers out there that with Laken Riley, that obviously that happened, and that could spread more as people keep coming into our country. So I feel like if we limit that at the border, then it'll make the country safer, quite frankly.
Did you know that undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime or bad crime in the country? Like any violent crime, drug crime, or property crime in the country is multiple times as likely to be committed by an undocumented immigrant.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, so like the idea that like there's more safety or security specifically by advocating for undocumented immigrants to be deported is ridiculous, especially when you're deporting disproportionately more people who are have not committed violent crimes. Like it would make sense. Like here's my position. Anyone in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. So it would incentivize more people to go through the legal process. So it would make it easier for law enforcement to identify anyone coming for nefarious means, because more people proportionally who are going through the process undocumented would be people who are coming for nefarious means, because everyone who's coming to the country for a better life would be able to go through the legal process that is extremely quick.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I noticed that some of the people that like are trying to come here are good. Like they're not all bad, but like
Most
some
people
of
are
them
good.
are.
Most people are good. Disproportionately, there are more people who are good, right? Accounting for our particular conditions in terms of violent crimes, bad crimes, or things like that, comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. So this idea and this fear mongering, right, about undocumented immigrants being the people who are committing crimes, right, is ridiculous because they're disproportionately less likely to commit crime. Plus, I mean, you voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. I mean, there's a lot of crime that you're okay with in order to be able to vote for him in the very first place, it seems.
Yeah, we don't really know who these people are either. Like they're here without, we don't know who they are, no identity or anything. So like how I don't know how, like if they're like have a crime in another country for something, we have no idea who they are and like what they're capable of. So I just feel like that's a
So
problem.
give everyone a pathway to citizenship who's in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Wouldn't that make it better? Wouldn't that incentivize more people to be documented?
I mean, yeah, but like there's so many people trying to come, so I just feel like that would not work out with the amount of people that try to come to like the border.
What do you mean?
Like you just can't give a pathway to citizenship to everybody.
Why not? Again, in terms of everyone who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, because we could add significantly more people into the country than what we're currently allowing. Right now, I'll give you an example. Are you okay with 1 to 3% population growth per year?
No, not really. I feel like it should be bigger.
More than 1 to 3%.
Yes.
Okay, what percentage do you think it should be population growth per year?
Maybe like a little more, like 6 to 8 or 9.
Okay. Do you know how many people that is per year?
Probably around like 80 million.
So you're okay with 80 million a year?
Actually, now that I think about it, it'd probably be a little too much.
Okay. How many people would you be okay with per year?
Maybe in that like 3% range.
3%. That's 10 million people up per year. So that's way more than that came under the Biden-Harris administration. So clearly you're okay with more immigration as well. Because our population growth isn't increasing because of, fertility rates, because they've been below replacement rates since the 70s.
Well, not off of illegals. The population should not grow.
Undocumented immigrants. And they wouldn't be undocumented anymore. They'd be documented if there's a legal process. Oh my God, Candace with the $222 on Venmo for your payment for dog walking. Thank you so much, Candace. Give me some W's for Candace in the comment section for the $222 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Candace. I really appreciate it. As well as Allie, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Caitlin, thank you for the $3. Thank you. I really appreciate W's for Candace in the comment section. Thank you so much, Candace. You were saying.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying there. I was confused because like the amount of people coming to the country, some of them being bad, but I guess like giving them due process and pathway to citizenship could work it out. I guess I see what you're saying there.
Okay. So what would be the reason why you support Donald Trump still?
And also, yeah, what I was gonna ask you is, I just did not see like how Kamala would
Kamala.
make the country better. Kamala, my bad.
You,
I didn't see how she would
you,
make the
you don't
country
see how
better.
she'd make the country better? Well, the
Yeah,
child tax credit increased the $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Right, when implemented in 2021, it reduced childhood poverty by 40 to 50%. Right. We can also reference the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, getting rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit, the $35 cap on insulin for people who are on for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare, and then also we can point to plenty of other things like the largest investment in renewable energy ever to actually meaningfully address climate change. That would be another thing. Would you like to address any of those?
No, I mean some of those would be good, but also with her term with Biden, I mean it wasn't great. Obviously, with everything with the border, inflation.
By the way, I'm going downstairs to grab something to drink. I'll still be able to hear you and see you because I'm on my phone
Okay.
and I just joined in. So
Yeah. Also with like her last term with Biden, I just didn't think it was great. And it didn't really give me a reason to vote for her because
okay.
frankly, that
Name one thing Biden did that you disagree with.
was letting the border open.
Okay, what did he do to open the border?
He didn't do anything about it. That's the thing.
Okay. They implemented under Trump's administration, and the border was already open.
Are you saying that during Trump's term it was open?
No, that's what you were saying.
No. During Biden's term it was open.
Okay, so what did he do to open it?
He didn't do anything. He left it open.
Okay. Oh, so if he just left it the same way it was, well, then you're saying that Trump had it that way and he left it that way.
No, Trump had it like closed. He had one of the best
Then it would've been
immigration,
closed
lowest
if
immigration
Biden
numbers
left it
in
that
American
way.
history.
So then it would have been closed.
Okay,
if
so
Biden
Biden.
wait,
Okay,
hold up.
okay. Biden
Hold up,
Biden
listen,
didn't
listen.
leave it open.
It would have been
Okay, go
closed
ahead.
specifically if it is the case that Biden left it that way. If it was closed specifically under Trump. And actually, did you know at the end of Trump's administration, it was the case that it was actually, what's it called? There were there were higher border crossings per day than at the end of Biden's administration.
I just thought that Biden reopened it because it was terrible his whole term. That's why Trump is trying to like make it a little better because it was terrible during his term.
What do you mean?
It was one of the
Okay,
worst.
what did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause it to be terrible?
I don't know. It was awful.
You don't know? It was just awful. That's not a
Yes.
reason to believe that it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. So if you can't point towards anything, what the hell are you talking about?
The numbers show that the border was terrible during their term, though.
Yeah, okay. Well, at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, there were lower levels of border crossings than the end of for Trump's first administration.
You're saying at the end?
Yeah. On a daily basis.
Okay, maybe at the end, but like overall, it definitely wasn't great.
Okay, so again, why so? Tell me.
I mean, it showed for itself.
Were there too many
Did it
people?
not? Yes.
Weren't you just okay with population growth being like 3% per year, which is 10 million people, over 10 million people a year?
Yes, but not with undocumented immigrants coming here.
Okay, well then give them a pathway to citizenship if they're already in the country. Otherwise, they're just going to try to do anything they can to not get caught, and they're going to stay undocumented because they would prefer doing that to exploitation.
I know, just the problem. It's just like us not knowing who they are. It's just like,
Okay,
That's a
so
big,
if you want
that's
to
a
know
big
who they
problem.
are, give them a pathway to citizenship. I don't know what you're not acknowledging, why you're not acknowledging that here.
I'm acknowledging it, but like, I'm not the president. I can't do that.
Okay, but
Like, I see what you're saying.
okay, well then that should be your position.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Nah, just the board. That was the main thing I wanted to talk about.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Like, Adeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's based. That's based. Let's go on to the next person. Thank you so much. Project before the area, a lot different. Let me get the next person up here, everyone. Oh my gosh. Alrighty. Give it a second, everyone. Give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. And by the way, Adeline, that's actually crazy. It's crazy. I actually can't see the whole thing because PayPal doesn't let you see the whole message, by the way, just letting you know. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I support him the same way you support putting gasoline on a piece of wood to burn it really quickly.
Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next person. Brienne, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's put on this side. All righty. For the 5.3 thousand people on the stream, make sure to like the stream. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream as well. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2005. I'm turning 20 this June.
This June? What day?
In all honesty, I would not rather put my birth date out there in general public, if you understand me. I am 19.
I actually,
2005.
I genuinely don't understand that. Why?
Well, because just for privacy reasons, right? Because people, if they know my actual birthday, they
I'm sorry. I've been talking to people for years, and I think I've only heard that like once or twice. I've been talking to people for years, every single day. Lots of people every single day. And I think I've heard that twice. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Leo, what the heck?
Please respect his privacy. That's why I just literally kicked him. I'm like, all right, let's respect your privacy, man. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Do you support Trump? Oh, you have an echo. Is there a way you can fix that?
Yeah. Is this better?
No.
No?
Evelyn, thank you for
Is
the
this
$10.
better now?
Thank you so much.
You hear me now?
Yeah. So why do you support Trump?
Big nigga balls.
Big nigga balls. Big nigga balls. Big nigga balls.
What the fuck is wrong with people? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, things went pretty good his first term.
Okay, what did you do that?
A lot better.
To like, okay,
Better than Biden's term.
based on what metric?
Based on, well, I had my money went a lot farther. I had a lot more money to buy things, and the 4 years Biden was in there, I had shit.
So what years under Trump specifically were good in terms of the economy?
All of them. All of them.
And what years was that?
2016 through 2020.
So in 2016, do you think the economy was good?
No, but it wasn't that good, but it did increase steadily.
By 2017, at the beginning of 2017, was the economy good?
It was on its. It was getting there, yes, and it
Okay.
was
Well,
pretty
did
much there by 2018.
okay? Did you know that Donald Trump, right, didn't actually get in office until a bit into 2017? So 2016, and then the beginning of 2017, that was Obama. So what you just said was the trend was already on that way, and then Donald Trump inherited that trend.
Well, it continued all the way past until Biden got in there.
No, it didn't, because COVID.
Exactly. COVID hit, and the economy was still good.
It
And
wasn't good. You think 14.8% unemployment, the most since the Great Depression, is good? You think us having to engage in stimulus so that it's multi-trillion in order to keep the economy afloat is good?
Think about that. Think about that for a second, though. Just think about that for a second.
Trust me, I have.
No, wait. Hold on. Think about that for just 1 second. Something the world has never dealt with and seen before. And Trump had the economy fine.
Wait,
Wait.
You think there's never been a global pandemic before?
Not that we've seen in modern times.
Do you know what swine flu is?
Swine flu is nothing, man. I know. I have never heard of anybody having swine flu.
I understand, but that was like 2008, right?
And what was that? Nothing. I mean, I never heard of nobody having swine flu. There's like a few people. There's like, I heard about maybe a few cases, maybe 100, but nobody I knew had no swine flu.
Do you know who I am?
No. I just joined your live, man.
Well, you know who I am because you're on my live and you're talking to me.
I don't know who you are, dude. You know my age. That's all you know about me. How do I know who you are?
Okay, you know who Parker is?
Parker?
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you Parker?
Like Parker Get a Job? Do you know who that is?
Okay.
Have you heard of that guy?
No, sir. No, I have not. I have a job because, Trump's in there and he's making America great again. I don't give a fuck about Parker.
Okay, well, I've had it. I've had it before when I was a kid.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know what you're talking about there. What is Parker?
That's me, dude.
Oh, okay.
Why are you clipping your toenails on the live, bro? Like, pick another time, bro.
I'm not clipping my toenails. I'm flicking my lighter. And you want to hear it? That's my lighter.
I understand. Typically, lighters don't sound like that.
Hey, man, I ain't trying to get at you, dude. I ain't trying to, but I'm just saying, man. Trump went through the biggest, something the modern world has never seen. It hit when Trump was in office, on top of all the shit that the Democrats were throwing at him.
Did you know that
Things were fine until Biden got in there, and then things went to shit.
No, they were already to shit because the pandemic already started.
The economy was fine.
Really? What metrics of the economy were doing good?
Well, I could give you, I don't know about the metrics, but I know my life was fine. And I can give you a little.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know some very important information, Zach. How it is for you doesn't necessarily determine how it is for everyone else. Did you know that?
No, it don't. No, it don't. You're right. The thing about it is, though, I live in Tennessee, a very Republican state. We have no income tax. We have a lot of jobs. We have no liberal. There's not many liberals here, and things are fine here. A lot of people are working. A lot of places are, doing good. We don't have all the Tennessee don't have all those taxes for one. That all these liberal states tax. And Trump's trying to do away with the taxes, but the liberals, they won't do it. They don't want to do it. And you know what? Here's another thing I want to say. This is a big thing. 100% of Democrats voted against the tax cuts that Trump's trying to put in place for overtime on tips. 100% voted against that. And tell me why. Why do you think that is? Why would they do that?
Because it is the case that the taxes that you're specifically referencing, right, isn't actually a no tax on overtime, and it includes massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. 80% of the country will see a tax increase. The bottom 80% of the country, top 20% will see a tax decrease, right? Disproportionately, the highest income you go, right, and disproportionately more of a tax increase the lower income you go, right. And in terms of the bill, it add trillions of dollars to the debt. It will also cut Medicaid by $880 billion over the next 10 years and food stamps by $300 billion.
Why do you think it's not going to take? Why do you think that it's not going to cut overtime taxes?
I'm just saying it only does like a portion.
Why?
It's only like a.
Say that.
It's only like a what's it called? Like a deduction essentially.
A deduction?
Yeah.
What do you? I really don't understand what a deduct. What do you mean by it's just deduction? Because he's saying, and they're all saying, no taxes on overtime. So, I mean, I'm also kind of curious about that because I'd really like to see no taxes on my overtime. I get a lot of overtime. What do you mean by no taxes on your or no? It's a deduction, and I will look into that.
It means you can only deduct a certain percentage of your overtime from your taxes.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's a big beautiful bill. Might not be so beautiful, but I know how we do it in Tennessee. We have no taxes at all on our state income tax, and things are going great here. It's very red state. And, if the rest of the country would follow, it'd be a good thing, is how I feel.
Okay, so if you want to replace income tax with tariffs, you're just going to increase your taxes. Because tariffs are regressive, meaning they disproportionately raise taxes for lower income people, right? The lower income you go. Whereas specifically, if you want to reference income tax, the progressive tax system makes it so that you pay higher taxes the more income that you make. So you're replacing the system. You're shifting the burden from people paying who are higher income to people paying who are lower income.
That's another reason why I like Trump. I like the tariffs. I think it's good.
You like the tariffs? Okay, I have a question. Are the tariffs for renegotiation, or are they actually going to be implemented?
I think they should be implemented.
Okay, so then he's not doing renegotiation?
It seems like he's doing a lot of negotiation. And let me say this.
So then he's not trying to...
What kind of negotiations did Biden do with these other countries trying to make our America great again? What did Biden do?
We actually had a relationship.
What did Kamala and Biden do when they were in there? Because that's why I supported Trump. Because they did nothing. And
yeah,
what's
really?
Trump?
Really? Yeah. So the Paris Climate Accords, U.S. aid, right? Specifically funding in terms of Ukraine, right? Getting the entirety of NATO and like the West to like help defend Ukraine from Russia. Like Ukraine would not be a country right now if it wasn't for like Joe Biden literally going out and doing that.
I agree with that. I agree with you 100% on that. Yes, sir. I agree with that. But
innumerable. Thank you for the $5. Thank you.
What does Ukraine have to do with what I'm feeling today?
Keon, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
All the Americans are feeling today when we're struggling to make it and we're supporting these other countries. What does that help us?
Well, Donald Trump didn't take that money and bring it back to help you. Donald Trump took that money to go give it to millionaires and billionaires, right? He's not
Okay.
giving it to you. He's not helping you out. He has no policy to help you. Does he have a health
But
care policy? Wait,
how does he
actually,
claim?
can I ask
How
you?
does he claim no
Can I
policy?
ask you a few questions here to clarify?
Yeah, man, yeah.
What is Donald Trump's health care plan?
Yeah. He he wants to, from what I know. And, I work a lot of hours. I don't follow as much. I'd like to follow more, but I vote how I feel. But anyhow, how I feel about his health plan is that he's trying to make sure that people are able to work, aren't getting free Medicaid health care. That's what he's trying.
That's not what's happening. It's literally cutting people who need it.
But can they work? Can they get out and contribute to society?
Not everyone on Medicaid, right, is not able to work. Are you saying that there's no one that no one who can work should be on Medicaid? Because there are plenty of jobs that you still can't afford healthcare on.
Right.
Mackenzie, thank you so much for the $5. Milan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Base, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Milan. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Like my job now, our health care, it just it did go up. Our health care just recently, a few days ago, went up. I don't know why that is. Could be because of what's going on with the new health care, but they haven't passed this new bill. I guess we'll see then, but I don't know. I think things were better the 4 years when Trump was in office.
Jessica, think of the $5. No, I have not seen it. Mackenzie, think of the $5. I have a question, man. Could you tell me? Can you tell me Donald Trump's healthcare policy?
No, I can't.
No. Can you tell me Donald Trump's childcare policy?
No, his policy. No, the only thing I know about his policy is I already said.
Can you tell me his housing affordability policy?
No.
Can you tell me his policy to reduce homelessness?
No.
Can you tell me his policy to increase access to education?
No, I can't.
How can you tell me any single policy that Donald Trump has ever passed that benefit poor people?
I can say the same thing about Biden.
Really? Okay, I'll tell you the bipartisan infrastructure policy, right? I can tell you the Chips and Science Act. I can tell you, right, the Inflation Reduction Act. I can tell you a million different policies the Biden-Harris administration passed, the PACT Act, right, that specifically, right, benefit low and middle income individuals. But you can't mention to me any specific policy that Donald Trump specifically supports that would.
Well, like I said, I work a lot of overtime. I can't follow as much as I should like to vote. But I can tell you that what you mentioned, the Inflation Reduction Act, caused a lot of inflation.
Wrong. You just made that up. The Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing. So explain to me how it caused inflation.
I can't explain it, but I know that inflation dramatically rise after they passed that bill.
Wrong. Inflation sharply fell right after the Inflation Reduction Act. Not saying it's related to the Inflation Reduction Act, but it did. Izzy, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
When did the Inflation Reduction Act, when did that pass?
Like a month or two before inflation fell. It's like literally right before. Do you want me to pull it up?
Yeah, that'd be great. Pull it up, show me. Because from everything that I've personally felt, inflation really went up after that passed. It seems like it's going down now. But, all the metrics I don't follow as much as I should. No, I'm just saying about how it felt for me in everyday life.
Tell me the point you were making again one more time. Innumerable. Thank you so much. Appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll ask him, and then Kara, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I did see that here.
I'm saying that after the Inflation Reduction Act went into place, the inflation within the next couple of years really rose.
Can you tell me when the Inflation Reduction Act passed?
I cannot. I don't. No, I cannot. That's what you were supposed to show me.
Well, I just you don't even know.
Well, I mean, I could guess, but I'm saying that was in years past. I can guess, and when it passed, let me see. I would say probably 2021, 2022, or no, probably yeah, somewhere around in there. 2021, 2022, sometime in that period, I would think.
Yeah, so August 2022.
Oh, that sounds about right.
Yeah, and if you look at August 2022, it's literally a month before inflation fell. Do you want me to show you?
Yeah, show me. Show me.
I got you. We'll do this background. Get rid of the background. Boom. Sounds great. There we are. Now let me pull it up. There we are. Window capture. We'll put it on. What the? Actually, it doesn't even show me.
Well, look, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying how things felt for me here in Tennessee.
I know I didn't say anything about
And
that to you.
you know, it may not.
Here we are.
You know, things are different in different states, so it may not have been as bad here. But let's take a look.
Do you see?
It came up for a second, but it went away.
Oh, don't worry. I got you. I got you. Do you see now?
No, I saw it for just like a second or two.
Great, dude. I don't know why it's not showing up.
That's all good, man.
I just had it for a second. Oh my god, whatever. You know what the point is. Okay, inflation fell literally a month or two after August. So what you just said was wrong. You said it's right before the inflation
No, it's
rise.
not wrong what I said. It's incorrect what you said, how I was wrong what I said. Because it may have fell right after it passed, but you know, it does take some time for these bills to progress and to implement and to actually have effect. That's just like these tariffs. It's going to take time for these to have effect. And it seems like they are starting to have effect.
Okay, actually you see this?
Yeah, I can see this now.
Okay, so you see right here? You see July 2022? 1 month after this, right, is when the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. That's right here. Okay. Is that right before inflation increased, or is that right before inflation decreased?
Well, I can't see all of it. It looks like it says urban.
What you can see this. This is inflation. It's literally consumer price index for all urban consumers.
Yeah. Oh, well. Maybe so. And let me say this.
It's right before it decreased. So clearly you see the decrease right here.
Urban consumers, all items in U.S. city average.
You see it right here.
It says I mean, yeah, I see part of it.
What do you mean you see part of it?
It looks like only thing I can see is it's cut off on my screen, half of it, and I'll tell you what I see. It says.
What do you mean it's cut off on your screen?
Like it's urban. It looks like it says urban consumers. Yeah, move it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Consumer price index for all urban consumers, all items in U.S. city average. All right, move it back over just a little bit to the other way. Move it the other way a little bit.
This way?
Yeah. I just want to see what I'm looking at. A little bit more. A little bit more. All right, what's that? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
This is when it was. Do you see when it was implemented? Do you see where it says July 2022? And since it was August 2022, it was right after that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me say this. I saw all that. And, personally, when I think about that is, and just hear me out. Personally, what I think about that, and I may be wrong, is the graph you're showing, it looks like to me that the price index rose in these urban cities right about that time when Biden got in office, passed the bill, the big Inflation Reduction Act. And that's when all these riots in these cities and this looting in the city
Is this,
started
is,
happening.
is the guest sentient?
Yeah, when all this looting started happening in these urban areas, yeah, the price is gonna go up because all these businesses and all this looting, they gotta raise their prices.
Hey, hold up. Weren't we just establishing with you that the Inflation Reduction Act was implemented right before inflation fell? So why are you arguing that the Inflation Reduction Act led to inflation after we just explained that?
Yeah, it did lead to inflation from what I felt.
What?
From
What?
from personally what I felt on prices of everything, eggs. I mean, that's eggs, oil. Oil's another thing. Look how low oil is right now. And it's falling.
It's not very low, but I'm just
It's falling.
but okay, that's still that doesn't address anything. That's because we have seen 0.3% decrease in real GDP after multiple percentage point increases in real GDP for several quarters. Right?
Yeah,
That's just actually evidence of our economy doing worse.
it might be, but you got to look. You got to look at all the states individually, and then these cities and states. It's run by Democrats. Yeah, they're getting terrible. Why is all these people leaving those states, New York, California, and moving to my state, Tennessee, where we got no income tax?
California had an increase in population last year.
Show me that, because I really do not believe that. From everything I've heard, everybody's fleeing California because everything's going on with Newsom and everything he's doing. They're all moving here too. I know that. I know a lot of people moving here from California, and I hope they don't bring their
Yeah,
potential.
2024, there was a 0.959% increase from 2023.
And you know what? A lot of those numbers are probably legal immigrants.
No, they aren't.
They're right there by
They
Mexico
aren't
where they
counted
come
under the.
in.
So actually, the population is even higher if you account for undocumented immigrants.
Exactly. They are
See,
counting
we're
for them.
referencing residents. Residents have legal status. Alana, thank you so much for the $2 Australian.
I
I'm not
really
sure.
not believe that. Now, if you could show me that,
Show you what?
that residents are increasing in California, are moving into California, because everything I've heard is that's false, that everybody's leaving California and coming here. And I do know a lot of people that came here from California.
Okay. I mean, like, if I showed you something right now, would you believe it? Like, I
Maybe.
have a
Maybe.
maybe.
It's hard to believe a lot of things that you see. I mean, it is hard to believe a lot of things you see, man. And you know this. You know this.
No, it's really not.
There's so
Do
much
you
false
see?
information out there.
It's
Yeah, let me see that. I mean, I'd like to see, just to see, So,
Sorry, not me literally keeping the free ad on the screen.
Yeah, no, you're good, man. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's fell or rose that much. It's right at 39 million. It's about the same. So
What the fuck do you mean? Do you see between look right here. 0.14% increase and
right.
0.59% increase. So and then the prior it was just a zero. There's only 1 point of decline before, and from between the years of 2021 to 2024, there's literally been an increase in population by multiple hundreds of thousands of people. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Can you do math? Look,
Very
39,431,000 minus 39,100 and what is it? 42,000? Sorry, I can't even see because it's so small on my screen.
No, I can see it. Fine. It looks like it's very insignificant. It's the highest number there is 0.59.
Eliana, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much for Dean, my dog. Likes watching your lives with me. That's fun. That's cool. That's cool that their name's Dean. That's actually really interesting. So do you call Dean a good boy technically? Thank you so much, Eliana. I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Eliana. Thank you so much. Parker, I called you Dean. Oh, that's you calling. I thought you were saying that Dean was your dog's name. That's crazy. That's crazy. You were calling me Dean. See, I actually originally did interpret it that way, but then I was like, you know what? I'm going to not interpret it that way, and I'm going to actually steelman the position of not interpreting it that way. And then I was wrong. So, yeah. But yeah, do you see this, dude? Look.
Yeah, listen.
Can you do that?
Listen, I just want to say this before I go and let the next person get up. I really want to appreciate you for talking to me about all this and trying to debate it, because I think I did get on here one time with you before, and you kind of just cut me off and kicked me off and laughed at me, and but I appreciate that.
Well, I want you to keep engaging this conversation, because I just don't understand what you're saying.
Look at it. It's not okay. I'll say this. Yeah, I see. There's a few increases and there's one decrease. Really, what you show me there is showing me not much of an increase or a decrease, because there was a decline of almost 0.1, and then there was small increases that was not even the same.
What overall throughout this entire
decrease was 0.1.
Do you see that overall throughout the entire period that there's an increase in multiple hundreds of thousands?
Yes. But look at the bottom on 2020. There was a decline of almost 1%. And then the other ones don't even add up to the 1%.
Dude, this guy said the other ones don't add up to the 1%. I'm sorry. Look at the numbers. Is 39,142 larger or smaller than 39,431? Are you kidding me? What do you mean? Dude, hello? You don't know how numbers work.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the decline is 0.96 in 2020. That's almost 1%, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there was a 0% increase in 2021. So that's negated. The other 2 years add up to 0.73?
I'm confused what your point is. From the point of 2021, because there was a decrease because of COVID, right? You're telling me that there being an increase in multiple hundreds of thousands is people leaving the country in the past few years.
Add them up the percentage. You got a 0.73 increase in the percentage out of both of those years. That's hardly anything. Basically, what we're arguing about now.
You're saying people are leaving the state. Do you want me to here? Actually,
also a lot of those.
You know what? Let's look at how people are leaving the state. You know what? Let's take a real look at this. Yeah. People are really leaving the state, dude.
Yeah.
they're really leaving the state, man. Like look at this. Look at this.
I
Here,
would
let
be
me
too.
increase so you
Look
can
at
see
everything
everything.
that's going on in LA, man. I'd definitely be going out of there. Fucking LA just burnt down basically. And then now it's got all these people going crazy.
LA did not burn down. I live in LA. What are you talking about? You see that you
You
think
don't remember
this
when it burnt
you
down,
think that
dude?
wait, to clarify, do you see what's on my screen right now?
Mount
Do you think this population is at all right? Like everyone's leaving. Look at this. You look at this and you're like everyone's leaving California.
a
Dude,
lot.
are you okay? Is your brain
Yeah, not
is your
everyone.
brain functioning properly? Hello? Look at this graph. When you look at this graph, do you genuinely believe that everyone is fucking leaving? No, you don't believe that. That would be insane. Okay?
No, not everyone. Hell no. You're right, not everyone. But I mean, it's like you showed me on the graph before. It looks like it was .9 decrease, and then the other increases didn't even amount to that. So
Look.
no, not everyone.
Wait. Can we look at this?
No.
Can we look at
Not
this?
everyone, of course.
Can we
not
look at
everyone.
this? Hello?
Of course, not everyone can be leaving California, no. But I would say that there's more leaving than there's been going to California. Yes.
We're practically at the peak. What are you talking about, bro? 2020 had the most people. That's it. 2020 is the peak. And that's literally just because of COVID. That's it. Like
I'll say this.
look at this. I can't believe that you look at this graph and you fucking believe, based on Republican propaganda, that people are leaving California in droves. I can't even believe that you believe that. Look at the fucking graph, dude. I'm serious. These are millions of people.
Millions of people that are what?
Dude, from the max point, we are literally what? We're fucking 7,000 people away from the max standpoint, or less than 100,000 people away from the max point. And you're like, people are leaving in droves when the population's near 40 million. I can't even believe this guy.
Also consider this.
I can't even believe this guy.
Also consider this. Also, how about all the people?
Wait. I have a question. What state? You live in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Watch this. You know what? Watch this. I'm gonna pull up Tennessee. Let's see what Tennessee population by year. Let's see this shit.
So something else you got to consider about that population census is about all the people that are just recently becoming able to vote.
It looks the exact same, dude. It looks the exact same, bro.
You're getting people born.
Dude, I can't even. Wait, also, are you saying that you want population percentage increases?
No.
He doesn't want that now. Yeah, dude.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, yeah, you can put it up if you want. What I'm saying is people are leaving these liberal Democrat states and moving to Republican states.
You have no evidence trend of that. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. If you associate the less than 100,000 population change from the max amount of people that have ever been in California as like they're leaving in droves to Republican areas, then like you're actually fucking delusional. Actually, if anything, there are people leaving from Republican areas to liberal areas, and that's been happening for a really long time. Right? Do you want me to give you an example?
Hell no, that's funny, man.
I am an example. I grew up in Iowa. Iowa's red right now. Do you want to know where I live right now? Well, I live in California. I'm an example of someone who went from a Republican area to a liberal area. And you want to know what's crazy? A lot of the other younger people from Iowa that I know, right? A lot of other people did the very same thing. When they got older, they went to the big cities. They went to the Democratic areas. They didn't stay in Iowa. There are a lot of people did stay in Iowa, but not everyone stayed in Iowa.
I'm gonna hop off here, man. But good luck to you living in California and LA, dude, because that shit's burning down, bro.
What are you talking about? I'm here right now. Why is it not burning?
It has been burning. It was on fire. Look at the fire that ran through LA, dude. Not long ago. You don't remember that?
Hey, I just want to let you know There are
You don't
fires.
remember the fire?
There are fires in practically like most places around LA because
Dude, I
fires are
saw the whole city burning down on TV, man.
because
And Gavin Newsom,
you don't know what a fire is, bro. I'm sorry. I live in Los Angeles and we were dealing with actual fucking fires.
I
Right?
know, dude.
Where I know people that had to evacuate because it looked like a fucking apocalypse because of the fires. Don't even get me started on the fires. You can't just say because there's a fire within a city, that means the city's on fire. There's fires in practically every city. Okay? That doesn't mean the city's on fire. You need to get a damn grip on reality. One part of a city being on fire does not mean the fucking city is on fire. What is up with this like propagandized messaging of like Democrats are watching the whole cities burn? Like it's insane. I'm sorry. Given the same reasoning that you're using, we would be able to say the same thing about January 6th, and you don't like saying that. Alyssa, think of the $2 on Discord, or on TikTok. Just post it on TikTok. Parker memes, like if you post Parker clips, like or like any of me or Dean, like anyone, like they sometimes will pop off, and you can make money off them. And you can, if you ever have a meme you make of me, you can always post that. I always love seeing them on my For You page. They're funny.
Hey, man, it was good talking to you. I'm trying to exit out here. I don't know. I was wanting you to bring up
Zach, before you leave, I have one question before you leave. Is that fair?
Yeah.
How many beers have you had tonight?
I didn't have any beers. 0. Hey, I had about 8 shots of Blackberry Crown Royal, man. Y'all need to all try the Blackberry Crown Royal. So good. So good.
Eight? What?
Yeah,
What? Seriously, bro. Like, I'm sorry. Like, human to human right now. Like, just outside of the context of live. What gets you after taking 8 shots to decide to go up on my live? Push that mustache. That's diabolical.
Oh, no, I didn't really. You know why, man? Because, like I said, last time.
You're in front of like 7,000 people right now, right?
Yeah, well, I see 4.8.
Well, that's just on TikTok. There's 2.2 thousand people on YouTube.
I'll say this, man. Last time I did come up on your live, you just pushed me down, dude. You really disappointed me. But this time it was a lot better. And I appreciate you debating me.
How long ago did I debate you?
I don't know.
I did come back with a little bit of a different like approach, but like obviously, I talk to unhinged people, so it's like, some things are always going to be true. Like I'm always going to have certain responses to certain things, That's just like the reality of the matter. But all right, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, bro.
Wacky, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. For a second there, I was like, there's no way this guy was sober. Like actually, zero chance. Hey, you know what? Chat. It's totally fair. You know what I mean? I can talk to people who, are off the adult drink because I'm elevated. You know what I mean? Fair is fair. Deanna, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Fair is fair. Fair is fair. We need a specific term for getting DRUNK that like is like specific to the community. Like we have like elevation. You know what I mean? Like I enjoy the terminology. I enjoy having like specific terms, I like sauced. That one's decent. Plastered. Yeah, we could say that. Yeah, he was plastered. He was plastered. Plastered versus elevated. Would I be able to post that as a live? Do you think I could get away with making that my title? Debating MAGA while elevated. Do you think I could totally make that a video? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing?
Do you support Trump?
No, I was trying to join before because I wanted to explain what the guy was talking about tonight.
I'm sorry. Appreciate you. I could totally make that a video. That's actually kind of funny. That's actually a kind of funny idea. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
It's lagging.
Well, MAGA mobile. I tell you, that's very unfortunate. Can you imagine waiting in my box for like an hour or two, and like it is the case that you get up on the live and then like it starts lagging? I actually kind of feel bad.
Yeah.
You know what's up? How old are you?
No.
How old are you?
14.
Jeez. Why did his profile picture look like if anyone remembers Jamal for Jesus? I would love to talk to Jamal for Jesus again. That would be so funny. Like, it's been so long. Like I feel like that was like a political TikTok regular guest like 3 years ago. Jamal was like a regular guest like 3 years ago. And like there was like, remember like a million accounts? Like Jamal for Satan. There were so many accounts. I used to see them every day on my live. The Jamal 4 accounts. There were so many of them. But he got off the app. You know, it's so funny like being able to like talk about that. And like only some people know what I'm talking about. I'm like, damn, like I know so much lore about like the debate community. The debate community on TikTok. Yo, what's about you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. All right, let's try to get the next person up here. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. Let's see. Can we get to 2 million likes or 2,000 likes quicker? 2,000 likes on YouTube, 2 million likes on TikTok. What who's to say who wins? Actually, let me see the comparison. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Wow, we already hit 2,000. Actually, we already hit 2,000. Jesus. Yo. YouTube. Let's go. Yo, what's up? How old are you? YouTube is going absolutely diabolical today. Let's go. We already hit 2K? 2K is a good stream. Bring Dean up. Is Dean even on the live? I don't think Dean's even on. It's probably really late for him. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Sorry, it's not accepting people. I'm trying to get someone up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Oh, that I was trying to add the person people are asking, and it literally just like accidentally added up a troll. Oh, disconnect. Later, bud. Now I can't find him, so that's very unfortunate. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Not to.
Is there a way you can maybe possibly get a better mic? Is
that better?
Yeah, yeah. Did I talk to you earlier?
Nah, not today.
Did I talk to you a different day?
You talked to me about a month ago.
All right. Thank you for letting me know. Gingerbread, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 22.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. How old are you?
22.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay, what month?
December.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
The biggest thing for me is definitely the whole issue on the illegal immigrants.
Okay. What about undocumented immigrants?
Well, for me, it's just a big thing because I was actually in the Marine Corps. I just got out a few months ago, but we had all kinds of briefs on it, and I just think if our military is pretty worried about not knowing who's in our country, then it should be a worry for just civilians.
What's the point of like deporting people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes?
I do have a little bit of an issue with mass deportation, but I do think it needs to be to an extent.
Like, here, I'll actually agree with you. Anyone who's committed a violent crime or bad crime, right, we should deport, given the condition that they're going to be put in a prison in another country. But
I totally agree with
that. But for people who are in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, what's the reason to deport them?
I don't. I think there should just be a punishment because it is illegal. I don't think it's right to rip someone from their home and send them back.
Wait, what punishment? Like,
That's
if I told you on the live right now that I've jaywalked before, do you think I should receive punishment? I broke the law.
Well, to an extent, yes.
Yes.
Well, there's going to be a fine. That's a punishment.
No, do you think that, like, just because I said it on the live, it should now be enacted? Like, do you think now, because I said this, which I don't even know if I have legally, because, you know, it's not even illegal here, that, like, even in that context, like, why would you care? Who gives a fuck?
Well, I guess for
Like,
just safety. I mean, it's not that big of an issue. Obviously, it's not a big deal,
obviously,
but-
I only cross the street if I was safe to.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's fine.
Like, crossing the street when there's no cars, right? Like,
Yeah, that's totally fine. But if it's a busy road and you're just putting other people in
obviously, if it's a busy road, I wouldn't do it. I'm saying specifically, like, I've jaywalked before where there's literally been no cars, and it's like,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Can you?
but it's
explain how
illegal.
that's correlated?
But it's illegal, right?
Well, yeah. Well, can I explain why I just think it's not the greatest idea to have people in our country when you don't know who they are?
Okay, so give anyone who's in the country undocumented a pathway to citizenship, so that we incentivize people.
Well, there is a pathway. It just takes longer.
One that's quick, where they don't have to leave the country.
Oh yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I do, and I agree with it.
So,
but I'm just sorry. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that, like, if you have a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, they're going to be incentivized to go through that process. So it will make it easier for law enforcement, specifically to find people who are, you know, have committed violent crimes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's the point: is to make it easier for law enforcement, right, to identify people who have committed violent crimes and make it better for immigrants. Like, I feel like the policy I'm advocating for is like a no-brainer at the current level of immigration that we have, because we don't have so much immigration right now where it's going to be, like, bad for our economy. It's actually good for our economy right now. Now, let's say it were bad for the economy, right? Obviously, you have a different a different argument, but it's not. It's good for the economy at the certain levels that we have it right now, and well higher. We would have to do so much more immigration in order for it to have a negative impact, if it would, even.
No, I agree to an extent. I just think it's good that border control is. I think it should be a little bit better. Like I said, I was in the military, in the Marine Corps, and our first sergeant, we had so many briefs about how anything could happen. We have all these people in our country, and we don't know who they are, and I just think that could be an issue.
Well, an issue in what respect? Because actually, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crimes, drug crimes, and property crimes in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So, in what way are you scared? Like,
well,
if anything, you should be worried about how they're being treated because of the fact that we don't have a pathway to citizenship for them that's quick. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not like, I don't think that they're a threat to the country. If anything, we're a threat to them.
Well, I don't know. I think my first sergeant, I was stationed in all kinds of different places, Japan, Florida. One of my first sergeants in Florida, it was a huge concern of his, and I just think he was in like 22 years and he fought in all kinds of wars. And if someone like him is scared of the fact that there's undocumented personnel or people here, then that just gives me a reason to be worried. I mean, he was always drilling it into our heads that anything could happen. There's millions of people here and we don't know who they are. Who knows what they're planning?
What do you mean? Who knows what they're planning? You act like the millions of undocumented immigrants in the country are coordinated in order to be able to like invade the United States.
Well, why couldn't they be? That's exactly what he brought up.
What?
And this is in the United States Marine Corps.
I'm sorry. This is insane. Right? You think that undocumented immigrants in the country, right, are psyops from other countries, specifically meant to like replace us?
No.
Okay, so yeah, because you're not insane, right? That's why you don't
Yeah.
believe that. Okay, that's insane, isn't it? That's like saying that like that you believe that like the main rich people who own like a lot of stuff are, you know, reptiles.
Yeah.
You have no evidence indicating that.
I don't know. I just feel like is it like no, like a genuine question. You're perfectly fine with people just coming to our country and illegally, like.
Yeah, like literally, if you're in the country undocumented, you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I seriously would not be like, you did something wrong by coming to the country undocumented, given that you came here for a better life. Annie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
I guess my question is, and like I said, I'm not trying to. Well, I didn't say this, but I'm not trying to argue. I just want to get a better understanding.
Crazy, Annie. Yeah, you were saying?
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I was gonna say, you don't think there should be any punishment whatsoever, even if it's a small punishment for entering illegally. There should be no punishment if caught.
Yeah, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. Because I think that they should be allowed in the country.
Yeah, but by illegal means, like any other law, it's illegal. Like that's what I'm trying to wrap my brain
the
around.
only reason someone's doing that is because it takes way too long to get through the legal process. Like, genuinely, think about it. Like, if someone's not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and they are violating this law, they're probably doing so because it's important for, like, them in terms of their economic security. So, like, that makes sense to me. And also, it's like, bro, like, there are certain crimes where I'm like, I don't think it's, like, bad to, like, or I don't think it's that bad to cross. Okay? And this is an example of one of them.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. Like, I understand like the circumstances of being somewhere else, and it's not a good place to be in. And America's a pretty good country in comparison to a lot of other countries, but I just feel like if we were to go and enter another country illegally, there's so many countries where it's not going to be pretty. People die for that. People die for entering other countries, but people here have it pretty good when they enter our country illegally.
Okay, I don't understand why just because other countries do something means we should have to do that. Feldspar, thank you so much for the subscription.
Because it's a national security threat. It's a genuine.
Undocumented immigrants are not a national security threat.
You're saying not a threat in any mean?
Yeah, like you genuinely cannot satisfy that they're a threat any more than any U.S. citizen that's been born in the country. You can't. You seriously can't. Try. Give me any argument.
Well, there's terrorists in other countries. What if they want to enter illegally? Now they're in our country because we're not.
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States than natural-born U.S. citizens. Less likely, multiple times less likely.
Okay. No, I understand that. I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to wrap my brain around the idea that you think there should be zero consequence, even if to a minimum degree, I guess. But
what consequence do you want?
Well, I'm not a lawmaker. I don't know. I'm just saying I feel like if you do something that's illegal, you get punished. No, it could be something small, a parking fee. You did something illegal, then you get punished. I mean, I feel like entering a country illegally is a pretty big crime.
Yeah, I jaywalked, right? There was no cars around, right?
Okay, well,
I did something illegal.
Not the same as entering a country illegally.
Oh, okay. Then what's the fucking...
It's not the same.
Okay, it's a victimless crime.
I don't know. No, like I said, I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to understand. That's all.
If it's a victimless crime, why do you care?
Well, it's
If Donald Trump did this, you wouldn't give a shit. Like Donald Trump's been held
would
civilly
because he
liable.
entered illegally.
Donald Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. He's bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls with mischievous say because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said he had sex in common with his daughter. Said he had Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, right? And said he'd be dating his own daughter if she wasn't his daughter.
First off, before you go off about all of that, I would just like to say that I am Republican, and I have supported Trump. But to me, I voted for him because I'm Republican. I didn't vote for him because of him. I know he's very wrong.
And thank you for $10. Thank you so much. Okay, then you should have still been able to put party aside and vote for the better candidate.
Well, no, I did the opposite. I put candidates aside and voted for.
Oh, you know that doesn't sound very America first, yeah.
Okay, well, can I explain why I did it real quick?
America first. Put the party above America. America. Republicans first.
Okay, well, you know what I put
Go
above
ahead.
America?
What?
My Christian values. And Republican, for me, my Christian values align more with the Republican Party than the Democratic Party.
Really?
In so many ways.
Do you think in order to be Christian you have to repent?
Yes, I already heard this discussion. It's going to go exactly the same as it did. I've been on this live for like 3 hours waiting.
Well, then what was your response to my argument?
To what argument? Where did you plan on going somewhere different with that argument?
No, same.
Okay, well then you might need to refresh me. Like I said, it was like 2 hours ago.
But you were acting like you already knew it.
Yeah, well, I know the rabbit hole you're going to go down, but I don't remember word for word. You can go ahead. Just yes, I believe that you need to repent to be a Christian.
Okay. Is in order to repent, do you have to ask God for forgiveness?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Trump, right when he was first running, right, literally admitted in Ames, Iowa, that he never has asked God for forgiveness. So he's not Christian. Kamala Harris is Christian. Why would you vote for the non-Christian over the Christian?
Well, you can't say that he's non-Christian.
Yeah. Wait. You just said in order to be Christian, you have to repent.
Okay,
in order to repent, you have to ask God for forgiveness. He hasn't asked God for forgiveness, therefore he hasn't repented. Therefore, he can't be Christian under your view.
Okay, but also you don't know. For me, being Christian, you don't know if he's never asked for forgiveness from God. We're not sitting there next to Trump in his thoughts.
Himself.
Okay, yeah, he said it. When did he say it? Can I ask? Because I'm not too sure.
When he first ran.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just saying you can't take one thing that someone says and then say, "Oh, they're not Christian." Because I know for a fact he's Christian.
Dude, you just said you're not Christian if you have never repented. You said in order to repent, you have got to ask God for forgiveness. If he's never asked God for forgiveness, he couldn't have repented. Therefore, he couldn't be Christian. Like, you just got to use your own reasoning and logic. Come on.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I just heard him say plenty of things that would definitely point him in the direction of being Christian. So.
Really? Kamala Harris is Christian. What makes you put his Christianness over her Christianness?
That a lot of the Democratic values do not align with Christianity the way Republican values do.
Okay, so please explain to me how the serial adulterer, is, more in accordance with your values. Elida, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I never said that.
Doesn't understand how diabolical the system is. Being a documented immigrant requires an extreme amount of privilege, and even then you have to wait for years and years on end with no clarity on a timeline. It is insane. Have some empathy. Absolutely. And then JD, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, JD. Can we get some W's for JD in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. The idiot who feels like Kamala pays you. Thank you for thank you, JD. I appreciate the $50. Thank you. Jessica, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Ainsley, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 or the $5. Yes, thank you so much. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Lauren, thank you for the $5 as well. Go ahead, you can.
Sorry, I had a quick question. Why is it that people in your chat are calling me racist? Like, is there
and
anything?
And then Megan, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Megan. Do you want to debate me?
Does that not? What's that?
Well, why are people calling you racist?
Yeah, like what? Is there anything that points to me being racist? Like, genuine question, because I know I'm not racist, but some of your supporters seem to just call people racist for no reason, which is kind of crazy in my opinion.
Okay. Do you think that you are okay with voting for Donald Trump in despite of him being a racist when Kamala Harris is not a racist?
What makes Donald Trump a racist? I genuinely don't understand. I mean, educate me, because
Really?
I haven't seen anything that would point to him being racist.
Really? You've never heard a single thing that he's done? Okay, well, I have a whole list for you. I got you, man. So he didn't rent to black people in the 1970s. He explicitly would put on housing applications, right? Right? For individuals who are non-white so that his business wouldn't rent to them, right?
Okay.
That's one thing. Two, the Central Park Five specifically, who were exonerated based upon DNA evidence, Donald Trump called for the execution of them after they were exonerated even. Thirdly, right, he popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya with no evidence when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States to undermine him being president of the United States. He said that Kamala Harris turned black. He said that someone who specifically was like a person from Canton, Ohio, who was a U.S. citizen, just because they're black, was an undocumented immigrant who was Haitian, right? Specifically in terms of trying to undermine and say that undocumented immigrants were like eating cats and dogs, right? Literally just because they're black. Like that's the only reason he associated that.
Yep.
He also has said that black people have a trait of laziness.
Okay.
And has he ever addressed any of these things? No. Does he still engage in his favor? Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't know. This kind of, I'd have to see. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I do. I'd have to go see this stuff myself. But it goes back to when I said I am more for the Republican Party over Trump. I've never touched anything that said Trump. I'm not one of those crazy people.
Okay, so you are willing to vote for him in despite of the fact that there's racism.
Okay, well, can I clarify something? I didn't vote because I was in Japan and I was in the military and I did not get to vote, but I would have voted Republican if I would.
Yeah, still the same thing is true. You would have. How do you feel with the fact that he advocates for like a ban of a complete and total shutdown of all Muslims entering the country?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, but you still supported him even though he says that? Is that against the Constitution?
I just think you can't take one or even a handful of things that you disagree with and make that the entire
I'm
reason why
sorry.
you don't
What
vote
could
for
I
someone.
say to then change your mind? Then I've brought up a million things already. I'll keep going. What could I change? What could I say to change your mind? You give me an example of something that Donald Trump could do that would get you to think that he's not someone you would support.
Well, I already told you it's not because of it's not Trump that I support. I've said that.
What?
I'd support the Republican Party.
Okay. So whoever was in the Republican Party, you'd vote for. Okay. If Kamala Harris was a Republican and Donald Trump was a Democrat, would you vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Her views would it would be the same thing. Her views would have been different.
No, her views are the same. It's just that she's a Republican and that he's a Democrat.
She's not going to have the same views that she has now if she was a Republican.
Wait, I'm giving you an example. They have the same views, but just difference in party. That's the only difference.
Okay.
Which one do you look at the party there, or do you look at like what's better for the country?
I think both.
So Kamala Harris, you'd vote for her because she's a Republican, even though she didn't change any of her policy positions?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so then you obviously wouldn't vote for her regardless because it changes nothing about the set of conditions that exists, correct? It's just a name. Correct?
I think, yes, yeah.
Okay, so then why would you vote just based upon a party rather than voting based upon character and policy?
No, but that's the thing. I never said I'd vote it based off of character.
Okay, so you don't factor in character at all.
Well, yes, a little bit, but I'm saying for me the biggest thing when it comes to my view on politics is how it relates and entwines with my Christian values.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you this question. Let's just, as a Christian, man, right? If you had the ability to limit someone from coming to the country or determine whether or not they're allowed into the country, and you know nothing about them, but they've gone through the entirety of the process, and there's only one thing for you to consider. they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you let them legally enter the country, or would you say they're not allowed to enter the country because of what they did?
They wouldn't be allowed to enter the country.
Okay. Do you think there should be harsher qualifications for legally immigrating to the country to become a citizen or to become president of the United States?
I think it should be more difficult to become the president of the United States.
Okay. So then obviously if there's a certain condition specifically on becoming a citizen, well, that certain condition should also apply to the president, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Well, if you wouldn't let someone enter the country and become a citizen if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, well, then you wouldn't let them be president either.
Yeah. No, you're right. I know.
Okay. Well, then Donald Trump held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You wouldn't allow him to be president.
Correct.
So do you,
No,
do you regret your support for him?
Yeah, I do. I think it's just like, if I'm being honest, I think it's just yes, I just think it's a difficult situation when I agree more with Republican views, but the only candidate we have is him.
Yeah, and you can say that. I understand that from your perspective, but given this argument, right, it seems very clear that you would vote for Kamala Harris then if you could go back in time. And then I could also give you conservative arguments like fiscal responsibility is better with Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Like she was going to decrease taxes for low and middle income individuals, where Donald Trump was going to net increase those taxes for the bottom 80% of Americans. Maddie, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Those are generally conservative reasons for Kamala Harris, to support Kamala Harris. Also, Donald Trump undermines our rule of law, our democratic values, because he undermines, and he said the 2020 election was stolen with no evidence at all, right? And called for the termination of the Constitution. These are all anti-Republican values. Every single one I just mentioned. Not to mention the original thing I brought up in terms of caring about character. Like, genuinely, like, character to me, in terms of, I grew up in a conservative Christian household, character was incredibly important. That's what was talked about all the time, right? And I just genuinely don't understand how, like, there are so many conservative Christians that supported Donald Trump in despite of his character. I feel like they should have been able to be like, oh, I'm not going to support him, even prior to the point of the primaries. Like, he should have never gotten past the primaries in the first place.
Yeah. No, I understand. No, I'll definitely. The whole reason I wanted to speak with you is because I'm trying to gain new perspective. So I really appreciate it.
Sid, thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate you. Sid, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for, if you're in Parker's Discord, please check the pinned on live chat for recent updates on the Madeline. There is a letter from on a journalist who is still illegally detained in Israel. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate that. W said in the comment section. Thank you so much, Sid, as always. You were saying?
No, I was just saying I appreciate the conversation. I do have one more question, I think, before I get off here.
Go ahead.
Earlier I noticed you were like getting mad at people, or not getting mad at people, but correcting them when they would call illegal immigrants illegals, and you'd correct them. Why do you correct them?
Undocumented immigrants.
Yes.
I think it's a dehumanizing term to call people illegals. Like, I don't think there's any other context where we would do something like that. Like, would you call me and you legals? No. Like, well, that doesn't make any sense. So it's just like incredibly dehumanizing, it seems, to use like terminology like that. And like typically if people care, right, just the idea of the fact that that's dehumanizing terminology should be good enough reason to like not use it. Like, there's no utility in utilizing the term.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I see. All right. Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Yep.
All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, or you can also like the stream. You know, tap the screen if you're on TikTok. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, as well as if you're on YouTube, like the stream. Let's try to get to 2.5 thousand. Actually, like let me check to see my live streams. I don't know what was my most liked live. We have 2,100 right now. That's actually pretty based. That's pretty fucking based. That's my most liked live stream, and at least what? At least half a month? Yeah, that's my most liked stream in at least half a month. It's my most liked stream since like halfway through April. Wow, my most liked stream I think is 3,200 there. 3,200 there. Hold up. I'm just like curious. 3,200. It's like something like that. So we're at least like on the way. I don't know if we'll get there, but let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 55.
Do you support Trump?
I absolutely do.
Okay. Why so?
All right, let's be respectful both ways.
Okay, I got you.
The border, the transgendering of children is the other thing. I like his policies better. Oh, you're already looking like. How old are you?
23.
Oh, 23. All right, what's your background?
And what?
Education.
I have a degree in economics.
Oh, economics.
Yeah.
Okay, good for you.
Thank you. What about you?
I am watching what's going on in LA. What?
So are you saying there is no qualifications? You didn't?
No, I did not say that. No, I did not. I said good for you. Happy for your degree. I will never insult your education ever.
Really? I'm confused why you asked me for it.
Well, why do you ask me my age? And I'm sure you're going to ask me what my education is because I've watched you.
Only reason I ask your age is just because every single person who comes on the live, I have to make sure that they're of age so I can talk to them in the first place. That's the only reason.
Okay, you know what? And I respect that. Good for you. But here's my thing. I've watched podcasts, and I'm new to TikTok. Very new. I've been very busy, had a lot going on in my own personal life. I'm not looking to TikTok to make money and, thank everybody for every $2 and $5 or $50 or whatever. But here's my thing. What?
What? I'm just saying you didn't thank anyone because no one sent you any.
Dude, I haven't been on TikTok.
What do you?
I didn't need TikTok money. So now you're being a sarcastic little shit. But I'm gonna say this.
Well, I'm sorry. Come on. Like obviously, like if you obviously.
Do you want to have a mutual respectful debate or not? Or do you want to just be okay? The border. That was my number one problem. That was my number one issue.
Okay, what about it?
When have you been to the border?
Like a few times.
A few times. Which border exactly?
Both.
Like where in what border did you go to specifically?
Both in northern and southern.
Okay, where? Northern and southern?
Everywhere. I went like I've been to the border in multiple states.
Can you say specifically? Because that, specifically.
Do you want me to tell you like what states?
I want to say specifically where in each state.
What, do you want me?
Did you go to the border?
I don't know why I need to give you each city. Why do I have to?
Well, because my biggest problem with this is My son, I thought you were disrespectful to the Marine, the young Marine who's obviously does not know how to debate someone. Um, my son works at the border. He was also a Marine. He's been shot at multiple times by the cartel.
Sorry to hear that.
Okay, yeah, you know what's even sorrier? They came across the cartel smuggling children, including babies, across the border. You know what they'll do? They will throw a baby into a cactus to get away. Do you think that's okay? I don't.
Obviously that's terrible and disgusting, and like I think that actually the cartel has more power because of Donald Trump or people like Donald Trump, because it is the
They
case
do
that
not.
keeping the process so that like people who are undocumented who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes in the country are going to be deported, and making it so that like they are continue
Now,
to stay in
now
the
you're just
country
trying to talk fast.
undocumented.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
sorry, would you like me
you're
to talk
another
slower?
ding.
I'll talk
You're,
slower.
yeah, well, I'm Southern. I can talk fast, and I've lived in. Uh, I was born in Wyoming, lived in Louisiana, lived in Texas, lived in Nevada, lived in California, lived in Ohio, lived in Florida, and here I am. But yeah, I don't need you to talk slow. I want everybody else to listen. My son was horrified when he saw them trafficking children, babies, throwing a baby into a cactus. Do you know why they do it? So they can get away. Because they know that our responders are going to immediately protect the baby. So you're disrespecting the people who are dealing with this bullshit on a daily basis. Oh, and I'll tell you this.
Can I respond
The
to that?
border now, the border now in Texas is silent. There's very few, very few. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so like I think that Donald Trump actually gives the cartel more power because it is the case that he continues to want to do mass deportation, which will ensure that there is a population of the country that to a higher extent and which is undocumented and rather doesn't have documentation, right? And that would have to go through the process undocumented, right? Which then actually funds the cartel. Also, the war on drugs also funds the cartel. So those are both things that Donald Trump supports that actually give the cartels funds in the first place to operate.
There was no app to apply for asylum under Trump,
Yes, there was.
ever. There should never be an app because if you want to apply for asylum, you need to do it in your own
Wait, what?
country and
Can I ask
come
you a
over.
question?
There's a legal process.
What app exists under the Biden-Harris administration that specifically let people come to the country through the app?
You really don't know
I do. I was just
the
asking
app?
if you know.
Yeah, I do. I can't recall it right now, but yeah, I know. I've heard it from
Can
my
I tell you then?
son over and over.
Can I tell you then?
I don't need you to tell me. It doesn't matter.
You just
We
said
should not
you
have an
just said you
app.
don't remember, so I'll just tell you. So it's called the CBP One app, that existed, because of COVID, which started under Trump's administration. So it was a thing in 2020. And do you know who was president in 2020?
Yeah, I know who was president in 2020. And
Who was
guess
that?
what?
Who was that?
Oh, come on. Don't patronize me.
I'm just asking
Don't pay. Please,
who was the president in
please,
2020?
please. Donald Trump was. And you know that, so don't patronize me. But where did COVID come from?
Like oh uh China?
Where did
Like
it
Wuhan?
originate?
Wuhan, China?
Okay. And so, why was Trump called a racist when he called it out immediately and blocked flights from China? Why? Explain that to me.
Well, it was because he was calling it the Chinese virus. That's one.
Well, it did
To,
come from China.
but when you refer to it as the Chinese virus, you're referencing it in terms of a particular nationality of people, not just particularly just that it came from a geographical location. You're referencing a people group, not a geographical location. When I referenced China, I referenced Wuhan, China. I'm referencing a geographical location, not a people group. Does it make sense?
No. It does not.
It should.
It
I
was
can I
it
can
it,
clarify.
it originated from China. He blocked the
Exactly.
flights,
That's a
and
geographical
then
location.
and then Nancy Pelosi, or was it Maxine Waters? I forget which one. I think it was Nancy. Was like, go to Chinatown. Everything's fine.
I'm confused what you just said that for. What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck am I talking about?
Yeah.
Exactly what I just said.
Yeah.
Exactly what I said.
Yeah. I'm just.
The
Can you
virus
clarify?
came from China. He called it out. He blocked flights. You want to guess why? Because if you have a virus that started in a country, you probably wouldn't want to let people just fly into here. Agree? Or no?
So yeah, in terms of this, it's specifically because he only did so from that country and not any of the countries that people from that country were flying to. So he should have also done it from other countries around the world to ensure that there wasn't going to be continued spread. But he didn't do that.
Which country specifically? Which
I should
country
take it down a mustache.
specifically?
Well, at that point, you could have shut down countries to any country specifically that would have been
Well, I'm
that
asking you
someone would have gone to.
Specifically, I ask you specifically which countries.
Yeah, I would have to check and verify what countries, right, were places where people went from the original area in which the virus started spreading. Also, you know, one thing that would have been helpful in terms of identifying this, if we had the pandemic team. Chat, what is the repost? What's up with your repost? Literally saying to run over protesters.
No, I did not post that. I post a meme that said all lives splatter, which is true. If I am caught in a protest, a violent protest, I'm not going to sit there and be attacked. Period. Not going to happen. So now,
Why are you even dreaming up hypotheticals of this in the first place? Do you want to unmute?
I did.
Yeah, why are you dreaming up hypotheticals of you being in different violent circumstances with people?
I remember during the Summer of Love where there was an ambulance that was blocked by protesters where an injured person couldn't get to the hospital.
That's ridiculous. I would obviously disagree with that.
And thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, I can
Yeah, but
respectfully
like I just want to
debate
let you know, like any person who's involved in that protest specifically, if they knew that it was the case that there was an ambulance that was going towards that area, they would get out of the way for the ambulance. I don't even know what specific
That's
example
not
you're
what
referencing.
happened.
Could you provide me a single
I believe
source
it was
for what?
Memphis. I believe it was Memphis, but that was 2020. This is 2025.
So when Trump was president?
Is that where you're going with this?
Well, I'm just asking, was that when Trump was president?
Pretty much seems the only time this shit happens is when Trump is president.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a fact.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Bad things happen when Trump is president. Interesting.
No, I didn't say bad things. I say the protest and the toddler reaction. Okay, so I'm seeing some of the comments.
Sprinkle, thank you so much for the 3. Australian, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dan, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Dan. Give some W's for Dan. Tree, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Faya, thank you so much for the $5. Coral with the $5. Thank you. Ann with the $2. I really appreciate it. Dan with the $25. Thank you so much, Dan. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Dan in the comment section right now. Texas with the $20. Thank you. Delaney, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said that you have other reposts that are racist. Someone said. What reposts do you have?
Really? I have a black daughter. Oh my God, she's going to be horrified to hear that.
I'm confused how you having a black daughter would excuse away any specific racism. I was just saying there is a thing that specifically, like, right, someone is claiming is racist. Why would you specifically bring up your daughter who's black to counter that? Is that tokenizing?
Well, if you want to talk about tokenizing, that would be Kamala Harris.
How is Kamala Harris tokenizing?
Well, I mean, if you watch the debate when she was running for president against Biden, she called him out on his racism because he vehemently opposed busing black children because you know why? He didn't want his children to grow up in a racial jungle. What do you think he meant by jungle? I have a black daughter, and
Hold up.
that's why I am opposed to that.
Can I just address this? So, in terms of this particular scenario, right, I will admit any acknowledgement specifically of Joe Biden engaging in racism in the past. Specifically in this particular context, what Joe Biden is explaining is that there shouldn't be, right, integration of just school systems and not communities, because then it would cause an issue of there being segregated communities and integrated school systems. And he's saying that we should integrate the school systems by integrating the communities. That's essentially the argument that he was making. I think that you're kind of understanding here, but I actually will absolutely acknowledge any like racism that Joe Biden has engaged in the past. You know, like that's something I don't deny.
Well, you know what? Did you support Obama?
Yes, I think Obama is better than like Trump or any Republican that we're referencing.
Okay, so do you know what Joe Biden said about Obama?
What did Joe Biden say
yeah.
about Obama?
Well, who is that creepy voice in my head?
It's God.
Yeah, well,
Creepy?
Yeah, just I'm gonna. So you need another debater?
Well, I
Did
just
he not? Did he not say? Fact check me. He's the first clean, bright, articulate African American. Are you fucking kidding me?
You have to be lying. When did he say
Fact
that?
check.
Sure. When
Fact
did he say
check
that?
me.
I've heard
Fact
I've heard
check
this
me.
claim. I've heard this claim. And I will acknowledge any racism that Joe Biden has engaged in the past. Will you acknowledge any of the racism that Donald Trump has engaged in the past?
Specifically, which one?
Okay. So, I mean, if you heard me earlier, I can explain it again. So,
Okay, look, I don't need the other voice. If you need your little pal there,
Why? Is
that's
a
fine.
black man being on the panel making you uncomfortable?
A black man does
Lisa,
not
did
make
it
me
make you
uncomfortable.
uncomfortable now that like a random black guy just showed up?
A random black guy. Well, you know what? You were told how to vote, dude.
I was
You were
told. Who told me
told.
how to vote, Lisa?
Joe Biden did. He said
And Joe
if you
Joe
don't vo-
Biden told me how to vote.
if you don't know who you gonna vote for, you ain't black.
Sure. So now
What?
tell me how Joe Biden convinced me to vote.
How did Donald Trump convince me to vote? How to
Oh,
vote?
easy, easy. He dangled hatred right in front of your face and you hung on to it really tight. He said stuff like, do you want the white president or the black president? He said stuff like Haitians were eating cats and dogs. He said stuff like Kamala Harris turned black, and that racist dog whistle in your head just went off like crazy and you got excited and said, yes, this is my president. This is why I have to vote. That's exactly why you voted for Donald Trump. That's how he told you how to vote. He pulled the string in your back and you just marched right into the voting booth for him.
How old are you?
38. How old are you?
38. I'm at 55.
Okay.
And I'll tell you
What does that
what.
have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, the
Did you think that I was
host
20
seems to.
something? Exactly. You thought I was younger, and so you thought you were going to try to sun me because of my age? No. Grown man, married with kids. Next question.
Yeah, well, I'm married with kids.
Okay.
3. I raised a Marine,
Okay.
a speech pathologist,
Okay.
and an
So what does
anesthesiologist.
that have to do with you and your bad voting habits and also your racism that you're openly expressing? What does that have to
Let
do
me
with any of that?
let me tell you something.
Sure.
At what age did you register to vote?
18.
Oh, me too.
Okay, so
Me
what does
too.
that have to
So,
do with anything?
okay, did you register to vote for the candidate of my choice or your choice?
Why would I? No, I registered to vote
It's
for the best candidate for the United States of America. You didn't.
Did your choice for the best candidate or my choice for the best candidate? Let's be specific here.
Sure, I voted for in this past election. I voted for the most qualified candidate to ever seek the office of the presidency for a first term. You voted for a 34 count felon who has no health care plan, who literally could not manage a pandemic in his first term, and also lied to you and said that, hey, I'm going to be the pro peace president and I'm going to stop all the wars. And guess what? More wars are starting. So, again, remind me how you voted for the best candidate for the United States of America.
Remind me when the Russia attacked the Ukraine. Was it
What?
under Trump?
Wait. Okay, so if you just want to talk about something happened under the administration, therefore you blame it the president, well then do you blame Donald Trump for Israel attacking Iran?
I kind of do, honestly.
Okay. Well then, what happened to that?
Well, do you think that every world leader has to take directions from Trump? Did Russia?
No, but Russia benefits because Trump is in office. Putin benefits because Trump is in office.
How?
Because Donald Trump cut funding to help defend Ukraine, in accordance with the Budapest Memorandum.
Thank you for the galaxies. Also, Donald Trump is directly responsible today for Israel bombing Iran. Directly. He pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal, which allowed Iran to quote unquote start making nuclear missiles. And Israel said the reason why they attacked Iran is because they were creating nuclear missiles. So if Donald Trump would not have pulled us out of that deal, then Iran wouldn't have quote unquote started making them, and Israel would not have to actually bomb Iran. Donald Trump started this war.
Where did Iran get the money to start building these bombs? These nuclear weapons?
Oil? I don't know why. What is that? Why is that relevant? I'm confused.
Because Obama unfroze all of their funds. And there's also a hot mic video of Obama with the Russian
Were they still
leader.
wait, when that happened, were they still a part of the nuclear deal that we had them in? Yes or no?
Which
You said
specific?
Barack Obama unfroze all of their funds. When Barack Obama unfroze all of their funds, were they still in the actual deal that said they could not make nuclear weapons? Yes or no?
They were.
Yes or no?
They got their funds
Yes
back
or no?
from Obama.
Sure. Yes or no?
Obama. No.
Okay, so they weren't in the deal. Donald Trump pulled us out of that deal. Who was president first, Barack Obama or Donald Trump?
Oh, come on. Don't pay. I'll tell you the same thing I told Parker. Don't patronize me. And it's funny that he had to add you. Come on, Parker. Man up.
Aw. Are you trying to appeal to some sense of, like masculinity? When you have like an actual balanced personality, when you go to therapy and you actually have respect for people and an understanding for yourself, people can't actually prey on like insecurities of masculinity. So man up isn't even a thing.
Man up isn't okay. Yeah. All right. I bet you believe in men and women's sports too.
Sure.
And
You know what's funny? Like I've walked you down on every single point and you can't pivot fast enough. I'm like Gary Payton out here. I am the glove. The defense that you are locked down right now.
you're a legend in your own mind.
I'm a legend in the streets of TikTok.
Lisa, can I ask you a question? How many branches of government are there?
Really?
Yeah.
3.
What are they?
Oh my God. Seriously?
Yeah.
No, you're just fucking with me now.
What are they?
Oh, I don't know. Judicial legislature. Come on, I'm not playing that fucking
what?
game.
No, wait.
What was the
What?
word?
What was it?
You tell me. Why don't you tell me? Because you're.
I'm sorry. Proceed.
Executive, judicial, and legislative.
Oh, she's trying to figure out how to leave. Oh, oh. Parker, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make her crash.
That was really funny, actually. That was really funny. I've had some unhinged guests today. I've had some
I can
unhinged
believe
guests.
it. Bro, I don't know what's going on with these people. They're weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's been going on today. For the 5,000 people who are in the live right now on TikTok, if you like my content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. I do this content every single day. Haley, thank you for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Also, I'd recommend to go check out my YouTube channel where I post videos like this all the time of these debates that I just engage in. You'll see some of these debates, if you missed any of it, on my YouTube. Literally, probably here pretty soon. So
Your long form content has like gone to another level. Like it has gotten so good. Like legitimately so good.
Yeah, I know. I've finally got everything working together. Coral, thank you for the $10. Caitlin, thank you for the 5 Canadian. And it's because I'm finally everything on PC now. Like I'm on PC right now for.
I still need to do that.
I know. I got lucky with TikTok Live Studio. I'm done with the iPads. I'm done with the iPhones, and oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Like it was so bad.
It's because you kept having to look for chargers.
had
You couldn't get
mustache.
your charger situation.
Yeah.
together.
Oh my gosh. Or the mic would just like stop working every second. Like, oh gosh, it was horrible.
Can I say thank you to I think it's pronounced Cordella? Cordella, thank you so much for the 10. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you.
I got about like 30 more minutes or so left on the live. Alrighty, everyone's going to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
I used to. I just have a question to ask you. Do you
I'm sorry. I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for some debates right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's get the next person up. Chat. Real question. Did Dean join the Illuminati? Is that why his views are working? Like his algorithm is working? I think Dean had to have joined the Illuminati. It's not making
Goat
sense.
sacrifices.
Yeah, he's doing some type of sacrificial actions in order to be able to get in that position. That's crazy. What's up with the algorithm with him? That's insane, right? Like, quite frankly, I honestly think that like the algorithm here is amazing. You know, like I'm happy with the level of viewership that we have. Like, I think that's fucking crazy.
The weird thing is, like, no one across TikTok, no one gets the amount of push that he's getting.
Yeah, and that's what my push was like prior to the election.
Yeah.
And right before and a little bit after, like even after the election, it was like that until the ban started happening.
Mm-hmm.
And once the ban started happening, then it went away. But yeah, it's incredible. I'm super happy for him.
I just hope, TikTok stop, messing around with creators. I'll leave it at that. Stop messing around with people.
Yeah, they also they literally are taking more of the donations now too.
Yeah.
It's like actually nuts.
Jendea, thank you for the 3. You're awesome. You're way more awesome than me. Thank you.
Like they're taking actually a decent amount. Like they literally like shaved off.
Yeah.
Like I think 40,000 diamonds used to be $200, and now it's 50,000 diamonds is $2 or $200.
They are finding the way to cut into everything.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Let's get on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I mean, but I do have issues with the.
Okay, well.
Wait, is Lisa back?
Zach, think of the $5. No, I don't see. Where's Lisa?
Is she back in it? People were saying that she's back.
Where's I'll look in the chat. I don't see Lisa.
Oh, okay.
Does anyone see her is she in the chat?
I saw someone add her. I didn't think that she would actually come back.
I don't think Lisa will.
Oh, they said that she's just in the chat. Lisa, why'd you run?
Yeah, come on, Lisa. Let's just have a conversation.
Lisa, just come back up.
I was being so nice to Lisa.
Oh,
way
what she
too
said?
nice. I was being way too nice.
That's not cool. Oh.
Oh, is she in the chat? I don't
She's
see.
apparently in the chat.
Is that Lisa? Please don't. Lisa, accept the request. Oh wait, I just saw her
She
request.
said her request is there.
I literally just saw her request, and I have to find her.
I hate that's the thing that I don't like on
PC?
like Studio, how quick it moves around.
Oh yeah,
It jumps like
it's
crazy.
literally impossible to see anyone.
It's insane. You have to do it from your phone.
Yeah, I might just try to do that here real quick. Oh, I found her.
Welcome back, Lisa.
Well,
We
thank
missed you.
Heard what you were talking about. I'm pretty sure that was a lie.
What?
But what else you want to talk about? You want to talk about abortion, like aborting babies versus pulling the plug on a brain dead person, or what?
Can I ask you a question? Are you Christian?
What?
Are you Christian?
I do not go to church. No, I do not.
So you're not Christian?
I'm spiritual. I don't go to church.
Okay. Why is abortion wrong?
Why are you here?
What?
Why are you here?
Me?
Why don't you tell me why abortion is right?
It's the respecting the bodily autonomy of the individual that's pregnant, and the embryo is non-sentient.
Also, it's healthcare. It's healthcare, Lisa.
Yeah, basic
Abortion is
healthcare.
healthcare.
Basic healthcare.
Have you ever Googled graphic abortion pictures?
Why do you have to Google graphic abortion pictures? Why are you randomly Googling graphic abortion pictures? What is that about, Lisa?
Can I actually
are you
ask her a
okay?
question?
Look, I thought I came up here on this to debate Parker, and yet here you are.
Hold up. I'm just saying. Do you consider this valuable?
So you're going to answer my question with a question.
I'm just asking. Do you consider that valuable?
When does life start?
Lisa, I'm asking. Life starts at conception. I'm just asking. Do you consider this valuable?
Yes, it's a life.
That's a dolphin, a fetus.
So it's still alive.
Do you typically mistake dolphins for human beings?
Well, you know what? My daughter is pregnant right now, and I could show you her ultrasound pictures, and it would look pretty similar.
Would you be able to tell the difference between a baby and a dolphin? Like when you go to the aquarium, are you like, oh my God, get the babies out of the aquarium? No, call 911. No, like is that your response, or can you easily identify the distinction between like a baby, an infant, and a dolphin?
Really? Seriously?
Yeah.
And you're what, 23?
Why do you keep bringing up age?
I am 23.
Because that is his thing. He brings up with how old are you? Hello, what's your name and how old are you?
I think he
Yeah,
had
that's
a
that.
really
I have
straightforward
to.
question.
I have to in order to be able to literally do the live. You have to be above the age of 18 to join the live.
All right. So I am against abortion. Well, let me say this. I used to be pro-choice until I looked at a lot of videos. I'm a nurse, by the way. And there are graphic pictures. I don't agree with partial birth abortion. I don't know if you've ever seen the procedure. I don't agree with late term abortion. If you don't know the difference, if there are, go ahead. I'll stop and let you talk.
You said you're a nurse, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you think the COVID vaccines were safe and effective?
I did not take the COVID vaccine because my cardiologist recommended that I did not because it was
That's not the question I was
only,
asking you. Do you think the COVID vaccines are safe and effective?
well, obviously it wasn't.
You're a nurse. You know that all the data indicates that COVID vaccines are safe and effective, right? You're literally a nurse. Like, I'm sorry, there's a bibliography in my bio with 25 plus pages that indicates that COVID vaccines are effective. My mom was a nurse, and my mom would think that's insane that right now you believe that vaccines aren't effective after going through nursing school.
Lisa, are you really a nurse or do you just play one on TV?
I'm going to debate the effectiveness of it.
Go ahead.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I am. So now I'm still, you got to have a backup. Okay, all right. Let me get a fellow nurse,
Okay.
one that's been in the ER.
Yeah, the fellow
They
nurse
were-
would disagree with you.
Which the liberal fair. Okay, yeah. So that's where we are right now. We've become so divided. The effectiveness. So here's what happened.
Lisa, I think you need to update your PDF. Like, wherever you getting your talking points from, like, I don't know if they shuffled the papers incorrectly or something, but like, I don't know where you're going with this right now.
Well, if you would pipe down and let me say it.
I'll pipe down. You got it.
There was an incentive. I believe it was $34,000 for every positive COVID diagnosis in hospitals. Suddenly,
That's a made-up number. That's totally a
Look it
made-up
up.
number. You're a nurse and you just made that number up. Like, why'd you do that?
Look it up.
Why, as a nurse, did you just make that number up? I have. It's not 30-something thousand.
yeah, I don't smoke pipe for whoever just said that, but there was an incentive.
Did you get those numbers from DuckDuckGo?
Yeah, seriously.
Do you agree or disagree?
Would you like to provide a source for
What
that?
did a COVID diagnosis give hospitals more money for taking care of a COVID patient? Yes or no?
Yeah, because it is the case that we federally funded the ability to take care of people relating to the pandemic because there was a pandemic and we didn't want people to have to pay the medical costs specifically for getting a virus that was the result of a pandemic. Zach, think of the $5.
Okay, how much was it? How much was it?
How much was what?
How much was it that we subsidized to the hospitals?
I don't know the individual number. I just know it's not 30,000. Would you like to provide me a source indicating any like specific number?
I think it was 34,000.
Money did hospitals get per COVID diagnosis? All right, factcheck.org. Full answer. Let's see. Well, it takes a little bit more than a second to actually do the research. I know you don't know how long it would take because you've never done it.
While Parker's reading over that, I want to revisit the whole point that you were trying to make about Joe Biden, right? And the quote, because I did find the exact quote. It was from a 2007 interview with the New York Observer, where Joe Biden said, you got the first mainstream African American who is articulate and bright and clean and a nice looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook man. So, yeah, we can admit that Joe Biden, as an older white man who tries his best not to be racist, has had bouts of racism in the past, but who has actively admitted to not only his gaffes, but the different things that he has said, and through his actions actively tried to be better and done things to not only promote black people, but to actually progress life for all Americans. Now, you have someone like Donald Trump who has multiple instances of racism throughout his entire life, and at no point has he ever apologized for any of his racism. No point has he ever admitted that he said or did anything racist. And even to the last point that I made, Donald Trump to this day is not doing anything that benefits everyday Americans. He's literally taking away from every American while putting us at jeopardy of going to war. So they don't equate.
All right. So what is Trump taking away from you specifically?
Me specifically?
Yeah.
Sure. From me specifically, Donald Trump took away the ability to actually be ensured that I can go into a federal building. Well, if I was a government contractor worker go into a federal building and not have to worry about segregation. Yes, yes, Donald Trump made it so segregation is allowed in federal buildings.
Wait. Hold on. Explain
Yes.
that to me, please.
Yeah. So Donald Trump actually got rid of a standing law that deemed that segregation was illegal in federal buildings, and he overturned that. He's literally, because he claimed it was DEI, which it's DEIA, but that's not even what DEIA is. He's signed multiple executive orders targeting quote unquote DEI because he thinks DEI means black. Well, you and people that vote for him thinks that DEI means black, and it's not what that means. But that's him just trying to be racist.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Sure.
When I hear people say DEI, and then I have a black
DEIA.
daughter,
DEIA.
I don't know what that. What does the A stand for?
I'm sorry. Why are you tokenizing your daughter again? That's like the third time on the live that you've just tokenized
I'm
your
not
daughter.
I'm not tokenizing my daughter. Oh, stop it! I'm not. I'm saying she is an anesthesiologist. She's black.
Okay.
She took the same entrance exam that everybody else took.
Okay.
Guess what? She graduated at the top of the class. So, but then when I see Al Sharpton saying
Hold on one
DEI
second.
only helps white women,
I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
I find it.
Hold on
I
one
find
second,
it
Lisa.
ironic.
Lisa. What the whole fuck?
What the whole fuck? You tell
Yeah,
me.
so the chat was spamming. Check her repost. Check her repost. You know your reposts are public, Lisa, right?
I don't care. I'm posting
So
stuff
you,
that's fun.
so cool. The fact that there's a picture and a video. You know what? I'm sorry. This you think this is funny?
Do you see
hold
what
on.
that says? It
Yeah.
says all lives.
Splatter.
All
Yeah,
All lives splatter.
all
we
lives.
talked
Right?
we talked to her about this earlier. Yeah, she
I
literally
think I
thinks it's
explained
okay
that
to
already.
she thinks it's okay to run over protesters.
If you block me, if you unconstitutionally block me,
How is it unconstitutional to block you?
don't be in the road, dude. That's against the law.
I have a question. This let's say you lived at the time during the civil rights movement and there was a civil rights protest where they were blocking the streets. Would you have run over all the protesters?
Have you really listened to Martin Luther King? Because Martin Luther King was very peaceful.
I'm just asking.
Martin Luther
wait,
King
I'm just asking, but I'm
did
just asking.
everything the right way.
And they
So
still
don't
killed
No,
him.
no.
And they still killed him. And
No.
they still killed him.
Well, Lisa, I'm just gonna let you know. Not only did the civil rights movement have higher rates of violence than the Black Lives Matter protests, specifically in terms of proportion of the overall protests, but it is also the case that they blocked streets, and that's something that you just said specifically as reason to run them over. So, would you have run over civil rights protesters?
No.
No. Okay. So why do you think?
Because I agree with
so then,
that.
so then, why do you think? Oh, so why do you disagree with the protesters today?
Because I watched them block an ambulance where a child died in Memphis because
Can you
they
give me a source?
couldn't get
Wait,
to the fuck.
wait. Do you live in Memphis?
Well, what?
Do you live in Memphis?
No, I don't.
Then you watched this?
You're not seeing enough news.
Okay. So she didn't watch it. So you watched the news. What news do you watch? Fox News?
I watch all sources.
Newsmax?
Literally.
Gotta be
I
Newsmax.
watch. I
Gotta be
watch
Newsmax.
Newsmax. I watch CNN. I watch MSNBC. I watch, and I don't like
Name
it, The View,
Colleen, thank you
because
for the 5 for Lisa's black daughter. I appreciate you, Colleen. Thank you for the 5.
name 2 MSNBC hosts.
Rachel, which I cannot, her fake crying just kills me. And then what's the other dude's name? That's how little they matter to me, because I just watch it because I want to know what's going on. I want to hear.
Can you name
I'm,
one
I'm
person?
willing.
Well, name one CNN host.
You want the fired ones or the current ones?
Let's do current.
Yeah.
Let's keep it fun.
Wait, Jake Tapper got fired, right? You know why? And now he's writing a book about Joe's
Oh, she's
dementia.
still not able to reference any
not.
CNN hosts. So she doesn't watch CNN.
Well,
she doesn't watch MSNBC. She just said it for a talking point.
No, I do watch it.
Yeah,
I
that's
do
laughable.
watch it. And
That's laughable. You clearly
but honestly,
don't take in any of the information. But what would I expect?
I watch more foreign news than I do American news.
What, Russian
because-
news? You watch Russian news?
Gotta be Russian.
It's got to be Russian propaganda.
actually-
Just
Gotta
straight
be
Russian
Russian.
propaganda. Like that's all she consumes.
Sky News, Australia.
Of course, Sky News Australia. Of course. I knew it. I
Yeah,
fucking
they're-
knew it.
they're-
I fucking knew it. That's all. That would have been my other guess. I'm not trolling.
They're social. Yeah, you are. You are.
Yeah,
How
I
much
am.
do you watch? So what's your news source?
What's my AP News, NPR, Reuters,
And wait,
PBS?
Parker, you gave it to her. I was just about to say, how much do you actually read? How much news do you read instead of watch, Lisa?
Both. I'm on Newsbreak, which leans heavily liberal, and TikTok. Obviously, you can't. Even
Okay,
say,
how much? Where do you read your news, Lisa?
Online mostly. That's where
Where
most of us
specifically?
are. I
Parker
just
literally
told you.
just gave you something. You could just copy his answers from his test. Like literally, he just
don't-
gave you answers.
I don't need to copycat.
You don't need to read. Got it. Cool.
I don't need to copycat his responses.
R&D,
is
thank
what
you
I
so much for the
said.
$20 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate R&D.
Now, Parker, do you want to have this conversation, or do you need your buddy to back you up?
Can you imagine if Lisa, when going through nursing school, had Chat GPT, right? Or like had the internet and like didn't study at all because of that? Like that's
She
when
would
she
be
went there.
a worse
Like
nurse
even
than she
worse.
is a debater.
Even
Yeah.
worse. It would be even worse.
I didn't need it. I didn't need it. And also, I went to school and we didn't have computers. When we needed to do a book report, we actually had to go to the
Lisa,
library.
can I ask you a question? What type of nurse are you?
An RN, why?
You're an RN? Okay. What
Yeah.
what does CNA stand for?
Certified Nursing Assistant.
Okay. I was just questioning, just to see. How the hell are you a nurse and you just think that the COVID vaccines aren't effective? Like, I just genuinely, like, I'm sorry, why do you deny basic science?
Basic science?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you want to talk about basic science, did you not see all of, and again, I've watched all of the news sources, whether or not you agree with it, that I did. It was emergency approved. People who got the vaccine still got the virus. And then they said, get another one.
Wait,
get another
actually,
one.
you know what? Fuck. Why did I let you pivot? Why the fuck are we off of the fact that you literally think it's okay to just run protesters over with a car?
If my life is in danger, if someone is trying to bust my windows, drag me out of my car.
Who's doing that?
I am.
No protester is doing that.
You.
They're standing in
Dude.
front of your car. That's it. If someone is walking across the street and they're standing in front of your car, you don't just run them over.
Who is it?
It's Parker and Santana.
Yeah, like
No.
your wife right now is advocating it's okay to run people over if they're protesting.
Mm-hmm.
What did I just say, Parker? I said if they start busting my car, busting my windshield, trying to get me out of
No
my
one's
car.
doing that. No,
At that,
no protesters
at
doing
that,
that. You just
ha-
you're
has
you're
it?
you're making a
Not yet. What? It's
you're
happened
making
in
up
the past.
you're making up some random hypothetical scenario in your head just to get mad at
No,
people who
I'm
are
not.
protesters for.
I am.
Then why would you
talking about
post? Why would
something
you post on the internet all lives splatter? Like you like literally thinking it's justified to run fucking people over.
because it has happened in the past where a truck driver was dragged out of his truck and beaten to death. Google it. So as long as they're just in my way, now if I'm on the way to the
Santana,
hospital with
are you looking
a
at
family
her
member
second
that
thing because I can't click on
Yeah,
it. It's not working for me.
the repost is about 1350. Like she's not gonna get 1350. That's not even worth having that conversation with her.
Lisa,
It's not worth having the conversation.
yeah, literally, Lisa. Like, do you want like the Infinity Stones of bigotry? I genuinely don't understand. R&D, thank you so much for the $10.
Did
Thank you.
she leave?
No, I kicked her. I kicked her. That was me. Jesus Christ. I've had the most insane guests all day. Like, literally.
Oh my god.
It's actually been diabolical. I think we can get another one at least.
Oh my god.
I don't think we're gonna get anyone as insane as Lisa. Sean, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I've had a
Hale
few
said
guests
W drop.
that are just absolutely diabolical today. It is literally Friday the 13th.
It is. It is. I was on with Dean earlier and someone mentioned that and I was like, you know what? It's gonna be a wild night.
Yeah, if you want to support me or Santana, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio as well as in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support us over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Jessica, thank you for the $5. Karen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brandon, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. As well as Michelle, thank you for the $2. All right. Oh, and then Gloria, thank you so much thank you so much, G, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, G. Thank you so much. Get some W's for G in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, G. All right. Yo, what's up? So do you support Trump? You have an echo. Is there a way you can
Yeah,
fix that?
I just how do I fix it? What do I do?
I don't know. You just
Is it bad?
Just swipe out like you're gonna check a text and come right back. Just teacup for a second.
Okay. All right.
And then what's your birth year?
Okay. Is that any better or is it the same?
It should be better. Yeah. So how old are you?
40. Is it the is
I'm sorry. It did get worse.
It literally got worse.
All right. Let's go to the next person.
Lovey, thank you so much for the 2. I would love to see the signs that you made for the protest tomorrow. You can, if you look at the link tree in my bio, I have my my email address listed there. Send them over. I would love to see them.
The next person up here. Ghost, I'm so sorry I didn't see it. I'm so sorry I didn't see it. I really am not someone who's trying to not see anything. That was genuinely an accident. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 41.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Why not? He's cleaning the swamp, something that Biden didn't do.
He's cleaning the swamp? How is he cleaning the swamp?
He's getting rid of the illegals, the people that are undocumented in
immigrants.
this country.
Wait, are you saying undocumented immigrants are quote unquote of the swamp?
Yeah, cleaning out the
Why
swamp.
do you say? Why do you
Getting
say?
rid of the
Why do you associate being undocumented with a swamp?
Also, I could have sworn the swamp was the government. Which one?
I was talking to you, Santana. Shut the fuck up.
What?
Oh, it's okay, bud. I'm
No-
still here.
Wait, Justin, I'm sorry. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you, Parker?
The person's live you're on. You're on my live. Hello?
The crash just came out of nowhere. That's wild. Hey, you're getting a little bit emotional, bud. Just calm down. We're just talking.
Parker.
No,
So, Parker,
there's
let me
no
ask
need
you.
for you to poke your chest out.
Santana,
It's
shut
okay.
up. Shut up, Santana.
Sure.
Shut the fuck
Hey,
up.
when's the last time you went to therapy,
with,
bud?
I'm sorry. What is up with the guest today? What is going on? What is seriously going
yeah.
on?
when they
So
don't
Parker,
have
you
anything
agree
else,
with
they
you
they
agree
revert to
with tagging?
anger.
Santana, shut the fuck up. I'm
It's
trying to
okay,
talk
bud.
Why are
here.
you so
It's
mad,
okay.
Justin? Justin, do you need a tissue?
Jesus Christ, Santana, can I fucking talk, or are you
You
gonna
are so
butt in?
emotional right here, bud. You
No,
want
I'm
to
not.
talk
I'm
about
trying
it?
to ask a goddamn question, motherfucker.
Did you have a bad day?
Justin, go ahead and ask the question.
If Santana will shut the
Justin, do you need a Snickers? Justin's not himself. He's hungry. He's not himself when he's hungry. You need a
Santana,
Snickers.
shut the fuck up,
That's
please.
what it is.
Oh my God,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go
Justin,
ahead,
shut the
Justin.
fuck
Justin,
up or
Justin,
what?
Justin, go for it.
So Parker, my question to you.
Oh, Justin, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Justin. Oh.
NOA, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for National
Well,
Weather
you
Service,
guys just want
for safety, for
fucking
work,
kids
for
games,
fun, for
huh?
life. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, you started it, bud.
Wait, did he slur?
No, he said playing kids games, and apparently he just got kicked from another live. Justin, apparently
I
you
did not
suck
get
all
kicked from the
around
live. I
TikTok.
left the live. What the fuck? See,
You just got
shows
kicked,
how much
bud.
your fucking followers are. I didn't get kicked. Your followers are stupid as fuck.
Okay,
Sure.
wait, hold up. Okay, so who'd you get kicked from?
I didn't
Who
get
just
kicked
kicked
from
you?
anybody's live. Nobody kicked me. The
Mm.
fuck? You gonna believe your fucking chat? Of course, because you guys believe everything.
No, I'm
you
gonna
see
believe the
online.
person that told me because they're really reliable, and you suck.
And you're soft as toilet paper, motherfucker. And
Okay.
what's your point?
Does that make you feel better saying that?
It made him feel strong, Parker. He's
So,
a tough
you
guy.
guys agree with all this bullshit that's going on, all these protests and all these government buildings getting graffitied and windows being broken into and people having to go other ways because fucking the streets are being shut down?
I got you.
You guys agree with that shit?
I disagree with any violence. So you must also disagree with any violence, which means you also disagree with Donald Trump pardoning people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. Do you disagree with that?
Oh my! You guys always gotta bring up January 6th.
Oh, he can't
Why?
address it. He can't address it. It's because you don't like to address it. Sean, take the $2.
Who said I don't like to address it? It's
Then-
mute at this point.
Then talk about it.
The word is moot, not mute. MOOT, moot, not mute.
It's mute, same shit.
Moot.
Santana,
No,
what
it's
the
two
fuck?
different words.
Are you
Two different
fucking
words,
walking
different meanings.
dictionary? What the fuck?
I'm just trying to help you out, Justin. I promise you, that's all that is.
If I need your help, I'd ask for your fucking help. Okay?
Maybe you should. Maybe you should.
Maybe you just don't know how to ask for
No,
help.
maybe you Democrats should just fucking shut the fuck up.
I guess.
Because you guys are fucking ignorant.
Hey, Justin, why are you so mad, man? Like, I'm sorry. Like, are you okay, man?
Because you Democrats, man, you guys just don't shut the fuck up. Trump won, and you guys
Just-
still want to talk about
just
white.
had a
Wait,
bad
I'm confused. Are you not speaking on my live?
Wait, so you came up on Parker's live for us to shut the fuck up? We're confused. You came up? You didn't come up to talk to us?
He didn't come up to talk to us.
Embarrassing. God.
TS, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Wow, is he completely silenced?
He is. Lovey, thank you so much for the 2. Yes, I saw it. Your signs are freaking amazing. Those are absolutely amazing. I'm so proud of you. You're gonna actually crush it. And Megan just sent some too. Holy smokes, Megan.
Yes, and if fucking protesters in my way, yes, I'm gonna run them the fuck over.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna run
Justin.
them the fuck over and get
Justin.
where I need to fucking go.
Justin.
They are not gonna fucking pay
Justin,
my
Justin,
fucking-
where you're gonna go is prison. You fucking insane
bud.
lunatic.
No,
You
I'm
just-
not, dumbass.
You just
Brother,
literally.
you're going to jail.
I'm sorry, Justin. You just honestly, in my worldview, you'd be in prison. You just threatened to literally run
No, I won't.
people over. Do you know that kills people, right? You just threatened to
you're
murder
going to
people.
jail,
Get-
brother.
To get where I want to go, and if someone's in my way, yes,
Yeah,
I'd
I'm sorry.
shove them out
Okay,
the way,
I'll
or
ask you a
I'd run
question.
them over with my
Okay,
fucking car.
if it's a 5-year-old kid, would you run them over?
No, but I would fucking pick them up and move them out the fucking way.
You'd pick them up and
Wait.
move them out of the way. What if they run back in front of
Yes.
your car after you get back in your car?
Then you know what? I'm
Also,
sorry,
why are
but
you
they get
randomly
hit,
touching
that's
other
not their
people's
dumbass
kids,
fault.
Justin?
Wait. Did you just say you'd run them over?
If they get hit, it's their fault. It's their own fault. Yep, exactly. I said what I said, and I stand by what I said.
Justin, you're being weird, bud.
How is that being weird? If a
being
fucking
weird.
kid gets in front of me
How
and gets hit by
insane.
my fucking car,
I'm sorry. What
that-
the fuck is going on? What is going on my live stream? What the fuck, dude, is this guy saying?
To
He
be
just
fair,
isn't-
I
dude,
think
he's-
he came up for a rage quit. Like there was no way. Like
Dude.
he was horrible.
Dude, he is not in an unironic sense arguing to run over a 5-year-old.
Somebody said,
I'm
somebody
sorry.
said just moot him already.
Dude, I'm sorry. There's no way that guy's sentient. There's no fucking way. What is going on today? I'm sorry. Seriously, what is going on today? Is today a full moon? R&D, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Coral, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I've been watching the whole stream, and it has been a very wild ride with these guests. Entertaining evening for sure. The weirdos are out tonight. Yeah, it is literally Friday the 13th.
Neeks, thank you for the 5. Yeah, mute point. Also, Amber, thank you for the 10. Amber said, just the FYI, if anyone tries to, I don't think they'll try to bring it up, but Amber said, if anyone tries to bring up the E. Jean Carroll
it's
case,
good.
she's there because,
Absolutely.
he lost again.
Absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you? First time.
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
What year were you born?
2006.
What month?
October 7th.
Okay, so you would literally not even be 19 yet.
No, I would.
You're
'Cause
19?
it was, yeah.
Really? 19 October 7th, 2006, right?
2005.
You just changed it.
I swear I didn't.
We all forget what year we were born.
Yeah, we're good.
No.
All right.
It was satire, ass clown.
Sprinkle,
is
thank you so much
wicked.
for the $3 Australian dollars. Thank you. I should have asked him what if the protesters were Republicans. Damn it, dude. That's a good question to ask him. Fuck, dude. I'm sorry. Why is that actually a position I've heard twice from 2 separate people on this live today? That they would just run over protesters.
So my wife said something earlier when we were driving. She was like, the fact Donald Trump has really made everyone feel comfortable being the worst possible version of themselves.
Dude, they literally think GTA is real life. They
Yeah.
think they're playing GTA in real life. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? They're like a 13-year-old playing GTA.
Me?
No, not you. I meant the people
okay.
the people on the live who literally just advocated that they would run protesters over with their car.
Understood. No, I'm 30 years old.
You don't think that, right?
No, I wouldn't run over anybody.
Yeah.
Preferably.
I would hope. I know it's a really low standard, but I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Thank you for not saying
Bars
that
in hell.
on the live, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
But so I do have an indifference on this, and this is just based on my my job aspect. So I used to run medical equipment, bodies, even hearts and stuff like that. Whenever those situations occurred, it kind of did make an indifference. How would you, on your opinion, handle that situation? And also, thank you for.
What do you mean?
taking-
Clarify. Go ahead. Try again. I did not follow.
So if I had, like I said, in my job aspect, I had to pick up hearts from, say, a facility for organ donors, and then get them on a flight and stuff like that. Whenever those protests and things were going on, it caused, we'll say, confuffle or conundrum. How would you adapt to those things?
You're saying that protests interfere with life-saving situations.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this on the aspect of I've seen things on.
Don't they know to specifically go around that, one, in terms of that, because they know that these protests are happening, and then two, in terms of this, couldn't there be helicopter, police escort, right? Plenty of different things that they can do that would literally allow for that to happen, that we could specifically do to get over the protest. I don't think that there are people protesting in the sky.
I'm not in a disagreement on that. And also aspect is it's kind of an indifferent ordeal of just those weren't available at that time, or those things wouldn't occur. Like, how would you handle those things? Like, if you came up to that situation, how would you?
You would try to
handle that situation?
like message message people to get out of the way, right? Because they would, given that they're protesting, they probably would. But I think there would be a way around that would allow for there to be care provided. An ambulance would be able to get there, and also like people would hear the ambulance.
Okay, no, I'm with you on that end. So I heard you talk about the border on some aspects, and I've had people in my life that are immigrants, and they've gone through the system and everything of that sort. So, in terms of how would you handle the current, I would say undocumented as well as you. I wouldn't say illegals because I'm with you on that aspect. How would you handle that situation and what sort of circumstances, or I don't even want to say repercussions on that end? Like, what would your suggestion be for those people that are already in our country to, I guess, uh, build their path, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I would say that we should actually look at a path to citizenship, right? Mass amnesty, giving the undocumented immigrants that are currently in the country the ability to actually continue to add to the country. I mean, they add a ton of value with the amount of taxes that they actually pay. They add a ton of value as far as the different industries that they work in, and most importantly, most undocumented immigrants add so much value to their community by the people that they are. I mean, we understand that undocumented immigrants actually cause way less crime than American-born citizens. I mean, they literally are enriching our country while the birth rate is dropping. So us giving them an actual path to citizenship and legalizing them being here would be the best way to do so.
So my, I guess my uh, stance on it is the ones that aren't paying taxes. How would you handle that situation to get them on
Pathway to citizenship so that they pay taxes.
Yep.
So at that point, would like an income tax like not be viable for them for like?
Well, no, it's an incentive.
Years or
It's an incentive. That's what he's saying.
Oh, an incentive. Okay, understandable. How do you? So there's been, at least from what I've seen, like a lot of business owners that obviously advocate for those things because it costs less for them because they're paying cash out. So how would you pull them into having those people be on the books?
Yeah, I mean, like literally, the focus on undocumented immigrants always go towards the actual immigrants, not the people that's exploiting the immigrants. So, I mean, specifically, if you made laws or even made incentives to actually to ensure that people aren't taking advantage of undocumented immigrants for cheap labor, then you can do that.
Understand. So the main reason that I would say that I would went for Trump was that it was very much a, I guess a assertive aspect on foreign policy. And what I would say to that is, from everything that I've heard and everything like that, is that I see America, and I love America. I love our country and whatnot, but we are a major powerhouse. I don't doubt that we make decisions for other countries. How would you say that we, I guess, I don't want to say force or make other countries?
Well, I mean, Donald Trump has weakened us in multiple ways, from actually alienating our allies like Canada and Mexico with the threats of tariffs, even though we had an agreement put in place with them. He's alienated other countries that depend on us, like Ukraine, who actually signed the Budapest Memorandum, in understanding that America would protect them if Russia invaded, and he's continued to try to pull away from them. But he's also done things like crippling our soft power around the globe, pulling things like U.S. aid which allows us to actually influence other countries without having to use any type of military presence. So he, in multiple ways, has weakened us. He's pulled us out of the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the Paris Climate Accords. He's reduced our overall global footprint, and at the same time, made us more isolationist, and that's not a good thing. So his foreign policy has been very detrimental.
So how do you see the route for the U.S. coming back from this? Is where I would go.
Vote Republicans out. Simple. I mean, think about it. Like Republicans, they're quote unquote conservatives. I'm sorry. Like, what are you trying to conserve? The simple fact of the matter is the United States should be leading in multiple things, but we aren't. We should be in a place where we have universal health care. We should be in a place where we have free education. We should be in a place where, leafy green is legalized throughout the entire country. We should be in a place where we are actually, we have high speed rail. Like, we should have all of these things, but we don't have them because every time we start to make a track towards being progressive, there's a Republican president, a Republican House, Senate that comes in and actually stifles progression and pulls us backwards. So these things that we need to actually grow and move forward, you'll never have them with Republican-led power. Think about it. In the last 60 years, can you name one bill that the Republicans have passed that overwhelmingly benefit everyday Americans?
In terms of Republican bill, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, that's kind of based on somebody's opinion. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I can't say it for myself.
No, I mean, like, there's empirical data that'll back it up.
It's still based on it could benefit one person other than another. You know
No,
what
I said overwhelmingly benefit
Overwhelmingly
everyday
benefit?
Americans, like everyday Americans.
Name it off of that. Like, you're more political versed than I am. So
The answer is there's none. Literally, the Republican Party, not only do they overwhelmingly not pass legislation, but when they do pass legislation, they pass stuff like the TCJA that overwhelmingly benefits the top earners in America, not normal everyday people. But then when Democrats pass legislation, they pass stuff like the Affordable Care Act, but the Republicans do things like trying to put a poison pill in to sabotage it, which makes you have to have insurance, or if you don't, then you get charged for it. So literally, when the Democratic Party is trying to do stuff like provide health care, Republicans are actively working against them.
if I may cut you off, Cynthia, sorry. Wasn't that also part of Obamacare, if I'm not wrong?
The the Affordable Care Act, that's the actual name of it. People call it Obamacare because they want to attach Barack Obama to it and make it seem like a boogeyman.
Yeah, I'm not saying it in terms of
Yeah,
that.
no, I know. I was just saying. That's why I always call it the ACA, Affordable Care Act.
Because a lot of agriculture people that have the farms and whatnot had to pay into it because or else they would get fined, which was unfortunate for them.
Yeah, that was because of Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz literally, that was a provision. That was the only way that the Republicans would actually vote to get it passed, is if that poison pill was put in. That was not supposed to be a part of the Affordable Care Act. Republicans literally said the only way we'll vote for this is if you fine people for not having insurance. The Republicans are the ones that did that.
Understood. So, if I may, would you say that some of these bills that are passed, either
All right, I think I gotta get off.
Yeah. I was holding the Parker. I didn't know how long you.
Yeah, I'm.
Parker, I appreciate you picking me. I really do. And
No,
same to you, Cynthia.
I appreciate. I'm
that.
sorry it was at the end of the live because I'm over 6 hours at this point, and I think after I hit 6 hours, I'm like I can't go.
Well, you went on a marathon last night.
No, Parker.
I flipped back on. I was like, "What in the world?"
I've seen you literally push to the line, and it's been great for you. And honestly, I again applaud you for it. So it's been great to see you on those side things, and like I said, also well, I discovered you tonight. I'm not gonna lie. I was scrolling through TikTok, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna hop on just to see if we can have a talk.
That's always cool to me to see the perspective of people who are just seeing me now versus haven't seen me in the past for the years I've been here, and then also Jubilee and all the other debates and stuff. So you'll probably see all
I
that.
have Republican views. I just like to see. I'm one of those people that like to see other people's views too.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming out.
I got a really cool story real quick.
Go for it.
So, I have a friend that I've known since like college or whatever, and we don't talk often, but I saw him posting on Instagram, and I saw him reposting like yours and Dean's stuff, right? And I was like, hey, I didn't know that you like Parker and Dean. He was like, yeah, they fucking rock. And I was like, so you watch them? You know who? Yeah, yeah, I watch them. Well, I haven't watched them on TikTok in a while, but I've been catching up with their stuff on YouTube. I was like, you do know that those are my brothers, right? Those are my little brothers. He's like, no, you don't know them. And so I sent him pictures. He was like, holy shit, how do you know? It was a whole thing. It was hilarious, like hilarious.
That's actually so funny. That's so funny. That's so cool. Yeah, I know I've
Yeah,
been hearing stories and stuff like that. So that's always cool to see. It's like such a small world. I'm like,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
like that's honestly the coolest stuff always.
yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Can I recommend a raid? Is that
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go jump over on Erica's live for a little while and clown around. So yeah, Erica Shantae. If you guys want to follow me, I'll go hop on the panel and we can go over. Can we send a Parker raid over to Erica Shantae?
Yes, everyone go over there. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone.
See you later, bro.
Peace out.